Despite spending a ridiculous amount of hours in this game, I've only ever achieved 100% perfection once, and the reason for that is it takes so long to do. You have to ship every item, get to max friendship with even the worst villagers, cook everything, and craft everything. So I thought, how could I make this 100 times harder? That's right, by adding every single popular mod in the game, meaning I would have to ship 473 items instead of the usual 155, catch 145 fish instead of the usual 72, cook 156 recipes, craft 174 recipes, and befriend all 108 different villagers. Why would I attempt such a crazy task? Well,
do you ever feel lonely? Well, you're not alone. A new study from Cigna says most Americans feel lonely.
I chose to display my journey in the 100 days format, which ended up taking over 500. So strap in, get your popcorn, this is going to be a long one. Let's do this. So we begin on day 1, and of course I have so many mods installed it will be difficult to run through them all, but I'll try and highlight each one as the video goes on. Looking at the new surroundings, I was already feeling quite overwhelmed, so I decided to stick to the basics and clear out an area in front of my farmhouse and begin planting my parsnips, as well as a mixed seed I had found, and headed into town. On my way past the bus stop, I ran into Lewis having an argument with his older sister Lenny, who was a new character to meet, introduced in the Ridgeside Village mod. And it certainly isn't the last new character we're going to meet. And remember saying this, there is a ton of new characters in this series, which is going to be hard to keep track of for the both of us. Once I arrived in town, I met 2 new people, Carmen and Kenneth, and quickly checked the calendar outside Pierre's and... yep, this is going to be hard to keep track of. I headed into Pierre's and spent all of my gold on 8 kale and 1 more parsnip seed. The more eagle-eyed viewers would notice that the whole town looks a bit different, and it's because I have the Way Back to Pelican Town mod installed, which transforms the look of the town into a more rustic feel. I mean, just look at it, it's beautiful. I made it a priority to plant my newly obtained seeds before I ran out of energy for the day. While I was on the way back to the farm, I made sure to cut down some trees to construct a chest to store all of my new items. With very low energy, I allocated the rest of the day to exploring and meeting as many new characters as possible. I noticed a new path had opened up by the beach, which took me to Blue Moon Vineyard, owned by Sophia, a new character introduced in the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. And after a very social first day on the farm, I lit the fireplace and headed to bed, ending a successful first day. The sun was back up this morning, meaning I had made it to day 2, and after watering my parsnips, I hobbled down to the beach to collect my fishing pole from Willie. I then went straight to fishing for the rest of the day. Another mod you might notice is the Visible Fish mod, which, well, if you couldn't guess what that means, it means I can see the fish that are in the water, making it a very useful mod to have on. On my way back home, I was trapped by some rocks without my pickaxe, meaning I had to walk all the way around. It was raining on day 3, which meant no more watering, saving me much needed energy. I tried my luck in the river to try and catch a catfish, which I ended up getting 2 of. After smashing some geodes open at Clint's, I could begin donating items to the museum. I ventured east to find a large bridge, which fishing granted me a dogfish. Sure. Our reward for donating museum items was 9 cauliflower seeds, which I made sure to plant before the end of the day. The rain had passed overnight, which meant I had a ton of watering to do this morning. Not to worry, however, as once they grow, I'll have a lot more gold to spend. I thought today would be a perfect day to check out Ridgeside Village. To reach the town, you have to take this long cable cart journey up the mountain. Upon arrival, I bump into Lenny, Lewis's sister, who I'd met a few days ago. She offered a quick tour around the village. We first stopped at the log cabin, then the town square, Pika's food stalls, and a large stage which they use for gatherings in the village. I remembered to thank Lenny for the tour and decided to look around and explore as much as possible. I first met up with Ian, who worked at a business which, for a set price, could perform various farm chores for me, such as watering crops. On my way out, I met up with Flor, who appeared fairly nervous, but nonetheless welcomed me to the village. Later in the day, I discovered an orchard, which, once interacting with this tree, grants me this message, that I want to hug this tree, but I'm afraid people will judge me. How did they know? I allocated most of the day to exploration of the new town, and mysteriously bumped into an interesting guy called Gio, who seemed very, very mysterious. The day was passing quickly, so before late I headed back into town, down the cable cart, and went to bed. Marnie is at my door this morning with a stray cat who had been wandering around the valley, and asked whether I could adopt it. Of course, the farm life was getting quite lonely, so I was happy to invite a new friend onto the farm. I called her Ditto. In the mail, I received a note off a townsperson called Susan, who is currently trapped on her farm behind the boulder and wishes me the best. First batch of tasty parsnips had fully grown this morning, which I didn't decide to sell, but instead kept for energy in the mines. Of course, today was the day the mines open, and I didn't spend long, just gathering over 15 copper when I called it quits on floor 5. Back in town, I meet up with Isabel, who on first meeting says I'm in her way and she's not really in the mood to talk. Oh, she seems nice. Let me guess, she's best friends with Hayley? I made a stop at Pierre's to buy 10 potato seeds and 5 kale. I wanted to reach farming level 6 as soon as possible in order to construct quality sprinklers. Overnight I leveled up in farming, allowing me to finally build a scarecrow to stop those pesky crows from eating my crops. It's raining once again on day 6, with a visit from Clint, who offers me the crafting recipe for the furnace, which I would be needing to smelt a butt ton of ores in the future. First order of business is to craft a scarecrow to place on the farm. I then spent the entire day back inside the cave, for as much copper ore as possible. In the evening I reached floor 15 and headed back home with 30 more copper to my name. It's day 7 and that marks the end of my first week on the mega modded farm. I had some very thirsty plants, so I made sure to water them before beginning my day. The first batch of kale had finished, leaving room for more crops to be planted this morning. Heading straight to Clint's, I requested he open 10 geodes I had found, for more artifacts in the museum. After donating all of the new artifacts, I was rewarded with 9 melon seeds, which could only be planted in the summer, so I'd have to wait to plant them for now. While scavenging around the cindersap forest, I wandered into a new expanded foraging area, which was huge. Inside this forage was a strange abandoned cabin with a creepy ancient doll in it. I also find my new first forageable, the 4-leaf clover, which is stated to bring good luck and makes for a nice gift. Even deeper into the forest, there was a load of abandoned swords, which provided a great boost for tackling the monsters in the mines. I didn't achieve much more in this day, and I wrapped up day 7 chopping trees and clearing debris on the farm. On to day 8, this morning I decided to check out the collection section, and oh god, just look at all these pages. We're going to be here a while. And if any of you might be wondering, what type of farm am I playing on? Well, it's a mod called Grandpa's Farm and pairs very well with Stardew Valley Expanded. It provides a much larger farm plot to help with all the new features. Less of the farm talk, more the mining talk. Today I once again hop back into the mines to, well, collect more copper. I wanted to play through the early game as fast as possible to make exploring the new modded areas easier and a lot less overwhelming. To say how successful would have been an understatement, as I left with 59 copper and a bunch of helpful items such as quartz and earth crystals. I spent the morning of day 9 patiently waiting outside Clint's to request he upgrade my pickaxe to copper. After that I headed up to the mountain lake to fish the day away. I also made sure to bring a chest up there to store all of my wonderful captures in. I was there most of the entire day and decided to scurry home before it was too late. Yet more watering to the start of day 10. I had mostly cauliflowers and a few potatoes growing now. I was still waiting for Lewis to show me around the community centre and unlock the bundles. Unfortunately, he seemed to not want to do this playthrough right now. At the beach I picked up the fiberglass fishing pole and began to fish my heart away on the pier. Up at the mountain lake I was once again back to fishing. I wanted as much gold as possible and fishing was the best chance of doing that right now. My fields were full of juicy crops this morning. I harvested 11 potatoes and a bunch of kale. My pickaxe had finally finished upgrading to copper and I had just enough copper bars to send my axe straight off for another upgrade to copper. I wanted to see if Pierre was selling any new items and oh gosh was he. Just look at all these new crops and trees. Oh god, we're going to be here a long time. While I was in Pierre's, I decided to purchase the backpack upgrade, as well as the green bean plant and a bunch more kale. I'm interrupted on my return to the farmhouse by Willie, who told me about the best fishing spot is at Shearwater Bridge, which must be the same bridge on the east where I caught the strange dogfish a few days ago. Thanks Willie, I'll make sure to fish there from now on. Strangely, on my trip back into town, Lewis finally shows me the community centre, allowing me to start the bundles. Although I couldn't reach them at the moment, I need to stop by the wizards in the morning to learn the script. Saw out the rest of the day casting my line over Shearwater Bridge, in the hopes of making as much gold before the egg festival. As well as the dogfish, I also caught many new fish such as the butterfish. Shockingly, overnight I managed to accumulate over 11,000 gold, which was just insane. It turns out that these butterfish were selling for a crazy amount of gold each. I will certainly be back there again. A trip to the wizard's tower was the first call this morning, so he could teach me the language of the Junimo. I checked out the bundles, seeing they were all the same as the base game, allowing me to let out a sigh of relief. On my way to town, I stopped by Cindersap Forest to pick up Robin's lost axe, as well as some spring onions which were in the area. Sophia, that new character who lives in the Blue Moon Vineyard, had requested a sardine, and so I made sure she received one early this morning. More mining today. I managed to get all the way down to floor 35 before making a quick trip to the Adventurers Guild to collect my insect head for completing my first Monster Slayer goal. While I was down there, I also found this strange red coat, which definitely helped my style and made me stand out amongst the townsfolk. Last order of business today was to finish my first bundle, the Spring Foraging Bundle. This would now unlock more bundles to work towards. Finishing the bundle rewarded me with 30 Spring Wild Seeds, which I promptly planted in before turning it in for the night. Spring 13 had finally rolled around, which meant the annual Egg Festival. But first I couldn't neglect my watering duties before racing into town. At the festival, I managed to purchase 70 strawberry seeds from Pierre's stand, ready to make me a butt ton of gold later on. Walking around the town, you may notice each villager has special event outfits, such as Shane's chicken top. As well as that, it was nice to see some of the Ridgeside villagers here too. This meant now there was a whole 12 NPCs competing in this year's egg hunt. Oh god. I ended up struggling as with the mods all of the egg locations had changed, which meant I lost the first mega modded egg hunt to Jazz and Vincent. Before nightfall I planted the strawberry seeds in my already hoed soil and headed straight to bed. Spring 14 had arrived and now I officially had a humongous job of watering every morning. Now I had over 90 crops which all needed doing. Why do I do this to myself? To take a break from farm chores, I rode the cable car back up to Ridgeside Village. At the top I bump into an interesting Junimo who looked like a cute ninja, but as I approached it, disappeared. Very strange. There was a small lake north of the village which had a whole host of new fish for me to catch, which I could see dancing around in the water. I managed to catch a mountain whitefish, ridgeside bass, and a mountain red-bellied dace. I didn't do much more with my time today. After a quick fish in Ridgeside, I used up the remainder of my energy clearing more debris in front of the farmhouse. We are once again back into the mines in search of more ores and reaching the lower levels. Of course, being the professional gamer I am, I managed to reach all the way down to floor 50, receiving a very cozy pair of thermal boots as a reward. Tuesday rolls around and all I wake up to is a field of extremely dry crops, looking like SpongeBob from that one episode. I need it! Using some newly obtained smelted iron bars, I made a quick stop at Clint's to request my pickaxe to be upgraded to steel. I also allocated some time this morning to dropping off some more community centre items. I still had a long way to go, but plenty of time to complete it. Being low on cash, I decided a good use of my time would be to head back to the bridge east of the town to fish up some more expensive butterfish. I spent the rest of the day here and came away with all of this. Not too bad. It should be enough to bring my gold storage back up to normal levels. Mother Nature decided to bless me on the morning of day 17 when I woke up to it raining once again. This meant no more watering for me and could get straight on with my day. My plan today was to clear as much debris as I could, which was scattered around the farm. The farm looked very messy and I just had about enough of seeing it in this state. Good fortunes must have been on my side today, as a fresh pink hat fell from one of the trees. I chose to wear it for a bit, but just to let you know, I ended up hating it and trashing it within a day. I received my first prize ticket today after completing a quest from Marnie, which tasked me to find a horseradish for her. This meant I could unlock my first prize from Mayor Lewis's house. Inserting the ticket into the machine and spinning the wheel meant I received 12 carrot seeds, which was great considering it was free. With a large portion of time remaining in the day, I chose to spend the time in the mines. I only battled through 5 more floors, but as they say, progress is progress, and I'm pretty sure no one says that, but anyway. Day 18 comes as quick as the next, and I see that I've managed to reach foraging level 3 overnight, unlocking the crafting recipe for the drying rack and dehydrator, which must be 2 new machines added in the playthrough. I didn't even have a clue what their purpose is now. These were among many more machines added in the Artisan Valley mod, which allows the construct of hundreds more items. Just keep watching to find how many items each of these new machines creates. As I stepped out of my cabin this morning, I noticed a letter sticking out of my mailbox, which is from Lewis, who sent me the cooking recipe for the brown sugar. And just look at these new letters, look how cool they look. Unfortunately, as you can see, the sun is back out, and with my pink sun cap shielding the sun, it was back to watering once again. Of course, making sure to waste all of my energy for the day in the process. The creepy blacksmith Clint had finished my upgrade of the pickaxe, which allowed me to test it out on some more of the tougher rocks in the caves. I decided to spend the whole day in the caves and I managed to reach floor 68, but the lack of energy and genuine fear of the ghosts in this game, I decided to call it quits for the night and head home. You guessed it, more watering again on day 19. Being a Friday, I finally headed down to the travelling cart to check out what she was selling. Nothing useful this time. Never mind, Jodie had requested I bring her cauliflower, which I made sure to give her in good time. Today was also the day I began the construction on my first coop. I was going to focus on redecorating the farm later, so I decided just to place it above my farmhouse for now. Then I must have had a Red Bull or something, as I chose to head back into the mines and end up on floor 85 before passing out. My goal was to reach the lava levels as soon as I could in order to obtain every cave related item in the game, which I obviously needed, such as copper and iron. However, I'm mainly talking about gold and iron because I need them for quality sprinklers, as well as the tool upgrades, which will make my life 100 times easier. I step out of my cabin to see a whole field of carrots had grown. As well as that, a bunch of wild spring seeds I planted a few days prior were also ready for collection. With my new juicy carrots in hand, I plan to use them to reach the bottom of the mines. Although the lack of a golden pickaxe meant mining the rocks this far down would take me 10 times longer than usual. Although today it felt like nothing could stand in my way, and just before midnight I reached floor 100 and received my very first star drop of the playthrough, as well as a decent haul of gold ore and other useful gems to go with it. I awakened back on the farm to notice that the bookseller is in town today. Although my gold was looking quite pathetic, this means I'm going to have to wait until I get more rich to buy from him. Never mind, although my mood was straight away changed to see that my fields were completely full of luscious strawberries. Before I left for the day, I filled my inventory with various items to donate to the museum, as well as donate to the community centre. I made a quick stop at the travelling cart to once again see nothing of use. I was lucky to find a fire quartz yesterday, which meant I had all of the relevant materials to fully complete the boiler room and unlock the minecarts. This will prove to be very useful in navigating across the valley, saving me great amounts of time in the future. With the daylight dwindling, I chose to head back to the farm and begin clearing out as much debris as possible. Before bed, I decided to have a look at all the new crafting recipes that I can craft, and oh boy did I have a lot to achieve perfection. This time around, it looks like I could craft a meat press, DNA machines, which made me very overwhelmed, so I decided to leave it at the moment and come back to it when I was more set up on the farm. The strangest person was at my door this morning with a very interesting outfit. She said that since the minecarts are back up, I could now visit her to purchase a mermaid bouquet, which would allow me to date multiple people across the valley. It's at this point I realised that I have no idea at the type of mods I've just installed, with this playthrough only getting more and more weird. Anyway, I contemplated my life decisions and said goodbye to the strange mermaid and hoped that I'd never see her again. Oh, how wrong was I? I realised that I haven't got any chickens to live inside my newly constructed coop, and made it a priority to head to Marnie's to buy some. And of course she wasn't there. I really do hate this woman. I need 5 gold star quality parsnips for the quality crops bundle, so I made sure to pick up 30 more seeds from Pierre and hopefully get them before the end of the season. A stop at Robin's was my next destination, which I requested she build me a barn, so I could have cows and other animals join me onto the farm. After planting and watering my newly obtained parsnips, I headed back to Ridgeside Village to do some more exploring. On my arrival, I'm stopped by Lenny once again, who let me know that Ridgeside Village used to have an old minecart system, which had unfortunately been damaged and left to rot over time, and that she would love for me to gather the resources to fix it up, which would allow me to use them to navigate the town. The minecarts around the village will be extremely important considering the enormous size of the town. Checking out what I needed is 300 pieces of wood, 10 iron bars and 5 gold bars, which was quite expensive at the moment, but is definitely worth the resources. I decided to venture north of Ridgeside to see the backwoods, where I found a new forage item, the Ridge Cherry. Although the forest did creep me out and decided it was not best to test my luck there and head back home. More watering began the day, and all of this watering was making me very excited to finally get some sprinklers set up on the farm, as watering was becoming very, very, very boring. I tried again to buy some chickens from Marnie, and she was yet again not at her counter. Why does she even own a farm shop if she never works, the lazy cow? In a fit of rage, I chose to take out my anger on some rocks on the farm, which led me to find a secret cave, which had only a small amount of ores, with copper, iron and geodes. See kids, sometimes losing yourself in a complete fit of rage is okay, because you never know what you might find. I'm joking. I spent most of the day clearing out debris on the farm, which once again led me to find another secret, a broken down shed, which looks like when I have a strong enough pickaxe could mine to and potentially fix up in the future. You know what Spring 24 is? Do I even need to say it? It's the annual flower dance, which, if you've seen my previous videos, you will all know I have incredible luck in. Sometimes I have so many dance partners that I have to spend hours just dancing with each of them. This year was different, however, because there are so many more people here, even from Ridgeside and Stardew Valley Expanded as well, and they all have special flower dance exclusive outfits, which just all look incredible. I took this opportunity to speak with everyone, as I still had to complete the introductions quest, which required me to speak to every single new villager. It was so nice to see the Ridgeside townsfolk here as well, with their own little section. Although it was time to finally ask someone to dance, which I figured was strange, as usually I get at least 40 people ask me by now, and... Something strange must have happened, as my game must have been hacked or something, as it wouldn't let me dance with anyone. So strange. Has anyone else had this glitch? The dance was great, and I once again love to see that the townsfolk are still doing the same moves every year for the 4th straight year. Come on guys, come up with something new. More of my strawberries were ready for harvest on day 25, which provided me with enough experience to reach farming level 5, which meant I was 1 level off reaching farming level 6 for the quality sprinklers I so highly needed right now. I took it today to be my 3rd attempt to buy some animals from Marnie, and finally she was bothered to get up and sit at the down counter, which meant I could buy Cluck the chicken to come join me on the farm. A resource I had run quite low on was gold at the moment, so today I spent in the mines collecting as much gold as I could. I needed 5 bars for the Ridgeside minecarts, as well as 1 bar per quality sprinkler I hope to craft, so all hands on deck. I do bump into yet another character, Alyssa from Ridgeside, who I just made sure to give her a gift on the way home. My plan was to get as far into the game as I possibly could as quick as possible, so I had enough gold and resources to fully experience all of the mods I've installed. For now, any relationship goals had to be put on hold. I had sprinklers to work towards. Are you only saying that because no one wants to date you? What? No, just shut the The last Friday this season is here, and I woke into a bunch of parsnips which I'd finished growing overnight. I only managed to get 1-star gold parsnip out of the 30, which meant I had to give up on the gold star parsnip goal. The travelling cart had a goddamn red cabbage today, which was incredible. Of course, this meant I could complete the community centre in the first year if I just kept grinding now. The hardest one checked off. Although considering how many new items and things there were to do in this mega modded series, I'd be surprised if this didn't last over 500 days, so there's really no need to rush. Back at Marnie's, I purchased a cow for my barn, which I named Milky. But with a capital M, and so it's Milky, not Milky, duh. I'd seriously neglected fishing so far, so I decided to head to the ocean to catch any fish there were for that season. With the visible fish mod installed, I could see that there were a blobfish and midnight squid in there. Although, after my hundreds of attempts trying to catch one, I never got one. And I never will. I also checked out all of the new crops Pierre was selling in his store, which was insane. Just look at all these new crops, which of course all had new cooking recipes and crafting recipes. You better pause this video right now, go grab some food, this is going to be a long one. I do bump back into Alyssa by the water fountain again and remember to hand her another gift. In the various mods I've installed, there are now over double the amount of NPCs compared to the actual base game, so I had to begin friendships as soon as possible, as in the long run, this might just be impossible. The last task of the day was dropping off 100 stone, 200 wood and 10 hardwood to the community centre to finish the construction bundle. Spring 27 was filled with decorating the farm. I was tired of its boring old look, so I decided to cover it in stone floors. And yet again you can see that they have a new lovely texture, courtesy of the various mods. I've also begun construction of a very basic tree farm. Of course the design wasn't final, and I had plans to redo most of the farm before the end of the 100 days, but for now it looked good. I even expanded my chest storage to be much more organised and easier to access. I would need to expand it in the future, but for now it was good enough. The final day of spring is here and I had no time to waste in order to appropriately prepare for the upcoming summer season. This began with some light fishing in the mountain lake to make sure I had caught all of the spring exclusive fish, as well as provide myself with some spare for any quests that might come up down the line. The rest of the spring season was spent clearing debris and making room for the big plans I had going into the summer. Of course, unfortunately, I did not reach farming level 6, which meant quality sprinklers are going to have to wait much longer. Not to worry, no challenge is too big for me, right? And that's it, that officially marks the end of my first spring season in the mega modded series. Unfortunately, this fun is only just beginning, now on to summer. And that light sun is back once again, which let me know the start of the summer season has begun. No time to waste, there was debris to clear, crops to plant and much more to do. I first made sure to re-hoe the ground in my newly formed crop field, making sure to leave space for where I planned to have sprinklers to go. I had big plans this season. I wanted to make as much gold as possible, as well as test out some of the new crops I could, to find any potential new money makers. Of course I brought the usual summer crops, while also deciding to purchase a new cotton seed, to test out, see what it does. with the bulk of my gold going on blueberries, accumulating over 70 of them. This meant I had a lot more watering to do, nearly doubling in comparison to what I did to do in spring. Told you I wasn't messing around. I also took some spring seeds to sell at Pierre in order to purchase even more seeds. I managed to purchase 40 more melons and as many wheat seeds as I could. The wheat was mainly there because I wanted to reach farming level 6. I finished the farming late into the day, although come on, just look how good the new crop field looks. I checked my mail on the morning of day 30 to find a letter from the Jojo Mart which let me know that the landslide blockage near the railroad will be cleared using explosives tomorrow morning, although I couldn't afford any distractions as I had loads of crops to water. With the new season brings many more fish to catch, so I made it my plan this morning to head up to the mountain lake to indulge myself in some light fishing. I managed to catch the sturgeon, which I needed, as well as some juicy largemouth bass. I made sure to drop that sturgeon straight off to the community centre, as knowing me I would forget it and end up eating it. The rest of the day is filled with more fishing, but at the ocean pier this time, in which I caught a new fish introduced in the expanded mod, the starfish. Just look how cute he is. I'm visited by a new face this morning. She introduced herself as Susan, who owns Emerald Farm, and has been trapped behind the boulder Jojo had mentioned they were destroying a few days ago, and requested that when I have time to drop her a quick visit. That's very kind of her. I'll be sure to take her up on that offer. In town, I overhear a conversation between Mayor Lois and Morris, the owner of the Jojo Mart, who are arguing over the explosion of the boulder to free Susan, and how Susan wasn't even informed of the operation. I can already tell that I don't like this expanded mod Morris, even more than I already didn't. My next stop is the community centre to drop off the summer forageables to finish the summer forage bundle, rewarding me with some summer seeds. I couldn't remember what I needed to do today, so I spent the rest of the day smelting ores and chopping trees on the farm. Another bright morning on the farm, which was made even brighter by the fields of wheat ready to collect, although still not enough experience to reach farming level 6. I decided to replace the wheat with the new summer seeds I just received from the community centre. On my way to town, I'm thrown into a cutscene between a married couple, Malaya and Kimpoi, who were lost on their way to Ridgeside Village. Luckily, I was just passing through and was able to direct them to the location of the cable car. They revealed that they used to actually live in the village, but had moved away a few years ago, and now was coming back. Just as I was leaving, I hear Olga and her husband Bert arguing on the cable cart about how he had broken her crock pot, which you know is a very, very argument-worthy topic at the moment. Coincidentally, it turns out that Olga and Kimpoi are a brother and sister, and it turns out to be a great reunion for them. After that interesting encounter, I decided to stay behind and leave them to it, and so I can finally get on with my bloody day. I felt the need to try out some of the new crops introduced in Artisan Valley, so I picked up some oregano seeds, perilla seeds, lettuce, navy bean, and kiwi seeds. And as it turns out, these seeds would be the most crazy money makers ever seen. On the return to the farm, I see that Kimpoi is stood on the porch waiting for me. Very strange, although he was just letting me know that since he's back in Ridgeside now, his seed shop is opening back up, which sells various exotic seeds for me to buy. To make room for all these new seeds, I once again expanded the crop field, giving me more watering to do. Yay! Gosh, I really did need sprinklers. Of course, as the editor's note, I didn't realise that in Stardew Valley Expanded, you can actually buy sprinklers from Blue Moon Vineyard, which is where Sophia lives, so that was stupid of me. Luckily, it was raining on day 33, so that meant no watering for me. Being a Friday meant the travelling cart was back in town, and funnily enough, sold a quality sprinkler for 2,250 gold, which I just had to pick up at the time. Today I do remember, finally, that Sophia sells sprinklers in her shop, and I couldn't believe it. As you can see, the millennial pause on my mouse tells the whole story. Oh god. Another thing that was quite lucky today is I begun fishing just below Sophia's farm. I actually managed to catch the octopus, which is a notoriously difficult fish to catch, and if anyone has seen my previous 1.600 day series would know I seriously struggled in catching this for perfection, and was one of the last fish I needed. Finally realising that I can buy quality sprinklers, I decided to go to the old reliable bridge east of the valley for more butterfish to sell. And to wrap up the day, I completed the ocean fish bundle to receive 5 beach wart totems. I awakened to the strangest phenomenon. Doesn't matter. The strange green rain event had occurred, which covered the valley in trees and fibres. This proved the perfect opportunity to harvest as many fibres as I could, as they do tend to be a quite difficult resource to get loads of in the early game. Another benefit of the green rain event is that the trees have increased chance of growing instantly, which meant most of my trees I had planted had fully grown, which I managed to craft 12 tappers to begin tapping. I took some time today to fish in a small lake north of Ridgeside Village, hopefully to catch some more fish I hadn't gotten yet. Between that and harvesting fibres, that took up most of day 34. As I step out the farmhouse this morning, I am filled with so much joy to see how great all of the new crops look, now they are all growing well. The travelling cart was once again back and didn't have anything of value, so I carried on my day. I was in Ridgeside Village today trying to look at the various shops and what they sell, and also deliver the materials to Lenny to fix the mine carts. Just south of the village, I bump into Olga once again, who informed me that she's loving her brother being back in the valley, and actually mentioned that they're going to set up a new seed shop together. Day 8 marks the first end of the week in the summer and the beginning of the second week of the season. Today the cotton plant I'd planted a few days ago had fully bloomed, which gave me a whopping 27 cotton. It was at this moment the playthrough changed forever. And that is definitely not an over-exaggeration. The oregano and perilla plant gave me an incredible amount each. Just look at this. Which was also enough for me to reach farming level 6, which means in the morning I'd be able to craft quality sprinklers. You may be thinking, how are those crops going to change the playthrough forever? Just wait and see how much they sell for. I decided to test my luck on one of the new machines, the drying rack, which was added in the new mods Artisan Valley, which I can put flowers, herbs or vegetables in to dry them for later. I was curious to see what it could produce when I put something in there. For now, I just put an oregano leaf in there. And I kid you not, I spent the rest of the day smelting quartz, iron and gold. They were all the free materials I needed for quality sprinklers that I'll be crafting a butt ton of tomorrow. Of course, today was a happy day as I could now craft the sprinklers I needed. I made 12 of them with many more on the way. I was still in need of more ores, so I headed to the mines to farm more iron ore on the frozen levels. I also took some time to farm more copper. I would need an incredible amount of copper bars for tappers and the infamous kegs later on. Once I headed to bed, I finally saw the power of these new crops. After selling all of the perilla and oregano leaves, I received over 25,000 gold, which broken down just looks like this. I mean, come on. Isn't this just great? Going back to the original game is going to feel so hard when I finish this series. More summer seeds had finished growing today, which I could craft straight back into more summer seeds. Also today the lettuces had grown, which proved to be even crazier. Just like how much I get at the end of this day. I didn't forget to craft up 6 more sprinklers using the resources I obtained from yesterday. Although today was less about crops as it was about progress, I headed back to the carpenter's shop to request Robin build me a big barn. This means I could now house goats on the farm once I had finished building. I also bumped into Demetrius on my way out, who told me all about the history of the valley, which I was very interested and didn't skip quickly at all. The resources which I had provided Lenny a few days ago for the reconstruction of the Ridgeside minecarts had fully been used up today on my return to the village, where I'm greeted by Lenny, Robin and some other townsfolk who were excited to inform me that they were back up and ready for use. This will make travelling around the village much easier now. Kimpoi's new seed shop, which Olga had told me a few days ago had just been opened up, was my next stop today, and sold in a crazy amount of new trees, like, just look. I would leave them for now, as I didn't have the space for them all yet, and honestly it scared me on how much new content I'm going to have to work through to achieve perfection. Which, if I hadn't mentioned, is the ultimate goal of the series. Although perfection does seem like 1,000 miles away at the moment, for now let's just focus on restoring the community centre. On my return to Sophia's farm, I'm presented with a cutscene which shows Sophia getting scared of when she sees me. Of course this is no surprise for me and mimics exactly how people react to me in real life. She presented me with a quality sprinkler for free, which was nice, as she must have seen how much trouble watering has been causing me over the past 3 weeks. She also mentions that she cosplays and has a whole room dedicated to it. I mean, that's just so cool, come on. While I was there, I made sure to purchase 2 more sprinklers to finish my crop fields, which made them now fully automated. As you would all know, Summer 11 is the day of the Lualu, which many of you were very quick to point out as pronouncing wrong. I would apologise, but now I'm going to say it even more. Of course, the Lualu, this festival always catches me off guard as I always forget to collect a good crop for the soup, although I did have a Gold Star Spiceberry which would have to do for now. On arrival at the beach I found yet again that everyone is in a new festival outfits, which all just looks so cool. It may seem I'm going fast over some of these details. I'm just curious, would you prefer a more in-depth 200 days, where I spend longer each day, of course drastically increasing the duration of the video, where I can go in depth on characters, character stories, and very specific details in each video? Or do you prefer the shorter summarised days? Just let me know in the comments. Similar to the flower dance, the Ridgeside Village has created a whole new section of the festival with a giant feast table, which is just lovely to see. After trying the soup, the governor liked it, which was a shame, because he liked it, not loved it. Well, there was plenty of time to get it right next year. I received a lovely letter from Hayley the morning of day 40, in which she sent me some rose seeds, which she would like me to plant for some for her, as they are her favourite. Yes, mummy. This morning was also the day of my tomato and pepper plants had fully grown, as well as some more summer seeds I had planted the days prior. I once again checked the stock of the travelling cart, who once again doesn't have anything I like. The new sprinkler automation on the farm gave me a lot of opportunities to upgrade my watering can, as I won't be needing it for a while now. Low on every single mineral in the game, I allocated some time today farming inside the caves, mainly in the frozen levels for iron, while also being there to slay as many dust sprites as I could, to work towards the burglar's ring. Day 41 marks the first day of my melon harvest. I plan to keep most of them though, for potential future uses, as gold wasn't really my issue at the moment. Funnily enough, I did manage to get 5 gold star quality melons on the first harvest, which was a relief considering I missed out on the 5 gold star quality parsnips the season prior. The constant rain was definitely dampening my mood this morning, so I plan to fill my inventory with as many community centre items as possible, in order to keep a swift track of my progress now we're reaching the midpoint of the summer season. I donated a truffle to the chef's bundle, which I had obtained from the travelling cart a while ago, which I must have forgotten to mention. Okay. An aquamarine, mushroom, and red cabbage to the dye bundle. Also, an orange and cherry to the artisan bundle, tomato, hot pepper, and melon to the summer crops bundle, leaving only the blueberry left. I even donated the 5 gold star quality melon and a cave carrot, plum, blackberry to the foraging bundles. That whole donating session has definitely put me in a great position to restore the community centre before the 100 days. I had needed a silo for quite a while now, and now was the perfect time to ask Robin to build me one. This will allow me to store all the hay for the animals, and will also stop me wasting all of the grass I'm siphoning on my farm. After seeing how good the lettuce seeds were, I made sure to purchase a bunch more from Pierre's as well as an apple tree, mainly because I needed 4 apples for the community centre, and it's almost impossible to get that all from the fruit bat cave. I find a nice place to plant the apple tree, just to the right of the farmhouse. Of course, I'll eventually find a new home for it. I had bold plans to create a lovely looking orchard on my farm, with all of the new trees introduced in the various mod packs, just like the orchard shown in Ridgeside Village. I couldn't think of anything else to fill my time, so I took to the beach to collect some more forage, as well as making a stop at Willie's to purchase the iridium fishing pole, as well as much deluxe bait as I could spend. And of course, spent the rest of the day fishing my heart out of the ocean. Later in the same day, however, I uncovered the location of the greenhouse, which had been covered up all the way to the left of the farm behind loads of trees and debris. I can't wait to fix it up and begin using it. My fields are full of grown crops this morning. The honeysuckle seeds I had planted a few days ago are also fully grown. This yield of blueberries has given me over 200 of them, which are all going to make me very rich. Additionally, the tree tappers had finished tapping today, providing me with 11 oak resin, all to go into kegs in the future. With my newly obtained blueberry, I could now finish the summer crops bundle from the community centre, and received a free quality sprinkler for my rewards. While at the community centre, I also dropped off the oak resin towards the exotic foraging bundle. With my new lovely big barn completely finished, I headed to Marnie's to buy 2 goats to join the rest of my lovely animals on the farm. Being a Sunday, the travelling cart was back, and I thought about buying some rare seeds and decided to buy 5 of them. I just thought, if I didn't, I'd forget and then miss out on the star drop in the woods. I later took the minecarts up to the blacksmith's to collect my new copper watering can and send my hoe off for an upgrade to copper. In Ridgeside, I bumped into some townsfolk who would like to introduce me to their pet turtle named Tors, and Yumma, who is one of the children in Ridgeside, was telling me all about how he looks after him. I made sure to completely laugh in his face to let him know how sad and pathetic that is, and how he will never have any friends. It was raining on day 43, although the beginning of the new week meant we were in the last stretch of the summer season, with plenty of work still to be done. A bunch of my summer seeds had finished growing this morning, as well as some blueberries and my first bits of corn. I made sure to craft up some more summer seeds and replace the empty crop spaces with the remaining lettuce seeds. It had been a while since I'd been to the museum, so I made it a priority today to drop off 6 more artifacts I had stored laying around in my chests. Reaching the bottom of the mines has been so long in the coming, so I wanted to finally tick that off my list today. And being the absolute best Stardew Valley gamer in the world, it didn't even take me that long to do so, and I managed to pick up the skull key which lay on floor 120. One item that I usually had by now was an ancient seed, but unfortunately I hadn't been able to find one, so I spent the rest of the day on the lower floors killing bugs for the extremely low chance of finding one, although today wasn't my day. I had neglected my animals for some time, so the morning of day 44 I made sure to collect all the eggs and replace their hay. My hoe had finished its upgrade to copper, and while I was at Clint's I requested he smash open more of my geodes, as there was a small chance to get an ancient seed from him. And of course, I don't get one. Summer 17 begins with a wonderful glow of the summer sun over my beautiful crop fields. I had some cotton and honeysuckle ready for harvest this morning, as well as some summer seeds I had planted a few days ago. After my unluckiness with the lack of ancient seeds, I was determined to slay as many bugs as possible to test my luck at the 0.5% chance they had of dropping one, which in perspective gives me 1 in 200 chance of getting one. This was going to be fun. Fortunately, it wasn't long before this happened. I actually got the ancient seed, thank the great Lord. Now I could finally begin growing them on the farm. Feeling extremely happy with myself, I decided to cast my mind away and collect as many community centre items as possible. I donated 10 pieces of wheat, poppy, oak resin, a sea urchin, and sunflower, as well as the ghost fish, some corn, and a yam I had collected from a monster in the mines. After a successful day, I awoke to the loud crashes of a thunderstorm right over the farm. Not only that, but my fields were full of blueberries once again, which obviously I took some time this morning to harvest every single last one of them. It was about time I donated that ancient seed to the museum to receive the crafting recipe for more ancient seeds, as well as a seed packet to begin planting. Before that, I had some errands to attend to, which took me to Pierre's to sell all of the new blueberries, as well as gift Caroline a summer spangle, which is a love gift for her. I had plans to accumulate more tea saplings, but before then, I had to reach 2 hearts with her, so she lets me in her tea room to give me the recipe for them. It was also about time I upgraded my copper axe to steel, which after a couple of days would allow me to chop down the giant stumps covering my farm. On the topic of the farm, I made sure to head back into the secret cave I discovered a while back, in a fit of rage, to harvest all the minerals that are in there. Although these past days have driven me to be quite tired, so I made sure to get an early night to end the day. Day 47 starts with a bright sunny morning, which was a stark contrast to yesterday's stormy weather. I had some loose crops ready for harvesting, such as the sunflower, some blueberries, some summer squashes, but most importantly, I had a giant yield of lettuces ready, and I couldn't believe what happened next. All of just these lettuces yielded over 700 individual. I couldn't believe how rich I was going to be. I had no idea if this was an intentional feature or not, but I didn't care, I was going to be richer than Morris. I of course checked the travelling cart as it was a Friday, which didn't have anything I wanted, so I decided to wave her farewell and carried on my day. I was eager to get into Pierre's in order to see how much gold I was about to make, and it was at this point I truly understood the power of these new modded crops. All of the lettuces sold for over 50,000 gold, which is just insane. I of course brought double the amount of lettuce seeds I did before, buying 100 of them. On my way back to the farm, I made sure to speak to some new townsfolk, such as Florence, who was, again, that very shy person who will hopefully start to come further out of her shell the longer I begin to know her. I also spoke to Blair, who lets me know that her dad teaches her how to fish. I didn't really know who her dad was, but hopefully the more I keep playing, the more I remember. With my newly found fortune, I had enough gold to completely finish the Vault bundle, unlocking the bus to the desert in the morning. The rewards from the bundles gave me a crystallarium, lightning rod, which will both be very useful for duplicating jades and obtaining many batteries. To top off a productive day, I asked Robin to upgrade my coop to a big one. After all of that, I still wasn't tired and had a strange spring in my step, so I decided to expand the paths around the farm and expand my new chest storage. I had plans to move the chest into a giant storage area later on in the 100 days, but for now, this would do. If you remember a few days ago, I repaired the Ridgeside minecarts. Well, today I was going to test them out, and right before the cable car, I could now access them. I could travel to Heaps General Store, Nightingale Orchard, and the Ridgeside Community Greenhouse. I took the one to the general store to check out its stock. Although upon arrival it didn't sell anything unique that Pierre doesn't already sell. What a waste. I spent a butt ton of time in Ridgeside, foraging and some fishing by the river, to ultimately rush back home to get a well-deserved rest. Overnight I watched the Junimos do their special ritual dance to magically repair the bus to the Calico Desert. Some keen-eyed viewers might have seen the annoying announcement that my apple tree wasn't able to grow last night, so the morning of day 48 was just sent to fix that. It turned out that a tiny acorn had been planted just behind it, preventing it from growing. Stupid acorns. Clint has surprisingly not took his usual sweet time and had my axe ready for pickup today, which I thanked him by informing him that I know he doesn't have a license for this place, and if he ever steps out of line again, I will shut the damn place down. Anyway, I was on my way to the bus station when I found a random guy's wallet, which happens to have a free bus pass in it, which was perfect, as now I could travel to the desert free of charge. Wonder who it belonged to. Arriving in the desert, I already noticed some notable differences. Everything is not where it should be. I did find a ton of cactus fruits and coconuts laying around for me to grab, which did seem like a trail trying to lead me further and further into the desert. What was strange about this new desert was just how big it is. Just look how far I had to travel to reach the 3 pillars where you'd normally obtain the Galaxy Sword. The Oasis store had been moved north to the desert right next to the bus stop. After entering the place, I meet the owner, Sandy, who was very excited to see me and thanked me for getting the bus service back up and running. I had installed some various mods which will make Sandy a more of an interactive NPC, as in the base game she never leaves the desert. Which will be excited to see how that progresses in the future. Similar to every other store in this modded playthrough, she also sells new plants, the dragon fruit and the papaya saplings. Of course you're not watching this to see me talk to NPCs for half an hour, you want to see me inside the Dangerous Skull Caverns, which I was most definitely ready for with 1 bomb and a steel pickaxe. Surprisingly, it didn't go bad as I thought it would. I managed to reach only floor 9, where the most insane thing ever happened. Yep, that's right, a slime dropped a damn prismatic shard on floor 9. This means I can now go back into the desert and get the Galaxy Sword. Although it wasn't long before it turned into a monster floor and I quickly ran up the ladder in terror. Aren't I a brave man? In excitement, I ran 50 miles through the desert back to the 3 pillars to unlock my Galaxy Sword, the best weapon in the entire game. Well, it was before. Maybe now in this modded series there'll be much more stronger weapons, only time will tell. I couldn't forget to catch the sandfish while I was in the desert. I needed it for the specialty fish bundle, and now was the perfect time to get one, considering this bus pass apparently expires soon. What a waste. Day 48 was the day of the annual Trout Derby, so before dark I decided to participate and spent the rest of the daylight hours fishing in the river. Day 49 started with the collection of some oak resin which had finished tapping on my oak trees on the farm. As well as that, many more lettuces were ready for harvest, which means I'm going to be rich again, with them yielding over 600 individual lettuces. How does this even make sense? Being a Sunday meant the lovely lady with her travelling pig were back today. Actually had some useful items for once. I purchased yet another rare seed, a large egg and the walleye. I could have easily got all these items, but considering now I'm a full-time lettuce farmer, I didn't have the time or effort to get them when I could just buy them with my lettuce funds. My coop had finished upgrading, so I brought 2 new ducks to start moving into the farm. The lettuces sold for 46,000 gold, putting me on a whopping 56,000 gold. While I had them, I made sure to donate the large egg and walleye to the community centre before I forgot. Which, if you haven't seen the original 100 days, you know I would forget a lot. At Robin's, I asked her to upgrade my barn to a deluxe one. This meant I could now have pigs once it finished building, which was a great achievement, lettuces or not, on Summer 21. I took 5 gold bars to Clint to request he upgrade my pickaxe to gold, which for some reason he decided to do it for free. He's been acting very strange recently. Always trembling when I speak to him, I wonder why. Talking of upgrades, my axe had been upgraded to steel, so I can now break the log blocking the entrance to the secret woods, and to my surprise, it was so different than it used to be. It just looked so much more majestic. It also had these strange bushes moving around, which definitely scared me a bit. I did find some fiddlehead ferns here, and also remembered to fish up the wood skip, another fish I needed for the specialty fish bundle. On my first hook, I caught a grass carp, which was another new fish introduced in the Stardew Valley Expanded mod. Only on my next hook was the wood skip, thankfully. To the far left of the forest was this strange bush area which had a bunch of forageables, which turned out to be red baneberries, which was described as a delightful snack for birds and not for humans, as with consumption would lose me minus 225 energy. Damn, were they like the Carolina Reaper or something? I could now travel south of the forest, which after breaking this giant log would grant me access to the further expanded Cindersap forest. This humongous area of just woods was where I found those swords all those days ago, and this would be a nice shortcut to this area. Using the secret woods I could even travel north to find a passage back onto the farm, which was heavily overgrown with debris, but eventually, after some much needed clearing out, would provide me with direct access to the secret woods for many, many more stumps, which now regrow there. Clearing the debris in the surrounding areas took most of my energy for the day, but also provided me with a load more forageables, fibres and wood. The ending of the wonderful summer season is slowly coming to a close, with today being the final week of my first summer in the mega modded valley. No time to waste, however, as my many fields were full of blueberries on the morning of day 50, which is also conveniently marks the halfway point of this 100 days video. If you're enjoying the video so far, a like and subscribe would be greatly appreciated, and any suggestions for any more mods I should add in the series in 200 days and beyond. Without further delay, let's return to the farm. I chose to ship all of my blueberries I just harvested, as I didn't need much use for them to be honest, especially now that my lettuces were making me much richer than ever. I've definitely neglected my animals up to this stage, so I remembered to collect the eggs for my chickens and feed the feeders with hay. I'm continuing to still give gifts to Caroline, hoping to get the tea sapling recipe as soon as possible. Today remained a much slower one than today. It was mostly spent fishing at the bridge as well as chopping down some more trees in Cindersap Forest. Overnight I received an exciting cutscene with Mr. Key, who seemed to be dropping mystery boxes from his plane, which if you don't already know are one of the newer features in the 1.6 update, which can be found performing pretty much any task in the game, such as fishing and mining. These would definitely be a great addition for me to start collecting them. Day 51 begins the same as the most, harvesting some crops that had finished growing overnight, such as some corn and summer seeds. I'm choosing to store most of these loose items, as with so many new NPCs and quests, I'm bound to need at least one of each item in the future. Marnie had requested to bring me her bream, which I already had inside my storage, which she thanked me for, and gave me some gold as a reward. In town, I made yet another stop at Caroline's to hand her yet another summer spangle, which gave me just enough friendship to unlock her tea room. This meant I can now combine the seasonal foraging seeds with some fibres to craft the tea saplings, which definitely sell for a great amount of gold. My pickaxe was ready for collection as well today. This meant the next upgrade would be to iridium, when I finally had the courage to re-enter the Skull Caverns, that was. While I was there, I sent off my watering can for yet another upgrade to steel. I wasn't needing it right now, considering I had a full sprinkler setup, so now was the perfect time to upgrade it. It was Victor's birthday today, and after some hard time trying to find out where he was, I finally gave him a melon, which is a love gift for him, upping me up to 3 hearts with him already. I haven't really gotten to know many of the new NPCs so far. I'm hoping to take a more in-depth delve into each one of their stories in the next 200 days, as I unlock more and more friendship with them. Before I hit the sack for the day, it had been a while since my last community centre run, so I went through my chest collecting as many items as possible to donate to the community centre, which I plan to drop off in the morning. Day 52 starts with a bunch of roses which had finished growing, managing to yield over 150 of them, which I have to thank Haley for donating me them a while ago in the mail. Using all of the materials I had saved up over the course of the 100 days, I could now craft 118 tea saplings, which could all be sold to further my riches. My barn had finished its final upgrade, which meant only one thing: pig time. I immediately headed to Marnie's to buy a pig and a goat while I was at it. I also spotted Marnie was selling a butter churn, which was new, and apparently would allow me to turn milk into butter, hopefully selling for much more. The community centre bundles were coming along great. Today I dropped off a wood skip, an apple, coconut and cactus fruit to complete the exotic foraging bundle, and finally a fiddlehead fern into the chef's bundle. I also dropped off another artefact to the museum while I was in town. This was my current progress in the museum, just to keep you updated. Another area which I was surprised I hadn't unlocked yet was the broken bridge onto the beach, so of course in the spirit of today's hard work I made sure to fix it up, allowing me to collect all the new forage on the east of the beach, such as the corals and sea urchins. While I was there I decided to fish at some bubble spots, and the most craziest thing happened. I managed to accidentally catch the legendary summer fish, the crimson fish. I wanted to catch a pufferfish in the ocean as that was the last fish I needed to get to finish the specialty fish bundle, and after some time I managed to get it. Just like how cute he is. I immediately took it straight to the community centre to finish that bundle. The bundle rewarded me with 5 Dish of the Seas. Wrap up a productive day 52, I shipped off those tea saplings and headed to bed. It had been a while since all of my oak trees had finished growing on my tree farm, so I made a butt-ton load of tappers to place on every single one of them. I needed as much oak resin as I could for a butt-ton of cakes down the line, so I had to start tapping as quickly as I could. George had requested a hot pepper to do some things with, so I didn't ask questions and handed him one and went on my day. After selling the tea saplings, I had enough gold to finally afford the final coop upgrade, which would enable me to unlock every single animal in the game. Well, not all animals. While I was at Robin's, I decided to move my barn a bit closer to each other for a bit more room. I had plans to build a cheese, butter and mayonnaise area for my animal products in the fenced area, and I needed some more room to do it. It had felt like ages since I made a visit to Ridgeside Village, so I decided to pay the town a visit today. I chose to explore north into the wooded area, where I bumped into the strange man Geo once again, while he was talking to some creature. You know, the normal things. I had no idea that this area I accidentally just strolled into was in fact the backwoods, which was filled with the most strongest monsters in the entire game, and I just strolled into there with a smile and not a care in the world. I noticed a piece of parchment on the ground which appeared to be a strange message about waterfalls. My first encounter with one of these new monsters was this strange purple water droplet thing, which thankfully was slain in one hit from my galaxy sword, and dropped an item called the Spiritual Essence, which was described as being a mysterious collection of pebbles, glowing dim. Ah yes, very helpful. I then encountered another strange enemy which looked like a fruit winder, which again thankfully went down in one hit, dropping yet another Spiritual Essence. The worst thing about these first enemies is that they gave me a false sense of security, and now I assumed all the monsters in this area was going to be one hit. And how wrong was I? Just wait and see. While exploring this new land, yet again, the fruit winder hits me with a sickness debuff, which makes me unable to eat anything, which I was definitely not happy about. I made sure to rush out of the forest to avoid any unnecessary deaths. Just keep watching to see how my next trip goes. I headed straight to what I assumed was Gio's cabin to see he was talking to someone else, who was strangely flirty. Her name was Daya, okay. Who seemed both to know about my grandfather somehow, as Gio mentions to her that I am a grandchild of him. Gio then informs me that I can exchange some of the spiritual essence I just created for some items in his house. Daya then asked me to help with some minor chores around the place, and she will make it worth my while. I was very concerned of where this was going, so I tried to speed up the conversation. She also informed me that some seer is apparently interested in me, which was definitely strange. I just wanted to farm potatoes. I don't want to get involved in some ninja cult with an awfully seductive woman. Just let me do my farming. She let me know that I will meet this seer soon, and I'll have to have a conversation with her. Okay. After the conversation was finished, the cult shop was now unlocked, as well as a new quest, the Preparations, which was a special quest given to me by the seer through her subjects, which required me to collect an incredible amount of items, most of which I have never heard of in my entire life. Just look at all these items the seers requested me to find. This is definitely going to take some time. In the meantime, I took a look at the cult shop, which sold a variety of different outfits, as well as the warp totem to the Ridgeside Village, which would be extremely useful in the future. Although for now, I had nowhere near enough spiritual essences to purchase anything, so I headed on with my day, trying to forget everything that had just happened. As if this day couldn't get any more exciting, with my newly obtained gold pickaxe, I could now break the boulders blocking my access to this big shed on the farm, while also getting 10 iridium ore from the boulder. I entered the abandoned shed to find a massive area inside, which is all broken down, and obviously nature has taken over. It'd be great if I could eventually repair this and fill it with kegs, and perhaps decorate it later on. I even found a spot by my river, which once interacted with told me that it would be a great spot for a bridge in the future, obviously foreshadowing that someday I could probably build a bridge here for easier access to the shed. For now, I'd gotten so tired after such an overwhelming day. All these new discoveries made me very excited for the future of this playthrough, however, and I went to bed. It's raining on day 54, to which I'm greeted by Robin at my door, who informed me that she was about to check the structural integrity of that giant overgrown shed on my farm for damages, and would like me to come watch her with her. She informed me that she could refurbish the building if she only had the materials, and a butt to unload them. That'd be something I'd love to work towards in the 100 days and beyond, but again, I'd have to forget about it, as I had hundreds of blueberries to harvest, as well as loads more summer forageables to harvest. Being a Friday meant yet another travelling car. I made sure to buy another rare seed for the upcoming season change, as well as a piece of wool and an apricot, both items I needed for the community centre. At Robin's, she excitingly informed me of the materials that she would require to fix up that old shed on the farm, and oh boy, I was not ready for it. She would need 150 pieces of hardwood, 600 stone, 50 iron bars, and 20 battery packs. I mean, the hardwood and the stone wouldn't be too difficult, especially because of the large secret woods now, but the iron bars and batteries was going to be tough. I didn't even have one battery pack. How was I supposed to get 20 of them? This, yet again, was another tough quest would be nice to slowly progress in. I remembered to stop at the community centre to drop off the wool and apricot I had just purchased to boost my way to finishing the community centre. The penultimate day of the season has arrived, and it couldn't get any better with the sight of a giant field of lettuces ready to collect, which would give me a much needed cash boost going into the fall season. This was also enough to increase my farming level. I had even bigger plans for my crop fields going into fall, so I made a quick trip to Sophia's house to purchase 5 more quality sprinklers. I wanted to expand my crop fields in the fall, and this was the perfect start. An oyster was the final piece of beach forage I needed to complete the crab pot bundle, rewarding me with 3 crab pots. Running very low on resources, so I chose to spend most of my gold on stone and wood in Robin's, which I'm making sure to use up very quickly. Those crop expansions begun today, with the new sprinklers finding a nice new home just below my other crops. Furthermore, I built a new path around the farm, mainly for decorative purposes, but it still looked great nonetheless. In the end, I managed to place 8 more quality sprinklers, granting me an incredible amount of space for many new crops. This is how my new crop fields look to the end. I think it looks pretty good. With time still left in the day, I took more items to the community centre. I donated a peach and pomegranate to completely finish the artisan bundle, rewarding me with my first free keg, which I'll most likely be the first of many, many kegs. The new bookseller was in town today, so I decided to pick up the price catalogue from him, which would allow me to see how much each item sells for. Certainly a very useful power to learn. Summer 28 marks the official final day of the season, and I could already feel the slight chill in the air, although for now my trees had finished tapping, providing me with 12 oak resin, all keeping in storage obviously for my future keg empire. The travelling cart was back for the last day of the season, but didn't have anything I needed. Unfortunately, it was a festival today, which meant I couldn't access a lot of the town, so I decided to spend most of my time on the farm. I created a small fenced area inside the animal pens, which I wanted to place some animal machines on, and as you can see, the fences do look much different. This is because of the Seasonal Fences mod, which provides a newly designed fences, which change depending on the season. I mean, come on, they look beautiful. At Marnie's I decided to fill my barns with goats, mainly for the expensive goat's cheese that they can produce in the future. While I was there I purchased that butter churn I discovered a couple days ago and placed it inside the animal machinery. Not much to comment on for the rest of the day, however. I spent the rest of it clearing debris on the farm, making room for much more buildings in the future, with the final event of the day being, of course, the infamous Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, one of the most beautiful events in the entire game. So peaceful, and it's symbolic with the changing of seasons and the moving of time. Let's just sit here and enjoy. And that's it. That officially marks the end of my first summer inside the mega modded farm. We already have such a good system going on with the farm, and I'm very excited to see how the rest of the 100 days goes. And here we are, the first of fall, arguably my most favourite season of all of Stardew Valley. I'm surprised at my door on the morning of day 57 by Richard, another NPC from the Ridgeside Village mod, who compliments my progress on the farm so far. He tells me that he owns the hotel in Ridgeside, and that now residents who stay will be presented with a musical performance. He tells me that the new pianist had just arrived this morning, and I recommended to come see him when I have some time spare. In the mail this morning I received a gift from Marnie, which is a brand new sapling called the Melaleuca, which I have most certainly just mispronounced, and I had a bunch of people comment how I mispronounced the Lualu festival. So in the spirit of this mispronouncing, I will keep doing it. Although this new sapling could only grow in spring, so I had to store it in my storage waiting for the next spring season to roll around. Apart from that, the state of my crop fields were just atrocious, absolutely covered in dead crops and unhoed tiles. The roses, the corn and ancient fruit were the only surviving crops this season. I took right to clearing out all of the dead crops and remembered to plant my 7 rare seeds I have accumulated over the course of the 100 days. It was a gruelingly long process, but I managed to hoe and water all of my fields in time for a butt-ton more crops. At Pierre's I brought 10 corn seeds, 2 eggplant, 3 amaranth, 168 pumpkins and over 100 cranberries. I told you I wasn't playing around this season. This season was definitely going to be one of the best so far. Planting all of these crops took a while, especially considering I had to water them all with only a steel watering can. But after a tiring day, this is what my crop fields look like. Much better. Today also marks the day I received my first butter from the butter churn I had just brought from Marnie's a few days ago. Although it didn't sell for much, but I can imagine I'd need loads of it for all the new cooking recipes later on. Without much energy and ideas coming to mind, I chose to spend the rest of my time fishing in the river, before heading to bed, ending a very successful Fall 1. Day 58 starts the same as yesterday with a letter in the mail, this time from Abigail, who gives me a new sapling, the fragrant wisteria sapling, another strange plant. I of course stored it all in my chest for a future project, in which I hope to have an area of the farm allocated to all my new trees, just like the orchard in Ridgeside. Everything was heading up for me at the moment, so I decided to test my luck back in the backwoods, which was full of monsters, this time more prepared with food items. I managed to just speak to Alyssa for the first time in a while, who mentions the new pianist the hotel has hired, and perhaps we should go watch him play sometime. Who am I kidding? I've got work to do. With my head held high and confidence steaming through my veins, I stormed back into the woods to slay more monsters and discover more of the woods' secrets. I first encountered some monsters which I have previously not met before, one of them which gave me nausea, which prevented me from eating. I also met up with this purple serpent, which did not go down very easily. As you can see, I definitely wasn't happy about it. However, this is where things took a turn for the worst. It didn't take long for me to get overwhelmed with the monsters coming after me, and after some very weak fighting skills, I went down, for the first time in the playthrough. My overconfidence has become my weakness, and as I have very much underestimated how strong these new enemies were, I woke up in the hospital in Ridgeside to Paula, who charged me 1,000 gold for the visit and encouraged me to stay away from there and rest up. I wasn't a medical professional, but I made sure to listen to her and headed straight home and into bed. However, I'm back up and feeling great the next morning, which is just as well, as there were plenty of chores to be getting on with. Strolling into town, I witnessed Lewis and Robin putting up the new special orders board in town, which would allow me to pick one order per week for great rewards. I decided to pick up the prismatic jelly quest from the wizard, mainly because the reward for this is Monster Musk, which once used increases the monster spawn rates, a powerful and useful buff later in the game, so the sooner I got it, the better. Funnily enough, this quest usually takes me a few days, especially in other playthroughs, but after about half a day of searching, I managed to find the prismatic slime and collect the jelly. Lucky me. I obviously didn't expect to get it this quickly, so I filled up the rest of the time today farming for as much copper as I could do in the lower levels. Day 60 begins with a quick trip to the Wizard's Tower to drop off the prismatic jelly from yesterday. To ensure I receive the crafting recipe for the Monster Musk in the morning. I chose today as a good day for foraging and exploring much of the more expanded Cindersap forest. It's here I stumble upon another new piece of forage, the Mushroom Colony, which is always nice to see. On my way back into town I bumped into Sophia, who was crying, who requested that I just leave her alone, which was strange but also left me curious to find out more of her story. I was back up at Clint's later on to smash open some more mystery boxes I had found laying around. I got some useful items such as deluxe speed grown hardwood, but nothing too special. Being full meant I could catch the tiger trout, which was the last fish I needed to complete the river fish bundle, which rewarded me with 30 deluxe bait, leaving only one bundle left to completely finish the fish tank. While I was at the community centre, I dropped off a purple mushroom to the field research bundle, and boringly spent most of my time, you guessed it, back in the mines farming for copper. I was going to need a load of it for kegs and other farming machines, and now while I still had some free time, was the best time to collect loads of it. As expected, day 61 starts with a letter from the wizard informing me that the prismatic jelly was perfect, and he granted me the recipe for Monster Musk. Here's a quick look at the crop progress on my farm. Doesn't it just look so majestic? 5 days into fall, and it was about time I completely ticked off the full foraging bundle, which I did after finding a walnut while out foraging. This rewarded me with 30 full seeds. It was the first time I was checking out the railroad to see if anything was different, and I'm thrown into a cutscene with Clint, letting me know that there is a boulder blocking the summit and would like help in giving him resources to remove it. Why me? Can't you just use all the thousands of gold I'm giving you for my tools and use it to buy materials yourself? I mean, just look at this material list. 20 iridium ore, 20 coal. This guy is ridiculous. Day 62 is a rainy one, with my first eggplants ready for harvest as well as many more roses. The eggplant, of course, I remember to drop right off at the full crops bundle in the community centre before I end up forgetting. I had accumulated a bunch of geodes from my mining expeditions and wanted to smash them all open at Clint's. Of course I arrived before 9 AM when the lazy man was still in bed, so I couldn't go right away. Typical. I didn't end up getting a lot of useful items, but I still managed to get a bunch more items I could drop off at the museum. It ended up being a pretty lacklustre day. I spent most of it fishing in the ocean, with the only important find being a Jewel of the Sea book, which would give me the chance at finding Roe whenever I fish up a treasure chest. Although this fishing trip wasn't for nothing, however, as I managed to catch an eel, which was the last fish I fully needed to finish the fish tank bundle in the community centre. This would mean that the glittering boulder will be removed overnight, unlocking panning. While I was there, now that the community centre was actually usable, I placed some starfish and sea cucumbers in there, because you know, why not? They look cool. Fall 7, or day 63, officially marks the end of my first week inside the fall season. Strange enough, I might have forgotten to mention that I found a dinosaur egg a while back, and instead of donating it to the museum, I chose to place it inside the incubator, and today a new baby lizard had hatched. And as well as that, one of my rabbits produced its first rabbit's foot, which was another crucial item for the community centre. It had been some time since I checked out the travelling car, and being a Sunday I made sure to pay her a visit. Unfortunately, she didn't sell any items that could prove useful to me. I must have had some built up anger as watching back the recording I found out most of today was spent chopping down every single tree in the valley. More so in the extended Cindersap forest. Just look at me go, I went crazy. Awakening on day 64, something felt very different. What was it? Ah yes, my house had just finished upgrading. And what was more stranger was the fact that I was in bed, which meant Robin had to come into my house, move me in my bed while I was sleeping. Always knew that woman was a bit creepy. Apart from that, it had marked the first harvest of my cranberries, yielding over 200 of them. I'm a true farmer now. Checking my progress in the community centre, I realised I needed a bottle of wine, so I made sure to place one of my melons I had laying around into the keg to turn into a juicy melon wine. Now that my house was upgraded, I could finally cook the 2 food items I needed for the community centre. So I had to make a stop at the saloon to purchase the maki roll to find a crazy amount of new cooking recipes, and even food items such as the rapeseed oil and red onion. Getting 100% perfection in this mega modded series is going to be a long one. I hope you've got something to eat, we're going to be here a while. Cooking up the maki roll and fried egg was the first task I performed as soon as I got back home. Venturing north of Pelican Town, I entered a cutscene with Willy, who informed me that now the glittering boulder had gone, rare ores and items could now be found panning in the river, and he gifted me the copper pan to get me started. Quite nicely, in the new 1.6 update, you can now upgrade the pan all the way up to Iridium for better luck, something I'm going to need if I have any chance of getting the lucky ring on Ginger Island. It was also blackberry season, which meant I could collect some much needed forageables to increase my foraging level. The community centre was one step closer to being completed today. I dropped off the rabbit's foot, pomegranate, and the fried egg and maki roll. In the mail this morning, Linus sent me the cooking recipe for dandelion tea, another one of the many new cooking recipes added through the various mods. Marnie had sent me a quest to give her a bunch of amaranth, and I made sure to plant plenty, so I gave her one this morning. My plan today was to head for the frozen levels of the mines to begin harvesting iron, as well as slay as many dust sprites as I could, all working towards the burglar's ring of course. I also wanted some bat wings for lightning rods, as the bat wings was one of the things I needed to craft monster musk, so the frozen levels were perfect for this. I'd also picked up a quest from the special orders board, which required me to slay 50 bats, and monster musk would make this task much easier for me. This cave diving took the entire day, granting me a load of coal from the dust sprites and a load of iron. Day 66 begun as the last closed back into the mines. This time I could apply some monster musk to increase the monster spawn rates of both bats and dust sprites. I spent once again the full day in the caverns, using up the entire duration of the monster musk. In this time I finished up the special order from Clint to slay 50 bats and managed to get over 54 coal and 61 iron, as well over 60 bat wings, which I needed to craft many more monster musk and lightning rods. Before I went to bed I filled my inventory of artifacts I hadn't donated to the museum just yet. In the morning in the mail, Clint sends me the recipe for the geode crusher as a reward for finishing his special order. I don't tend to keep mentioning it, but remember that every day I try to tend to my animals and store all of the produce, while trying to turn as much of it into artisan goods such as cheese and mayonnaise. I just thought after such a long period of time it would get very repetitive, so you're welcome. It was Jodie's birthday today, so I managed to give her a diamond, as it's a love gift. Another point to mention is I'm trying to keep on top of friendships, because there are so many of them, nearly a new one every single day. So I struggle to find love gifts for them all, but I am trying. I did receive yet another prize ticket for finishing the special order, and this time I received a bed, which I wanted to trash but found out you can't, so great, another bed. I took my filled inventory to Clint's to smash open some mystery boxes and omni geodes. I got some useful items, nothing too good. But while I was there I asked him to upgrade my hoe to steel. And I also remembered to donate the last 2 dwarf scrolls to the museum, which would unlock the dwarf translation guide, which means I could now speak and use the dwarf shop inside the caves. Back on the farm I replaced my old bed with the new one, which now looking at it looks much better. Thank God I didn't trash it. With a whole half of the day to spare, I decided to expand the path areas around the farm. This began with removing the old wooden trim around the current path, and placing new floors over the farm. I used a revamped straw floor texture for once. Can you guess what I was going to put in this giant area? If you guessed a ginormous storage area, you'd be correct. I thought now there is such an incredible amount of new items, I would need a much bigger storage system than any normal series to compensate for that. So I spent the rest of the day creating a much better storage system, which every item I had obtained so far had a spot to go. Moving back and forth, as you can imagine, took an incredible amount of time during the day, but looked great once I had finished it. I'd also moved my machines up there for now. I can imagine in the future I would need to expand it even further, so the furnaces and other machines should only be there temporarily. Day 68 starts with a trip to the travelling car, who sold yet another huge community centre item, the Nautilus shell, which is only obtainable during the winter season on the beach, saving me more time again. The true MVP of this playthrough so far has been the travelling car. This led to another big donation day today at the community centre. I completed the animal bundle by donating a large egg and a large milk. This rewarded me with a cheese press. I also dropped off a winter root to the winter forage bundle. and finally a frozen geode and the newly obtained Nautilus shell to finish the field research bundle, which rewarded me with a recycling machine. We are now entering the home stretch of the community centre with only a few items to get left until it is fully restored. In the afternoon I rode the minecarts up to Ridgeside Village to be introduced to a new character I already can tell I don't like, Maeve. I witnessed her calling a new notice board that Lenny had put up tacky, and I can already tell she is that classic rich snob. Gross. Day 69, nice, is a rainy one which wasn't all bad, as that meant batteries for my lightning rods. I remembered I needed 20 for the overgrown shed on my farm, so the more the merrier. But once again my cranberries were ready for harvest and collecting yielded over 200 of them, which are all slowly building up my gold. At Pierre's I checked what new crops I could grow in the fall season, and I brought some of them. One of these was the bell peppers. I mean, just look at all these new fall seeds, how am I ever going to keep track of them all? I also decided to buy some watermelon seeds, as come on, who doesn't want watermelons on their farm? But they did take 14 days to grow, so it was really now or never. After some more geode smashing, I had more artifacts yet again to donate to them. I'm pretty sure I needed 100 items to get the rusty key to the sewers, but correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably am, but I must be close to that. Fall 13 was Abigail's birthday, so I made sure she got an amethyst, which she ended up loving. Fall 14 marks the final day of my second week in the fall season, an even better sight to see hundreds of pumpkins had finished growing overnight. Gosh, just look how beautiful they all look. Before replanting, I made sure to place 20 deluxe speed grow on the watermelon seeds, as they wouldn't be ready in time before the end of the season if I didn't. Smartly, my baby dinosaur that I had hatched a while back had finally produced its first dinosaur egg, which I can now donate to the museum. The travelling cart was back yet again, and I did buy a single apple from her, just to donate to the community centre. I needed 3 of them for the fodder bundle, and 1 more was all I needed. I sold most of my pumpkins to Pierre's, which put me on 97,000 gold, which is just incredible. I did buy a bunch of new rosemary and sage seeds to plant over the recently collected pumpkins. I was really looking for a new replacement for the lettuces from the summer season, which we all know were incredible, and so I'm testing out as much stuff as I could. Pumpkins, I could now complete the full crops bundle, rewarding me with a bee house. I could also donate 5 gold star quality pumpkins and the free apples to their respective bundles while I was here. I made sure to plant all of these new seeds as soon as I got home to give them long enough to grow, and with all the remaining space, I filled it with the mixed seeds to see what random and wacky plants might grow. I remembered that Lenny had put up her own special orders board that Maeve called tacky, but little did I know that these quests were going to be 50 times harder than the ones in Pelican Town. I mean, just look at what was required for this exotic ingredients quest. I don't even know where half of these come from. So for now, I had to put that quest behind me and I headed to bed. Day 71 is the day I finally obtained 5 gold star quality corn finally, which would let me complete the quality crops bundle in the community centre. It had been a sweet minute since I visited Sandy at the desert today, so I bought a bus ticket and headed to the desert. One of my main reasons for being here was it's Sandy's birthday, so I made to give her a gold star sweet pea, which she loved. And that was enough sand for me, so I headed straight back to the valley. Sorry, Sandy. The melon wine I had finally brewed, which means I could finish the Enchanter's bundle, which rewarded me with 5 gold bars. Although today, now that I had 5 gold star quality corn, I could finally unlock it. The reward for finishing the quality crops bundle was a preserves jar, which is always handy. Unlocking the greenhouse is so great at this stage, this would mean I could grow whatever crops I wanted regardless of the season. I did take a new special orders quest from the board in Pelican Town, which was from Marlon, which wanted 30 cherry bombs, 20 normal bombs, and 10 mega bombs, which was just insanely pricey. Although I had just remembered that I could now speak to the dwarf in the mines, so I purchased all the bombs I needed from him. Of course, this was a big waste of gold, but the more the merrier. After dropping off the bombs, I headed to the back room of the Adventures Guild to collect the caving mapping systems, which would give me a 50% discount on Marlon's item retrieval services if I ever died in the mines. Day 72 officially marks the day of the Stardew Valley Fair, which of course I completely forgot about again. So I just filled my inventory with a random assortment of gold star quality crops and hoped it would be enough to win the main prize on the stand competition. It was nice to see the entire festival had been revamped in design, which just looks so good. It was also nice to see some new stands, such as Sophia's Blue Moon Wine. Unfortunately, there's now many more contestants, which means I have a less chance to win the main prize. But after a very speedy inspection from Mayor Lewis, he decided that I came second, which wasn't too bad considering I had forgot. and gave me 500 star tokens to play on the various games with. Of course, the best game, which highly relates to me in real life, is the gambling wheel. Just don't gamble, people, I beg you. It took some time, but I managed to get 4,000 star tokens, and purchased my second star drop of the run. After consuming the star drop, it filled my thoughts with subs. Which reminds me, if you're enjoying the video, a like and subscribe would mean the world, and would allow me to continue working on more videos like this in the future. Anyhow, with my remaining tokens, I brought 100 hay and the prize ticket that was there. This means I could leave the first fair of the 100 days. With the hay I just bought, I could rush it straight off the community centre to finish the fodder bundle, which rewarded me with a heater, which would be really useful in order to keep all of my animals warm during the cold winter months. I had finally obtained the last item I needed to finish the chef's bundle, the maple syrup, which as a reward gave me 3 pink cakes, which was almost as perfect as today I wanted to return to the school camp, test my luck and get as much of that iridium ore as possible. I made sure to bring all of my diamonds and rubies, however, so I could trade them to the desert trader for spicy eels and triple shot espressos. As with every school cavern trip, it is never easy. Although using bombs, I managed to reach floor 73 with 63 pieces of iridium and a butt ton of other resources. And without blowing my own trumpet, that is pretty darn good. Day 74, I'm greeted by Emily, who informs me that I can use her sewing machine using the cloth I obtained from yesterday, which is quite nice of her. In the mail, I received 10,000 gold from Mr. Key for reaching level 50 in the skull caverns, and he lets me know he's impressed. Why, thank you, Signor Key. This was all of the resources I managed to get yesterday, even a prismatic shard. After dumping my inventory into the new storage system, I had yet another cranberry harvest, which is sure to take me over 100,000 gold, which, well, for my standards, is extremely good for this part of the game. My first ancient fruit had finished growing, which meant I could place the fruit right into the seed maker again to begin the ancient fruit seed grind. Lucky for me, I managed to get 3 more out of them. Another big milestone was reached today as my duck had finally produced a duck feather, which funnily enough was the last item I needed to complete the dye bundle, which completely finished the bulletin board section of the community centre, and as a reward gave friendship to everyone, and made making friends with everyone much easier. Which I would very much need considering the massive amount of new NPCs added in the Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded mods. I'm back in Ridgeside later on to make a stop at Heap's General Store, which sold deluxe speed grow, which I was going to need to fill the greenhouse with. I might have accidentally brought too much, with 306 deluxe speed grow, leaving me on 7,000 G. But hey, I suppose they'd all get used eventually. Rushing back to the farm, I entered the greenhouse for the first time and just look how the exterior looks. So nice. Although the interior is the same, I have plans I might install mods that modify it, if that's something you think I would like. For now, I just tilled 3 tiles to plant my ancient fruit and crafted up a sprinkler to place next to them. While I had some free time, I took to performing some farm chores, such as clearing some trees and smelting some iridium ore. Day 75 is yet another rainy one, and after smelting enough iridium ore, I had finally 5 iridium bars to upgrade my pickaxe. But before that, I wanted to move my greenhouse to a far better place, as it was all the way far on the left and hidden. I placed it here for now. I'd eventually move it later on when I had more of an idea of the layout I wanted to go with on the farm. While at Robin's, I asked her to build me a stable. I never usually get a horse this early on, and by the time I usually get one, I don't really need it. So in this playthrough, I'm changing it up. I'm getting one in the first 100 days. Caroline had quested me to hand her a pumpkin for her and Abigail to carve for Spirit's Eve coming up, so I had no issue with giving her one. I had so many spare. See everyone? I am a good neighbour. With time left in the day, I took to destroy the old floors which my church system lay on. They look very out of place now, and today was the day they go. I spent the remainder of my time smelting ores once again. Day 76 was surprisingly one of my most favourite days throughout the whole 100 days playthrough. This was because I noticed the festival icon on the UI, and was shocked as I thought I'd forgotten yet another festival. But as it turns out, on Fall 20, it is the day of the Ridgeside Gathering, which was another new festival introduced in the Ridgeside Village mod. Furthermore, surprised, when I saw Lorenzo stood on my porch this morning as I opened my cabin door. He was just saying how he knew my grandfather, and how my grandfather used to look after his family and help him out a lot when they first moved up here, and he would like to return the favour by giving me 1 deluxe fertiliser. Thank you, just add that to the other 300 I brought from you days prior. Thanks. I'm surprised even more as I'm stopped trying to leave my farm by the Ridgeside kids, Trini and Kay, who wanted some crops from my farm. A rather strange request. They wanted some for their tortoise tours, and I reluctantly agreed to do it. After they feeded my crops to him, Which was strange because I have the best crops this side of the Gem Sea and totally don't use forever chemicals in my fertilizers. These kids then decided a good idea would be to feed it pizza, which Pika was obviously very annoyed at. Pika decided to cook up some soup for Torts, which for some reason he loved. Stupid tortoise. I wonder if you can marry the tortoise at Max Hearts. Wait, am I still recording? Anyway, after all of the interruptions, I could finally go up to Ridgeside to see what the new festival was all about. The festival is most certainly one of the best in all of the Mega Modded series. It was like a market store where villagers would sell a variety of items at a really cheap price. At the first store, they sold a magic rock candy for 8000 G, an ancient fruit for 880 G. This would be really good for players which haven't been able to get one yet. They also sold a mango sapling for 1360 gold, without ever stepping a foot on Ginger Island, which is just crazy. As you can see, they also sold a prismatic shard for 3200 gold. These stores were just so overpowered and broken, but I didn't care. The other stores were just as good. Another prismatic shard, multiple rings, and an iridium sprinkler for only 1600 G, which I couldn't say no to at all. What was even cooler is that everyone from Ridgeside and Pelican Town was here, all had different unique outfits on. Gus and Pico also had a food store, which sold a bunch of different food items such as fish tacos and lucky lunches. This fair enough, it wasn't even over yet. By the stage, I met up with Lewis and Lenny, who announced there was going to be a concert. And after some arguing between Lenny and Lewis, the concert finally began, with the entire two towns dancing and singing together. What a great festival. I can't wait for next year's. Day 77 is filled with rain, but nonetheless my rosemary and sage had fully grown, yielding the most incredible amount of crops I'd ever seen. Just look at my inventory. Over 1.4 thousand rosemary. Rosemary sold for 100,000 G in total, and the sage for only about 20,000. This put me on a whopping 160,000 gold. I would just never be poor again. Now, when I return to the regular Stardew Valley, it's definitely going to hit me hard how much more difficult it is, without mods. I'd finally remembered to send my gold pickaxe off for an upgrade to iridium, and decided to spend some of my fortune on clints to buy a butt-ton of coal and iron. I didn't forget to buy a bunch more rosemary seeds to plant, hopefully to get more gold before the season changes. The fresh new week has begun, with Robin finishing the construction of my stable, and my new horse has a place to sleep now. I decided to name the horse Nessie and welcome her to the modded farm. I took Nessie for the first ride into town this morning to check out all the new special orders. I picked up Guz's special order, tasked me to harvest 14 eggs. The bookstore was here again today, and now I could trade in my 3 books I had for 60 hardwood. As well as that, I purchased the Way of the Wind number 1, which would increase my overall movement speed for only 15,000 gold. It wasn't too bad of a trade. I rode up to Ridgeside and see that Nessie was inside the cable cart with me, which is just such a cool detail. Just look at her face. Upon arrival, I'm interrupted by Kehi once again, who let me know that his dad brought some of my produce the other day, and they were brilliant. To which he awkwardly patted me on the back for thanks, I guess. I also had another scene with Trini, another one of the children, who thought I was in town to visit her sister Alyssa, although it wasn't. It turns out she has names for all of her plants and talks to them on a regular basis. Same here, Trini, apart from the fact that I talk to a homeless man who watches me sleep. I interfere in another scene with Maeve, who lets Lenny know that she sides with the Jojo Mart, and she's looking to build another Jojo Mart here in Ridgeside. I told you she was dodgy. North of Ridgeside, I met up with Flor, who appears to be a teaching assistant for some of the children in Ridgeside. I'm excited to see where her story continues further down the line. Maybe the more hearts I get with her, the less shy she becomes. I didn't really know what to do today, so I spent it riding around Ridgeside, before heading back to Pelican Town to have dinner with Jodie, after she invited me over, only if I brought a largemouth bass. As you do. Day 79 starts with yet another cranberry harvest, which unfortunately was looking like the last one before the winter arrives. My pickaxe had finished its upgrade to iridium, which would be a great boost when testing my luck in the Skull Caverns once again. In town, I also spotted Morris, who was acting very strange, as he was being nice. He greeted everyone warmly, which made me very suspicious. So after speaking to him, it turned out he had recently got a promotion for all the hard work he's doing. Sure, Morris, sure. And unfortunately, that's all I did today, and after picking up my pickaxe, I headed straight home and into bed. I must have been in a rush. Day 80 marks the last 20 days inside the mega modded farm, although I'm delighted to see my fields were full of watermelons, which with the deluxe speed grow, were now all ready for harvest. And oh god, did they. Only this few watermelons, I managed to harvest over 600 of them, which together sold for 120,000 gold. I mean, come on. And I mean, they even regrew as well. Come on. These were great. Fall 24 is George's birthday, so I managed to hand him a spare leek I had laying around, which was a love gift for him. I thought a great use of my time was to head back into the Skull Caverns, considering I had now a new shiny iridium pickaxe. The caverns were tough, and I only managed to reach floor 24 before I called it quits. I couldn't get any luck today. I struggled to sleep overnight as there was a strong windstorm and the sounds of a tree crashing. Of course, anyone who has played the new 1.6 update would know this unlocks the raccoon and his bundles. My rare seeds had finished growing, giving me 7 sweet gem berries, one of which would be to unlock my for an upgrade, and today it was ready for pickup, which is always a helpful surprise. While I was here at Clint's, I thought it might as well be upgrading more tools, so I sent off my watering can to an upgrade to gold. I then headed straight to the secret woods, which I bumped into Jazz, who was upset and mentioned she's gotten lost. Luckily for her, I was just strolling through and could take her back home safely, which Marnie was very thankful for. To reach the bear statue in the secret woods, it now has a new maze blocking it, which, embarrassingly to admit, took me some time to figure out. But I eventually solved it and offered the sweet gem berry to the statue to unlock my 3rd star drop. I really wanted to get the giant shed on my farm back up and running before the end of the 100 days, so I crafted up 7 more lightning rods in hopes of more thunderstorms to get the 20 battery packs. Funnily enough, I reached foraging level 9, which unlocked the recipe for the rain totem. If I could get the materials to make another rain totem, I could obtain the batteries I needed before the end of the series. As if I'd just spoken it into existence, however, the next morning was thunderstorming, and in the mail I received a letter from Jazz, who was writing to say thank you for finding her in the forest, and promises to not go that far in again. A bunch of thyme was ready for harvest on the farm, yet again yielding hundreds upon thousands. Fortunately, those thyme didn't sell for as much in comparison to the watermelons. I noticed that it was Corrine's birthday, yet another Ridgeside NPC I hadn't really intertwined with yet, but nonetheless I managed to hand her a jar of honey, which was a loved gift for her. Considering I was already up there in Ridgeside, I decided to spend some time fishing in the rivers in Ridgeside to catch any new fish I hadn't caught yet. The only new fish I managed to get was the fixer eel, which looked rather strange. Day 83 starts with a notification that I had hit 1 million gold, which was an incredible feat for this stage of the game. Of course, I'd be nowhere near this number without lettuces and watermelons, but still was a great achievement nonetheless. After yesterday's thunderstorm, I finally had enough materials to repair the shed on the farm, so I took 600 stone, 50 iron bars, 20 battery packs and 150 hardwood and placed it in the shed, and waited to hear back from Robin. It was yet another Ridgeside birthday today. This time it was Paula's, who I didn't really interact with this series, but remember she runs the medical service and helped me when I was attacked by the monsters in the backwoods. With Spirit's Eve approaching, I filled the rest of my time clearing out more debris on the farm. This time just south. I'm not sure what I was going to build here just yet, but with still plenty of time to decide that. Arriving at the Spirit's Eve festival to see that everyone has such unique costumes which all look so good. Here are some of my favourites. Kiri as a Among Us, Dyer as Catwoman, Bert as Shrek, Florence as Scarlet Witch, which just has to be my favourite. I mean, come on, it looks so good. Speaking to Vincent, he looked absolutely traumatised as this pumpkin. This kid has definitely seen something. Sandy was dressed up as a fairy and Emily was a clown. And those were just a few of many, many more. I mean, I couldn't recommend this mod more to anyone who looked to spice up the vanilla experience. They even got Haley dressed up as a vampire. All the mods I've used in this series will be in the description, so feel free to have a look through them. With Stardew Valley expanded, the Spirit's Eve maze has gotten even bigger, with even monsters roaming around, which was a great surprise. But after an embarrassingly long time, I finally found the chest and took away my golden pumpkin. What a great change to the festival, and the costumes just make it 50 times better. I couldn't rate the mod more enough. Day 84 marks the final day of the fall season, which I had seen to pass so quickly now. With winter on the horizon and the final of the 100 days coming closer, there wasn't long left to get everything done I hoped to do in the 100 days. But for now, Robin was at my door this morning to inform me that she'll begin the reconstruction process on the shed today using the materials I had just gathered, and it should be ready for tomorrow, which was very exciting. Happily enough, my cranberries had pushed themselves to yet another harvest, which was always great to see. The more gold the better. It's not like I needed it, but still. final day of the season was filled with loose chores. I decided to plant the saplings inside the greenhouse to begin growing, and when I had a better setup on the farm, I could finally move them to display them in an orchard. I also crafted up 2 iridium sprinklers to place inside the greenhouse, ready for whatever crops of my choosing. And that is it. The fall season is officially over, but that also means the 100 days is nearly over. I still had so much I wanted to do before the end, such as finishing the community centre, with the only items I needed were the winter root and the crocus, both which were winter forageables. Can I finish it in time? Day 85 is the official start of winter season, with the cold breeze hitting my face like a truck as I left the cabin this morning. Unfortunately, all of my crops had died and my fields were looking very, very white. After clearing out my fields, the only seeds I could see were some mint seeds, which was a new crop which could be planted in the winter, as well as the new powder melon seeds introduced in the 1.6 update. Emily had tasked me to bring her an iron bar this morning, but unfortunately I had to wait until 12 PM in order for her to leave her room to hand her to it. Thanks for wasting my time, love. I headed to Pierre's to see what crops he had to plant in the winter, and it turned out to be a couple. I brought the new juniper berry seeds to keep my sprinklers busy during this cold month. Another special order was ready to be picked up, and I chose Linus's community cleanup, which needed me to fish up a bunch of trash out of the lakes. After watching Crowbus run into the bush, I made sure to catch him, granting me the magnifying glass, allowing me to find the secret notes now. I had yet another quest, this time from Olga, who wanted a tuna, and after a long trip up to Ridgeside, she thanked me for one. The sun was setting much earlier now, and before dark, I waited to see how much they would sell for. My hoe had finished upgrading to gold, and while I was at Clint's, I sent off my pan for an upgrade to gold as well. I'm trying to get most of the tool upgrades done now, during the winter as I won't be using them much, especially the watering can and the hoe. It only took 86 days, but Winter 2 marked the official day I finished the community centre, which is always such a great achievement to get in your first year in the game. Although the beauty of this game is there really is no rush. You can spend years until you unlock the community centre, but you can also push yourself to complete it in your first year. Any way of playing is fine, and the game never pushes objectives onto you. That's why I'd always recommend taking your time with your playthroughs, even the modded ones, and enjoying every moment and every character story. Don't feel you have to rush. Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to the Junimos for now, as they did their final repairs and left for good. Later in the day I took to complete the trash quest on floor 100 of the caverns. And also I forgot to mention, remember the special orders board in Ridgeside? And remember how hard the quests were? Well, I took another one this week, which tasked me to fish 120 pieces of trash in 1 week, which is just mental. But I just thought, because I was already doing this trash quest from Linus, I might as well try and complete one of them to see what rewards I can get from it. This would obviously take a buttload of time, so the rest of the day was spent here fishing for trash. Day 87 starts with a trip to the newly obtained quarry to see if there are any changes, which there not appears to be. While I was there, however, I took to the quarry cave to obtain my golden scythe, which up until the 1.6 update used to be the best scythe in the game. And the rest of the day was spent back on floor 100 fishing for more trash. I eventually had enough to finish Linus's quest. I chose to take a break at the railroad before I can drop off the trash. I'm thrown into a cutscene with the wizard who tells me about the witch's swamp and how it's where he left his magic ink, and has tasked me to speak to Crowbus in the sewers and get it back. Linus rewarded me in the mail with a crafting recipe for fibre seeds, which would be really useful in the future. Strolling into town this morning, I could see that the townsfolk are celebrating the restoration of the community centre, and yet again, Pierre and Morris have their altercation, which ends up Pierre punching him to the moon. You deserve that, mate. And yet again, I'm back on floor 100 of the mines to fish up more trash for the Ridgeside special order. I told you that would take some time. Day 89 begins with a snowstorm, which makes the snow on my farm much deeper than it was before, which made it 10 times harder to walk around the valley. Pierre also mails me to let me know that he'll be now opening 7 days a week, finally. Although strangely, as I enter Cindersap Forest, I'm shown a cutscene of what appears to be a teleport pad, which I just had to check out. It turns out it sends me to a random, almost mystical forest area, which I had never seen before, which acted as a maze with hidden paths. Navigating this forest took forever. I could never understand which is the right path, or if I'm even going the right way. To save you the trouble, I'll play this time lapse to show you how long it took me to reach the end of At the end were various Junimo huts, which all sold rare items which would be useful for anyone who had a lot of gold. Oh, like me. The first store sold decorational crops, which were extremely cool for decorating the farm later down. The second store sold various fertilizers and even magic bait, which can only be obtained from Mr. Key's walnut room usually. The third store was arguably one of the best, however. It sold nearly every single artifact in the game, which was just crazy. I obviously made sure to buy every single artifact I could afford that I didn't already have. Unfortunately, I already had most of them, so it wasn't too broken for me. But it'd still be insanely good for players who are trying to achieve perfection and are only stuck on 1 or 2 items. Another store sold rare seeds and seasonal seeds, and even ancient seeds, which I just couldn't turn down. Another sold a prismatic shard for 100,000 G, which was pretty pricey and probably never worth it. This place was pretty insane and would allow me to pretty much finish the museum already. Because of the visible fish mod, I could also see there was some decent fish in the water. So, casting my rod out, I managed to catch the golden fish, and also a meteor carp. Both I assume were exclusive to this area. It took some time to re-navigate the maze, but I managed to get back with relative ease and head back to bed. Such a crazy day. Day 90 marks the final 10 days on Mega Modded Farm, and I still had loads I wanted to do, so it was all hands on deck today, with no time to waste. I first rode Nessie up to the museum to donate all the new artifacts I had just bought, and by loads I still needed to do, I meant fishing for trash on floor 100 of the mines, of course. As with only 2 days left until the special order expires, I had to try my hardest to finish it before the deadline. Thankfully, I fished up 120 pieces of trash before the end of the deadline, and was rewarded with only 10,000 G. Which was quite disappointing, to be honest, considering I had to spend hours in game trying to fish. Not doing that anytime soon. On day 91, I'm visited by Gunther, who commended me for all the donations that I have made to the museum, and that I'll be receiving a cash reward in the mail soon for it. Despite the winter blues, my oak trees were still producing oak resin, which I had managed to save up to turn into kegs soon enough. On the farm, I checked out the repaired shed just to see how giant it really was, and looked really good in here. You know what would look really good in here though? Kegs! Furthermore, it even had a basement area, where I could even plant crops. I mean, just look how beautiful this looks. I can't wait to fully decorate this entire shed before the end of the series. Seeing this space here got me excited, so it was now officially keg time. I crafted up loads and went into town to hopefully craft more. I first went to Clint's to pick up my iridium pan, and to purchase an incredible amount of copper ore. I would need a crazy amount if I'm going to completely fill the shed with keg. Willie wanted to talk to me today, and he showed me around his old boat, and that he'd love for me to fix it up, so I could travel to Ginger Island. Although I did just use up all of my batteries in the shed, so Ginger Island will have to wait for now at least. This is all the smelting setup I had? Yep. This is when you know the keg empire is on its way. And at the end of the day, I crafted up 50 kegs in total, with many more on the way tomorrow. Day 92, I'm back to the shed to begin laying out the places for my kegs. This is the design I end up going with, placing a load of them over the back walls. Upon exiting the shed, Robin appeared at my door, telling me that if I got her the materials, she would build me a little bridge to my shed, which I spotted a while back. That would make getting to the keg shed even faster now. Although she asked for 900 pieces of stone, which was going to take quite a while. Although I didn't have time for farm chores today, as it was the annual Festival of Ice, which is a fishing competition. When I arrived, I could see that everyone was here, even the townsfolk from the Ridgeside, which was a nice touch. Apart from that, the festival was the exact same as usual, and of course I managed to win the first prize and claim them all. Day 93 consisted of more smelting and keg crafting. I also dropped the 20 iridium ore and 20 coal to Clint, which was the materials he asked me ages ago to craft an explosive powerful enough to destroy the boulder which were blocking the summit. On my ride back home, I've stopped by Emily, who would like me to come and see Sandy at the desert, in order to try and convince her to stop by the valley, instead of staying in the desert. And after some convincing, Sandy will now visit the town on Sundays, which was nice considering she would never usually leave the desert ever. In Ridgeside, I noticed what appears to be a gathering in the town centre from most of the townsfolk, who had constructed a new plaza for everyone in the village, with a fountain and seating area. Lenny was of course happy, with Maeve, obviously, a lot less so. I thought there was no better time to start growing starfruit in the greenhouse than right now, so I brought 224 of them from Sandy and headed back to plant them. Now that my kegs were set up, there was no excuse to not start kegging for wine. I'd spent lots of time planting them in the greenhouse with the sprinklers I had, of course not forgetting to cover them in deluxe speed grow for the maximum progress. While I was at Ridgeside, I picked up another tough special orders quest, which tasked me at creating a reserve energy source for the new hotel. They wanted 30 battery packs, 50 copper, and even more, which I am not doing that. No. Day 94 started with a load of winter seeds which were ready for harvest. I chose to plant them in the fields just to keep them busy, as there wasn't a lot I could plant there anyway. I also saw Linus bathing in the mountain lake. I finally purchased a big chest recipe from Robin, as my chests were getting full, especially my fish and forage ones, and a big chest would work perfect as its replacement. I also dropped off the 900 pieces of stone she had asked for while I was there to make her a stone bridge for me. I had noticed that Clint had used the materials and removed the boulders from the summit. Usually you can only access the summit once you have achieved 100% perfection, although now you can just walk up there. Although there isn't much up there now apart from some new flowers, the thistle and the winter star rose. Apart from that, it was a waste of materials. Thanks, Clint. Robin lets me know that she will begin construction of the stone bridge and thank me for all the gathering of materials. Today I had my first harvest of ancient fruit inside the greenhouse, which I obviously plonked back into the seed maker to turn into more ancient fruit seeds. Day 96 starts as brightly as the last. Winter 12 is the wizard's birthday, to which I gave him a void essence. At first I couldn't find him, but as Stardew Valley expanded, it turns out he has a whole basement with a ton of random things. There's also this strange area which looked like teleport pads, which I wonder in the future if I'm able to use these to travel to different worlds. Winter 12th is also the first day of the annual squid festival, so I spent some time today fishing for squids at the ocean. And being the keen fisherman I am, it didn't take too long to accumulate a bunch and receive all the possible rewards they could offer. Day 97 I encounter a new stranger, Alicia, in the Adventurers Guild, who must be a friend of Marlon's, and she explains she lived in the valley years ago and comes from Castle Village, and she was here at the request of Marlon to handle some out of control slimes in the caves. And after a very short introduction, she left. Day 98 starts with the most giant harvest of the juniper berries. With all these plants, I managed to get over 3,000 of them, which was just incredible. Although 999 only sold for 15,000 G each. I suppose it would be very broken otherwise. I thought what better way to top off the 100 days than a big trip to the Skull Caverns. Using the magic rock candy I'd purchased from the Ridgeside Gathering Festival a few seasons ago, I headed to the caverns for the biggest dive of the 100 days so far. It was as tough as every trip to the Skull Caverns usually is. This is what I managed to get, not too shabby. I finished on floor 77 with 75 iridium ore and over 100 copper and 100 iron. Day 99 starts with more smelting, mainly the iridium ore. You can tell I've been neglecting my animals, just look how full my coop was. Sorry animals, I just forgot, I swear. Yet another fresh week, which means another special order was ready. I chose the Juicy Bugs quest, which tasked me to get 100 pieces of bug meat, which some of the monster musks shouldn't be too hard to find. With only one day left, I rushed to get on with it. I wrapped it up with 36 pieces of bug meat, and we tried to get the rest tomorrow. The reason I called it in early was because of the night market, and I just had to visit there for all the rewards. I of course went there and got my free cup of warm coffee, and brought the painting Red Eagle that was on sale, and then headed home. Tuned in for the last night. And there we have it, day 100. We have reached the end of the first 100 days in the Mega Modded Farm series. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the support on my last 100 days videos, and I really enjoyed coming back to make this one so far. Unfortunately, I still had bug meat to collect, so after applying some trusty monster musk, I went to slaying. It didn't take too long however, and by 1 PM I collected all the bug meat I needed. While I was in the caves, I also brought the Dwarvish Safety Manual from the Dwarf, which reduces the damage by my own bombs, which is something very useful for me. As well as this, ginseng seeds were also sold by the Dwarf, which I could plant in any season, but took 40 days to grow. Intrigued, I managed to buy one, and plant it as soon as I got home, although we would have to wait until 200 days to find out what it does. And that is it. I decided to spend the rest of the day up at the summit, admiring the view, thinking about all the fun I have had making this, and how much I have achieved in 100 days. We begin on Winter 17, marking day 101 in the Mega Modded Stardew Valley adventure. Keen-eyed viewers may notice that the menus look a bit different now. That's thanks to DaisyNiko's Earthly Interface mod, which gives the menus a fresh and unique aesthetic. I've also listened very closely to your feedback and added many mods of your suggestions. One standout is Informant, which provides incredibly useful information about crops, machines, and more. For example, you'll notice that all my crafting recipes are marked with the new tag, making it easier to track which ones I've crafted and haven't crafted yet. Another exciting addition is Button's Extra Skill Books mod, and the companion mod, More Books, which collectively adds 30 new skill books to the game. These books grant a unique abilities, and I'm looking forward to diving into this system as the 200 days progresses. Stepping out of my cabin, I'm greeted by a familiar sight on my farm, blanketed in a white snow. After taking a moment to soak it in, I checked my mail. Among the usual correspondence was a letter from a stranger named Eloise, inviting me to visit her in East Scarp, a newly added town packed with unique NPCs and buildings, added in the 200 days. While the idea of exploring yet another town is exciting, I decided to push that to the back of my mind for now. There's already plenty to focus on. I start back the farming life with another harvest of my juniper berries, which yet again yielded a large harvest. However, as you would know, all of these new crops come from the Artisan Valley mod, which after recording the first year, I hadn't realised that the mod hadn't been updated since 2021, and most likely causing a bug with the number of crops I'm receiving with it. That is why I will be replacing it with a mod called Cornucopia, which is pretty much the exact same, but more updated for the 1.6 update, and won't cause me any issues. For now, however, I still had the crazy yields from Artisan Valley, but not for much longer. Yet another mod that which I had added was the expanded greenhouse, which after checking out found the crops I'd previously planted in there had a slightly glitch. That is probably why they say you shouldn't add mods to existing saves. Who cares? I want to keep this playthrough exciting all the way to the end. Pressing L on my keyboard would allow me to access a new mod, the To Do mod, which adds an easily accessible list which will allow me to jot down any tasks I needed to do, such as fixing the greenhouse, so I wouldn't forget, which would definitely be a useful mod for someone like me. It was the wizard's birthday today, so for the first task, I rode Nessie down to the wizard's tower to hand him a void essence. As I exited the wizard's tower, I stumbled upon him in the forest performing some strange ritual. He told me that he was actually creating a barrier in the woods, which would protect the people of Pelican Town from the monsters that hid in there. Thank you, Rasmodius. Someone in the comments thankfully let me know that in Stardew Valley Expanded, the method of obtaining the sewer key had changed. Instead of donating a certain amount of items to the museum, the rusty key was obtained from reaching a certain level of hearts with Marlon. So I made sure to make note of that in my to-do list. I rode back home to grab a prismatic shard to hand to Marlon as a gift. I didn't have any other love gifts for him, so I had to bite the bullet and give him one. Winter 17 is the last day of the night market, so for the last time this winter, I grabbed my free cup of coffee and bought the painting from the salesman. In the previous 100 days, I didn't take the submarine down to the ocean floor, so on the final day of the night market, I bought one ticket and headed down to the ocean floor. I managed to catch the spookfish, midnight squid, and blobfish, and quickly rushed back home and into bed, which ended the first day back on the farm. Day 102 started with the harvest of the limited starfruit that had finished growing inside the greenhouse, which I made sure to immediately place straight into kegs to turn into that lovely starfruit wine. The first order of business today was to commission my axe for an upgrade to iridium, and dropped off yet another artifact to the museum. I headed back to the farm to begin fixing the greenhouse. I crafted up 2 iridium sprinklers and placed them in the correct places, and planted some more starfruit with some deluxe speed grow of course. Unfortunately, some of the crops that had been moved were the ancient fruits, which I decided to leave for now, but I would have to bite the bullet on them eventually and get rid of them. The final task of the day was to place 15 more kegs inside the giant shed, which if you haven't seen my previous 100 days is the humongous building added in Stardew Valley Expanded, which after a butt ton of materials I managed to fix up. Before late, I dropped off the 100 pieces of bug meat for the special order from Willy, which I only just managed to get in the first 100 days. It was a lightning storm overnight, and I witnessed the old abandoned Joja Mart getting hit by a strike of lightning. After handing Marlon yet another gift, I was thrown into a cutscene with him, to which he wanted to introduce me to a creature named Krobus, who lived in the sewers. He appeared very nervous, but he eventually understood I wasn't here to harm him. Marlon decided to hand me the rusty key to the sewers, which would allow me to visit Krobus whenever I wanted. The main reason I needed access to the sewers was to find the Dark Talisman to unlock the Witch's Swamp, and after speaking to Krobus, he allowed me to enter the mutant bug lair where I could find it. Before I went in there, I also checked out Krobus' store, which sells some unique items. I purchased a void egg and a crafting recipe for crystal floors, but more importantly, I could purchase yet another star drop, my first of the 200 days, and I decided to venture into the bug lair. Unfortunately, with the various mods it hadn't changed too much, and it wasn't too difficult to come out with the Dark Talisman. Day 104 begun with a surprising shine to the sky, and today was yet another harvest of the juniper berries, which was sure to further increase my savings. It was Evelyn's birthday this morning, so I gave her a shiny diamond as a love gift. After seeing the abandoned Joja Mart get hit by lightning a few days ago, I headed straight there this morning to see what had happened. It turned out a lone Junimo was left behind, and in order to send it home, I had to complete the missing bundle, which required 5 out of 6 of these various items, which as you can see, were very difficult to obtain. I decided to keep that task in mind and would slowly chip away at it throughout the 100 days playthrough. At Clint's I picked up my iridium axe which was ready for collection, and witnessed Willie having the time of his life by the beach with all those pieces of bug meat I'd collecting for him. Gross. I had yet another prize ticket which granted me 4 more mystery boxes. After that I took to the Dark Talisman and unlocked the Witch's Swamp, which proved to be 100 times more difficult than in the vanilla game. In Stardew Valley Expanded, the Witch's Swamp had now had strange enemies which dropped sludge, but also packed a punch. And not just that, the entire Witch's Swamp has been changed and turned into some kind of maze. I won't mention it too much, but it took me one hell of a long time to navigate the new swamp, and had many close encounters. After reaching the end, I was confronted by a henchman, who was guarding the Witch's Swamp, but after handing him a jar of void mayonnaise, he didn't seem to care about guarding anymore. I swear this character's like the realest guy in this game. Before I entered the Witch's hut, I managed to fish up the void salmon, which funnily enough was one of the items required for the missing bundle. So I headed in and grabbed the wizard's magic ink. After handing it back to him, he allowed me to access his magic book, which would allow me to build obelisks and Junimo huts, something I hope to work towards. Day 105 I'm greeted by Mayor Lewis, who informed me that Community Day would begin tomorrow, and from now on will take place on the 22nd of every month, which was where all the town visits the community centre to celebrate its restoration, which was another new addition in Stardew Valley Expanded, and gives the community centre a proper purpose. Nice. My first stop was Robin's to purchase many stacks of wood, mainly because in the new year the prices of both Robin's and Clint's stores increase, so I might as well stockpile while I can afford to do so. Today I decided to visit the new town added in the 200 days playthrough, the East Scarp, which upon visiting, it proved to be much smaller than I expected, but still proved to be a nice addition with many more NPCs to get to know. I visited the Scarp Inn and bumped into a new NPC called Rosa, who we ended up bumping into, and she dropped a melon which smashed onto the floor. At first she was mad at me, but introduced herself and welcomed me to the village. It turns out she runs a small bakery which sold some savoury goods, as well as the East Scarp Warp Totem, and while I was there, I picked up the crafting recipe for it. I then spent the rest of day 105 exploring the new town and meeting as many new characters as I could. Day 106 marks the final week in winter within my first year of the mega modded farm. The infamous bookseller was back in town, which actually excited me for once, as with the 2 new book mods I had added, I wondered what he might be selling for me. Although before then, another fresh week meant another special order. I chose one from a new townsperson from East Scarp, which tasked me to collect 15 crocuses and place them in a vase for her. I then excitedly rode up to the bookseller to see what he had selling, and I wasn't expecting this. The bookseller sold a ton of new books, such as Winter Forestry, which would teach me how to grow trees in the winter, very useful, Beginner's Luck, which would grant me a minor increase to my luck stat, Friendship 202, which will make my friends more likely to send me gifts in the mail, and many more, which I won't spoil now. But unfortunately for now, all very expensive, so I had to leave them for now and come back when I had enough gold to afford them. As I'd previously mentioned, the 22nd of every month is now Community Day, and so I headed to the community centre to see what was happening. It was great to see pretty much every NPC in the game was here at some point, which made it very crowded. But unfortunately, there wasn't really anything I could do here, making it pretty useless. I then took to the river north of Ridgeside to begin the Up the Creek special order and fished into the night. Day 107 starts with another harvest of my juniper berries, which could potentially be one of the last harvests I ever get, as soon I remove the Artisan Valley mod and replace it with Cornucopia. The East Scarp special order required me to find 15 crocuses, so I headed to the expanded Cindersap forest to hopefully find as many as I could. Boringly, I spent the entire day doing this, heading even up to the peak to find as many as I could. I only came away finding 7. Very disappointing. For anyone wondering, day 108 was in fact Judgment Day for the Artisan Valley mod, and as I stepped out of my cabin this morning, I awoke to all of this. Ah yes, my favourite crop, the crosses. Of course, this meant that all of the features of the Artisan Valley mod had just been removed, but don't fret, Cornucopia is a much better mod, which adds even more than Artisan Valley ever did, which if anything makes my chances at 100% perfection even more difficult than before. No time to whine however, as Trini had requested I bring her a poppy, so I made sure to collect one from the greenhouse to hand it her during the day. Before I did that, I was determined to finish the Up the Creek special order, so I spent the entire day fishing once again to hopefully have enough mountain red belly daisies to complete the quest. Annoyingly, I was still a few off, meaning I had to come back up one more time. Although I had remembered that Ridgeside has a lodge which you can stay in for the night, so for a change and for the first time, I decided to book a room for myself to get the quickest start back on the quest in the morning. After paying at the desk, I went to check out my room. It wasn't too much, just a bed and a chair, but it wasn't bad for 500 gold. I awoke fully rested the next morning after such a wonderful night in the log cabin and went straight back to fishing in the river to hopefully finish the quest. And finally, just before 9 AM, I caught enough fish to finish the special order. Of course, in this stressful and eventful few days, I had totally forgotten that today was Winter 25, the day of the Feast of the Winter Star. So before the event, I'd remembered to grab a love gift for Sean, who was my secret gift giver this year, and headed into town to join the festivities. It was yet again nice to see everyone from all each of the towns here, as well as Ideen, a new NPC introduced in the Scarp mod. Quite funnily, I had no idea who Sean even was, so it took me ages to find him and hand him his gift. But then in return I received the best thing, probably ever. It turned out this year that Kenneth was my secret gift giver, to which he gave me 30 battery packs, which was, incredible. Way better than the gifts the vanilla game gives you. These will prove to be vital in the farm's progress moving forward into the new year. Day 110 started with making 6 more iridium sprinklers using the battery packs I had just been gifted to fully cover the greenhouse. And with the greenhouse expansion mod, the tillable tiles now lined up with the iridium sprinklers, which as you would know, was so annoying in the vanilla game, having to place normal sprinklers around the sides. You know what I'm talking about. I of course covered the entire greenhouse in deluxe speed grow, as well as a bunch more ancient seeds I had. I begun the day checking out the new cindersap forest for more crocuses which I needed for the special order, and spent unfortunately the rest of day 110 clearing out the old farm layout. I really wanted a new layout for the upcoming spring season, so now was the perfect time to start doing that. Day 111 marks the penultimate day of the season, with plenty more chores still to attend to before the end of the winter season. Another batch of starfruit was ready inside the greenhouse, as well as some ancient fruit, to which I had to finally bite the bullet and fully cleaned up the greenhouse by pickaxing the ancient fruit which had glitched with the new expanded greenhouse mod, which was painful to say the least. I then took the rest of the ancient fruit to plop them straight back into the seed maker to make more ancient seeds. I hope to fully cover the greenhouse in them before the end of the 200 days, but for now, I planted the rest of my starfruit seeds in their place. As you can guess, I then filled the kegs with more starfruit ready to turn into that delicious wine. It was Sophia's birthday, so I rode Nessie down to her farm and handed her a love gift, which put her all the way up to 4 hearts. By the end of the day, I had just enough crocuses to complete the special order from Ideen, who lived in Scarp. Before the night changed, I spent more time removing all the paths and replacing it with the new crystal floors, which just look so much better. Although the crafting recipe was quite expensive, being 1 refined quartz for 5 of them. I then began laying out the area for my new crop fields for the spring. By the end of the day I built this new fenced area, which enclosed 12 iridium sprinklers. I don't mind how it looked, but I did end up changing it by the end of the 200 days. Just keep watching to see how incredible the farm ends up looking before the end of the 200 days. And just to say, it's the best farm I have probably ever done. 112 was the final day of the season, and my time was spent mostly removing the paths around the farm and smelting more quartz to replace them with the new crystal flooring I had just found. Being the final day of the year, I spent every single last penny on resources at Robin's, of course completely forgetting that I needed gold to buy the 288 seeds I needed to fill my farmland in the next day. So, add 1 to the stupid counter. Remembering this, I took all of the strawberries I had saved from my first spring and placed them into the seed maker to make as many strawberry seeds as I could. Unfortunately, not much has happened on the last day of the year. I spent it mostly removing all of the old paths around the farm and replacing them with the new ones. Although, the final day wasn't over just yet. It turns out that the final day of the season was a new festival in Ridgeside Village named the Ember of Resolutions, which was a large bonfire where every single member of Pelican Town and beyond placed a log onto the fire. Speaking to everyone at the festival, they all wished me a happy new year. Strangely enough, it turned out to be a very wholesome festival, which was very peaceful to watch, and was a nice end to the first year on the mega modded farm. And as the flames burned into the night, it made me reflect on the previous year and everything I had achieved up until this stage. Although my adventure had only just begun, and there was so much more to achieve. On to year 2. Day 113 is the beginning of my second year on the mega modded farm, and I could feel that warm breeze in the air, meaning that spring had officially begun. The first task at hand was to clear the vast amount of debris that had formed overnight. Of course, being the stupid person I was, I obviously spent all of my gold on resources, so I didn't have any gold to spend on seeds. So I don't know why I decided to hoe the entire field when I only had 46 strawberry seeds and 1 ginseng seed, which I had bought from the dwarf at the end of the 100 days. On my way into town, I'm shown a cutscene which introduced me to yet another new character. Yay! Her name was Naomi and had returned to the valley after some time, and was the mother of the 2 young boys in Ridgeside, Shiro and Yumma. In town I witnessed Mayor Lewis inform Andy, another farm owner, that the prices of tax were going up, which is exactly the cheek of Mayor Lewis himself, and of course Andy stormed off angrily. I chose to check on him when I could. I mean, what is Mayor Lewis's problem? Whose favourite character is even Mayor Lewis, I swear to God. Furthermore, Emily and Sandy informed me that they wanted to spend some time together, as Sandy was taking some time off from the desert shop today. We begun the day with a quick tour of my farm, which they both loved, which surprised me, as all they could see was an empty crop field and some trees. Thanks, I guess. Then to the beach, and then finally all the way up to the peak, which actually turned out to be a nice break from the usual farm chores, and I enjoyed every minute with them. Day 114 starts with more debris clearing. The change in season had brought so much mess, and I chose today was the day to get rid of it. I took 150 pieces of hardwood to repair the broken stump west of Marnie's ranch, to meet the raccoon when he decides to move in. Day 115 I reached level 10 foraging, which I chose double forage and track. I'm not sure why I picked up the tracker skill. I'd never done it before, so I thought I'd try it out. Funnily enough, rewatching the recording again, I spent the entire day testing out the tracker skill, which puts these tiny yellow arrows on the screen, which point towards the forage, which was useful, I guess. By the end of the day, I turned all of my spring forage I had into spring seeds to plant them in my crop fields. It's raining this morning, and I was delighted to see some carrot seeds which I had planted at the start of the season had fully grown and was ready for collection. More ancient fruit were ready for harvest, which I promptly turned into seeds. I met up with Sandy in the desert, which she lets me know that she'd like to make flower crowns for the town to use for the annual flower dance festival, and she'll eventually ask for my help later down the line when she has some free time. The main reason I ventured into the desert this morning was to dive into the skull caverns. Of course I had to reach floor 200 in order to finish one of my goals before the end of the 200 days, or else my save will have to be permanently deleted. Around 10 PM, I left the caverns on floor 84 with all of this loot, which, for the first dive of the 200 days, ain't too bad at all, although I was still over 120 floors away from floor 200, but was still great practice and I had loads of time left. Before I left the desert for the day, I traded all of my rubies and diamonds for spicy eels and triple shot espressos at the desert trader. As if the day couldn't prove more lucky for me, overnight the farm was paid a visit by the crop fairy, meaning my strawberries would be fully grown in the morning. Day 117 starts with some mixed seeds I had planted, yielding 2 new crops from the Cornucopia mod, the spinach and the basil. As well as that, some carrots, parsnips and the strawberries the crop fairy had magically grown were of course all ready as well today. I chose to store all of these items, as I was sure to need them for perfection and for cooking recipes later down the line. 5 days into the spring season, I had finally remembered to buy seed packets now I had the gold, so I headed over to Pierre's and purchased over 100 cucumbers and planted them all. After seeing I still had room, I headed back to Pierre's and bought 55 cauliflowers. Before the end of the day, yet another batch of starfruit wine was ready for collection, with each batch at the moment yielding around 80 to 100,000 gold each time. Not too bad. I harvested another crop this morning, the asparagus, which would have come from the mixed seeds I had planted. My barn animals had been needing to be filled with animals, so today I headed to Marnie's to buy a bunch more animals, such as the goats and rabbits, with the goal of filling them completely. At Clint's, he told me he needed some resources for a mysterious project he was working on, and as a payment, he would clear away the thicket on my farm to reveal a new area next to the shed, which was apparently a hot spring. This certainly intrigued me, although he needed 30 gold bars, which was quite pricey, but nothing new. I mean, what did I expect? It's Clint. While I was in there, I remembered to drop off my watering can for an upgrade to Iridium. All my crops were in the ground now, so I had no use for it. I was unsure what to work towards today. Then I remembered one of my goals was to find all 130 golden walnuts before the end of the 200 days, so I headed straight to the secret woods to harvest as many hardwood stumps as I could. I needed 200 pieces of hardwood to fix it up, so I had to get mining. I had found a secret note in the school caverns a few days ago, which wanted me to deliver some maple syrup to the secret woods, and as it turns out to be from a bear who loves maple syrup, and promises that I have gained a good friend here today. Okay, yeah. After that encounter, the bear gave me the ability to which salmon berries and blackberries now sell for 2 times more, which isn't too useful, but, more the merrier. Day 119 started with a collection of oak resin from my old trusty tree farm. I had plans to move the tree farm soon, but for now it did the job. I made sure to drop off the 5 iridium bars, 5 battery packs to fix the boat, which left only the 200 pieces of hardwood. It was now at this point I regretted donating over 100 pieces to fix the giant stump next to Marnie's ranch. So once again, I'm forced to be back in the secret woods to harvest more of the stumps. After mining as many as I could, it put me on 139 pieces, which meant I still had to spend a couple more days of grinding to go. By Blue Moon Vineyard, I interrupt a cutscene between Sophia and her new friend Scarlet, who lives in Grampleton. What? Don't tell me there's another town. Great! I then bumped back into Sophia coming out of the hospital in Pelican Town, and after asking her why she was in there, she appeared to be sad. So I asked her if she wanted to come and spend some time with me at the saloon and get some food, which seemed to cheer her up, and we both had a great time. The rest of day 118 was spent cutting down trees in the Cindersap forest and other areas of the map. Day 120 marks the beginning of my second week on the new year, which starts with an enormous harvest of starfruit from inside the greenhouse. I picked up a new quest in Ridgeside from Richard, who needed some help finding his glasses, which he had apparently lost inside the hotel. And after some investigating, I found them in the same room I had just spent a night in over a week ago, and so he thanked me for finding. It had been some time since I went fishing, so today I headed to the trusty pier to fish the night away, and giving me a much needed rest before the stress, which was bound to come in the rest of the 200 days. Day 121, a large harvest of strawberries were ready for collection. In the vast mixed seeds which I had planted, I ended up getting a new onion, sugar beet, as well as a canola flower, which are all items I'm keeping stored in my chest for any future uses that might come up. I wanted to test my luck once again at floor 200 in the skull caverns, so I headed to the dwarf to purchase some mega bombs, but I accidentally spent all of my gold buying over 84 of them, which wasted around 100,000 gold. Great. Add another to the stupid counter. I was very determined to reach my goal today, although the lack of free staircases and holes meant I only reached floor 77, which wasn't too bad, but nowhere near floor 200 I needed to get. And certainly after this trip, it made me very worried that if reaching floor 200 was even possible. 122, I was back once again to the secret woods to harvest more hardwood, still working towards repairing the boat. I didn't do too much work today. I spent most of it removing every last piece of debris which had been growing all over the farm. What was even funnier is that the crop fairy was back again, not too long after she previously just came. What are the chances of that? Another batch of ancient fruit were ready for harvest, which meant more ancient seeds to plant inside the greenhouse. Do I even need to mention where I was again this morning? Yep, back in the secret woods. Inside one of the stumps I found a cool pair of sunglasses, which, if I'm not mistaken, makes me look much cooler. Spring 11 was Isabel's birthday, so I made sure to hand her a love gift, which upped her to 3 hearts. I was back on the farm in the late afternoon, smelting as many ores as I could. I would need them all for future projects, so the more I smelted now, the more time I would have in the future. Day 124 started with a harvest of cucumbers, which had all grown very early because of the crop fairy that I'd visited the night previous. They didn't sell for too much, But if anyone's wondering, they don't yield as much as Artisan Valley, so there you go, you happy? Stop crying. A lovely raccoon friend had moved into the stump and requested a smoked bream, so I made sure to smoke one up alongside 5 clams to complete his first bundle. As a reward, he gifted me 25 carrot seeds, which was nice of him. After last night's smelting session, I had enough gold bars to hand Clint 30 of them, to hopefully see this apparent hot spring on the farm. I spent some time checking out the beach on East Scarp. I was mainly interested to see if there were any new fish there. Unfortunately, there wasn't. And the afternoon was spent back in the secret woods for more hardwood. Yep, I'm still doing this, not going to mention it, bye. In the morning, I'm greeted by Clint at my door, who thanked me for dropping off the 30 gold bars he needed, and would have everything ready by tomorrow, which was quite exciting. Yet again, my strawberries were ready for another harvest, which was a nice surprise this morning. Of course, Spring 13 is the day of the Egg Festival, and after last year's horrific defeat, I wasn't sure to lose this. Damn it. God damn it! Day 126 starts with the usual farm chores, collecting oak resin and smelting as many ores as I could. Of course, not forgetting the daily trip to the secret woods for more hardwood, to which finally I had 200 pieces of it, which meant I could let out a sigh of relief. I first headed to Robin's to ask her to build me a new fish pond to see that I could build a premium coop and a premium barn, which was really exciting, and it turns out it comes installed with an auto-petter and a collector. Although it required a material called fur, which I had no idea on how to obtain, something to remember for the future. After putting the new buildings behind me, however, I placed my new fish pond just here for now. I needed one for the caviar for the missing bundle, so the sooner I started it, the better. After many days of hardwood grinding, I had now had 200 pieces, which meant I could drop them all off at Willie's, which would allow me to take the boat to Ginger Island soon, which was definitely a new exciting chapter for the 200 days. Spring 14 was Hayley's birthday, so I handed her a sunflower, which of course she loved. It was another Sunday, so I made a trip to the desert to trade 23 jades I had saved up for staircases at the Desert Trader. The final event of the day was to check out the hot spring that Clint had apparently uncovered. And I mean, oh my god, just look how majestic it looks. It's just beautiful. It even had hardwood trees which naturally grow here, as well as a bunch of forage. To celebrate the new hot spring on the farm, I decided to spend the entire day bathing it out in the warm water. I would certainly be back here when I needed a relaxing day. Day 127 I had a new special order from Emily, which she wanted a bunch of blue jazzes. So after heading to Pierre's, I picked up enough blue jazzes which I planted on the fields before heading to the Desert Festival, which if you didn't know is a new festival introduced in the 1.6 update, which takes the villagers to the desert to celebrate. After arriving, I headed to the food stand, to which he gave me a rumpled fruit skin. I see what you did there. Which actually gave me a +2 luck and a speed boost, which would be very useful in the Skull Caverns. South of the festival, Emily and Sandy has a random fashion tent, to which she dressed me up like this. I mean, come on, I look dapper. Most of the traders use calico eggs, which I can earn from the Skull Caverns, and so I took a quest from Marlon and headed into the Skull Caverns to earn as many calico eggs as I could. I spent most of the day in there and came out with 73 calico eggs. None of the traders sold anything too exciting, so I decided to hold on to them and save them for tomorrow. The new desert festival runs over 3 days, which is quite exciting. Just south of the fashion tent, there was a cactus salesman who gave me a free cactus with a face. Thanks. Okay. The next morning, my new fish pond had finally finished construction, so I remembered to put a sturgeon in it, and decided to expand the path and decorate around it. I was back in the desert festival today, and after checking out the stores, I was quite disappointed, as most of the items were decorations and nothing too useful. Despite that, I still headed into the Skull Caverns, less for the calico eggs, but more for the practice, which I needed if I was going to reach floor 200 before the end of 200 days. Oh, I just noticed that, floor 200 days. Maybe I'll up it each year? Maybe I'll do that each video? Floor 300 for 300 days? 400, 500? Anyway, to wrap up the day, I tidied up some of the messy chests I had. I'd been so sloppy with dumping things in the chests, and today I made sure to clean them up before the end of the day. Day 129 marks another bright one, as my entire fields were full of crops this morning, with all of my cauliflowers, cucumbers and strawberries all blooming very brightly. I managed to get over 200 cucumbers, which sold for a decent amount and chugged off for the final day of the Desert Festival. I didn't spend any of the calico eggs yesterday, so I saved them all up for today. Again, I was quite disappointed as they weren't selling that many useful items, so I ended up spending them all on mystery boxes. There wasn't much else to do, so I left the festival quite early and excited to visit it again next year. After enjoying the festival, I'd finally remembered that the old boat had been fixed up a few days ago, and so I headed down to the beach straight away, jumped on the boat, and began to travel to Ginger Island for the first time in the mega modded playthrough. The burning heat was apparent as I stepped off the boat, and I mean, just look at these oceans, look how great they look. I could also see some new fish in there as well, which was going to be interesting to explore in my journey to collect all 130 golden walnuts. I first noticed a strange boy who appeared to be watching me from the trees, who after linking eyes ran away. So I chased him into the jungle. In the clearing I found my first golden walnut, which meant I only had to collect 129 more. In the jungle I also found a tent kit, which would allow me to camp here for the night, which would be quite useful. Heading into a treehouse, I hit this log to reveal my second golden walnut, and began to try and communicate with the boy, who appeared to be too shy to speak, and thought if I could convince the parrot, he might speak to me. I'll decide this time to keep a counter up on screen for how many golden walnuts I've collected, as mentioning each one could get very repetitive. Leading up to the mountain I found all of these golden walnuts. And finally headed into the volcano. Before venturing into the volcano mines, I headed just left to where I could collect 2 more golden walnuts, and decided to pop a spicy eel, triple shot espresso, and went to tackle the volcano. Anyone who's ever reached Ginger Island before would know how tough these mines are, but these were all the golden walnuts I managed to find while I was in there. Something that was very different was at the summit of the volcano I met up with a man called Lance, who commended me for reaching the peak, and entrusted me with the forge, which would allow me to enchant and combine my tools. Up here I found 2 more golden walnuts, and chose to camp out just below the volcano, and spend the entire night on Ginger Island. Camping here will allow me to wake up very early, straight on the island, ready for another big day. Day 130 felt different from the others, as I awoke on the island for the first time. This was the first time I was ever away from my farm, apart from that one day in the log cabin. My first call was to give 10 golden walnuts to the parrot to remove the turtle which blocked my access to the western area of Ginger Island. This area here was actually the island farm. Well, not right now, but eventually, as I collect more golden walnuts, I will be able to restore it and grow my own crops here, free of seasons and crows. Using the golden walnuts I had found, I could unlock the dig site, which is way more important than what you would assume. Of course, it's one of the best locations to find the infamous Lucky Ring, as well as meet up with Professor Snail, who studied bones on the island, but had been trapped by a boulder which had trapped him inside a cave. Luckily I had a bomb in me, so I could easily let him out. He introduced himself to me and tasked me to find a variety of ancient bones which apparently were scattered around the entire island, in places such as the dig site, jungle, and the volcano. Of course I would need to complete all of these, as they reward you with golden walnuts, which as you remember, I need to find all 130 of them, before the end of the 200 days. After spending some time clearing out the dig site, I came away with loads of minerals as well as 2 bones from Professor Snail, the snake vertebrate, and 1 fossilised leg, which I donated before the end of the day. I then spoke to the strange woman, who appeared to be living on the furthest point west of the island, who tasked me on finding her late husband's artefact, which acts almost like a treasure hunt, which I could swap items with the various town folk across the town. She handed me a war memento, which was sure to be something Kent would like. After 2 whole days on the island, it felt nice to wake up in my own bed this morning, to which I presented with the message that I sensed that a new way is open. Before I could read any strange messages, I had another harvest of cucumbers, which I'm shipping for a bit of extra gold for now. I took to find exactly what the woman on Ginger Island's item she wanted, so I handed Kent the war memento, which he most certainly recognised. And in return he gave me some gourmet tomato salt, which is something a certain chef might like. I made a quick stop at the Wizard's Tower today, to which the playthrough changed forever. He informed me that I would need to be trained up and handed me a strange potion to unlock my inner abilities. Of course this was very shocking news and I was very overwhelmed. The wizard insisted that he should begin my training and taught me to create teleportation paths. He took me to this new area which had opened up north of the farm, to which I can use as a hub or nexus to create my teleportation paths. The wizard walked me through the first one, to which would allow me to travel to the Wizard's Tower. This new feature would act as a hub to the various areas in the mods, making things much easier. I wonder where else I could set up more teleport paths. I had to put the Mystic Rule behind me for now though, as I still had so much to do. This continued with handing Gus the gourmet tomato soul, to which he loved and gave me a Stardew Valley rose in return, and we all know who would love this. So I headed straight to the desert to hand Sandy the Stardew Valley rose, to which he handed me the advanced TV remote. Of course, the TV lover George was the perfect choice for the remote, and in return he gave me an Arctic shard. The shard was of course something the wizard would love, to which in return he gave me the wriggling worm, and after giving it to Willie he finally gave me the pirate's locket, which was from the woman's late husband. With the pirate's locket in hand, I went straight to Ginger Island and handed her the locket, which was actually quite sad. She began to finally reminisce about her late husband, to which my character responded by doing this. Aren't I just nice? As a thanks, she gave me the crafting recipe for the fairy dust and also 5 golden walnuts. I tried to catch more new fish and managed to fish up some golden walnuts while doing this. But I also caught a new fish, the shark, which, how did I even fish it up? Don't they weigh like 60 pounds or something? Day 132 began with a cutscene, to which I created a teleport pad on my farm. This will allow me to access the Nexus area more easily. And not just that, Lance was the man I met on the top of the volcano a few days ago, was at my door this morning, who expressed his interest and handed me his schedule, as apparently he is always very busy. Don't really care to be honest, bit big-headed of you. Another giant harvest of ancient fruit was ready inside the greenhouse, yielding over 42 of them. I made sure to leave 5 gold star quality ancient fruits to the side for the missing bundle, and gruelingly spent loads of time popping each one of them back into the seed maker and planting them back in the greenhouse. This was the progress at the end. Soon I'll have a whole greenhouse full of them. I made sure to add some more tasks to my to-do list, such as explore the Mastery Cave, Golden Walnuts, and Shane's birthday, to make sure I don't forget the tasks I needed to do. Talking about the Mastery Cave, I checked it out for the first time today, which is a new addition in the 1.6 update, which after you've reached level 10 in all of your skills, it will unlock. On the ground there was a letter from my grandpa, who informed me that he was very proud of me, and all of these tools all used to be his, and he would love for me to work toward each of them. This room offers the best tools in the entire game, such as the iridium scythe, advanced fishing pole, and more. Stay tuned to see them in action. As you would recall, one of the goals I have to complete by the end of the 200 days was the Tough Preparations quest, which upon completion will allow me to meet the seer and dive into a world I could never foresee. So today I headed up to the forest north of Ridgeside to work towards them. Unfortunately, I had no idea where or what these items were, so you will see me in here a lot from now on, in the small hope I may stumble upon them. Of course I had to get them all as my entire mega modded save was at stake, and as of right now is proving to be one of my most favourite playthroughs I've ever done. And as you would remember from the previous 100 days video, the forest was filled with dangerous monsters, which actually took me down in the last video, which if you haven't seen it yet, I would strongly recommend you go check that out. I spent the entire rest of the day up in the forest, and I didn't manage to get any more of the new items. I thought I had was that perhaps if I fished, I might get a new item from the waters, although it doesn't turn out to be the case, and just led to me being attacked by this giant serpent. I had spent so long in here I didn't have enough time to get the cable car and get home, so I passed out, leading to today being a complete failure of a trip. Day 133 starts with more oak resin and even more strawberries and cucumbers. With all of this, I'm managing to build up a steady amount of gold. I decided in order to keep track of all these new items for the preparations quest, I would create a new chest to store all of the items I needed for it. For now, I only had 2 of the items, a long way off. The plan today was to create a crop field in Ginger Island, so I headed up to Ridgeside to buy a butt-ton more speed grow. Although before then, I meet up with Marlon, who informed me that I could set up another teleportation pad straight to the Adventurers Guild. I of course couldn't say no, so I created it here for now, and made easy access to this portion of the map. I checked out Marlon's store for the first time, and I purchased a new book, The Dagger Mastery, which would give me insights on the workings of daggers. I don't really use daggers, but why not, it's a new book. After a short delay, I was back on Ginger Island. I headed back to the dig site to clear it out, and did some more panning in the hope I might find the lucky ring. Although, I did become distracted and spent the entire day in the dig site. I ended up finding a snake skull, and a fossilised tail, which were 2 more bones for Professor Snail. The blue jazzes I had planted a while back were finally ready today, which meant I could complete the special order from Emily. And also feeding the cat from Jazz, which tasked me on catching some halibut for the cat in Scarp. In Scarp I had another cutscene with Eloise, who was a kid who lived here, who introduced me to her duck and explained all about it, even schooling me about its breed. Don't care that much. She seemed cool, however, and I look forward to seeing her story expand in the future. At Emily's I dropped off the blue jazzes, which couldn't all fit in the area, so I had to come back at some point, which was very annoying. This meant I had to travel all the way back home, and then back to Emily's just to finish the quest. Back on Ginger Island, inside the jungle, I found the mummified frog, which was yet again another skeleton I needed for Professor Snail. As a reward for all my hard work so far, he gave me 1 golden walnut. The rest of the day was spent clearing out an area in front of the restored island farmhouse for my iridium sprinklers to go. I had planned to plant a ton more starfruit on here to make my fortunes, so the sooner I can set this up, the better. It took a while, but I managed to clear out the entire plot before 10 PM, and managed to get another golden walnut from the rocks just south of it, which was a nice surprise. Day 135 begun with a trip to the desert to purchase a bunch more starfruit, to which I can plant on the island farm now. Which was exactly what I did today. This is how many I managed to plant, and in 9 days would be a full field of wonderful crops. You might be able to see I've also planted a garlic here, which was a crop I needed for more golden walnuts. I'll explain more about it when it comes to it. I then thought to myself that I need to work inside the volcano, but after 3 floors I had to warp home, as I had taken loads of damage from these flames with faces. After that frustration, I spent the rest of day 134 in the ocean pier to catch more halibuts, which I needed for the special order I picked up yesterday. After yesterday's fishing trip, I had just enough halibuts to complete the special order, receiving 500 gold as a return. Of course, Spring 24 is the day of the flower dance, which as you know, I have great experience in, and often get flooded with dance requests. With the only exception being last year, to which I had a strange glitch which no one would dance with me. Although this was definitely going to change today. I have a load of potential candidates for dance, as many of the NPCs now have enough hearts, so it was just, who would I choose? After some tough thinking, I decided to ask Sophia to dance, as she was the person I had the most hearts with, and I had experienced more cutscenes with her character. The dance was great, and it was nice seeing a new character in the flower dance, rather than the same 6 people. Unfortunately, this meant that Abigail had to sit out. Sorry. Day 137 started off brightly, and I had a smile which I couldn't seem to leave my face after such a great flower dance yesterday. The smile was made even bigger by the sight of my crop fields being full of juicy strawberries and cucumbers. Although this was bound to be one of the last harvests before the end of the season. I had another batch of ancient fruit which had grown inside the greenhouse. This gave me enough to fully fill the greenhouse, which was such a great achievement, and would act as a great constant gold stream going into the future of this series. A trip to Robbins to commission an upgrade for my house. I had the spare hardwood and gold, so I thought, why not? The bookseller was back for the last time this season. I had accumulated some books so I could trade in for some coal and fairy dust. I once again checked the books to find a luck-based one called the Fortune Guide, which cost 50,000 gold, as well as a lucky ring, which was certainly pricey. The day was wrapped up crafting 21 more kegs, which was all ready to add to my already giant empire of kegs inside the shed. Day 131 was Spring 26, which was actually Pierre's birthday, so I handed him a rabbit's foot, as that was one of the gifts he loved. I spent some time fishing at Shearwater Bridge in order to catch some dogfish, which were actually love gifts to Sophia, and I think she'll be the person that I'll marry in this series. Well, one of them at least. What do you mean one of them, you may ask? Well, you will have to see. I did say 100% perfection, didn't I? Anyway, I had collected enough experience to unlock my first mastery, to which I chose the mining one, which granted me the crafting recipe for the heavy furnace, which was a much better version of the normal furnace, but definitely required more resources to operate. Not just that, but also the statue of the Dwarf King, which when I crafted it would grant me a choice of 2 mining related powers each day. And for a final perk, will finally allow gem bearing rocks to drop twice the gems. A certainly helpful bunch of things to unlock now. Those new heavy furnaces were the first thing I crafted when I got home on the farm, 5 of them in fact. This was sure to speed up my smelting goals. Before day 139 begun, I was shown a cutscene of the abandoned shed in the Cindersap forest, to which I could hear what sounded like a Junimo noise. It was strange and something I had to investigate eventually. Before then, the cucumbers squeezed out one more harvest before the change in seasons, which is something I'm never going to complain about. A large harvest of my ancient fruits were ready, and for the first time I didn't have to put them back into the seed maker, but now I could save them for kegging. Talking of kegs, I crafted 16 more, and with the ones I made up yesterday, could now place inside the shed to add to my already huge empire. While I was in here, I filled them all up with ancient fruit to turn into ancient fruit wine, which does sell for less than starfruit wine, but it does take away the cost of starfruit seeds, so it actually works out quite better for me. After seeing that strange sound from the abandoned shed, I just had to investigate as my curiosity beckoned. I couldn't find any Junimos, but I found a strange scroll, which definitely resembled the ones that I used to do in the community centre, although it said I couldn't understand the language, and I would have to make a stop at the wizard to see if he knew what it said. After looking at it, not even the wizard could read what was written, which was quite strange for someone of his ability. He insisted, however, that he did know just the person who could help us, the witch of... Before he could even finish his sentence, a witch named Camilla teleported behind me and made me jump out of my skin. She was very intrigued about the scroll. She let me know that whoever wrote the scroll was writing as if they didn't understand their own language. That of a young child, perhaps? A child Junimo who was lost in the forest? Camilla had informed me that the Junimo would like 200 pieces of starfruit, and it looks like I've made a friend today. Camilla was apparently the witch of Castle Village, and she told me that she could use someone with my abilities, to which the wizard wasn't too happy about. And she disappeared as quickly as she arrived. I wonder where we will see her again. I added the quest to my to-do list and carried on my day. Spring 27 was Emily's birthday, so I had an aquamarine ready for her, which after handing it to her, all the way up to 6 hearts. Today marked the last day of the spring season, and gosh, why did it feel like it went so much quicker than the other seasons? This morning I had noticed that my fridge had been moved and left in the middle of the kitchen. This was because of my house upgrade had fully been finished today, which constructed 2 more rooms, allowing me to have children, sometime down the line. It was Sonny's birthday today, so I handed him a diamond which he loved. He was a character I hadn't interacted with much, but don't worry, I will cover every single character's story, either in 200 days and beyond. So if you have a favourite character story, please inform me in the comments so I don't miss anything cool. Sundays meant the desert trader would allow me to trade my jades for staircases. I managed to get 13 more, which I'm storing for future Skull Cavern runs. Of course, the goal of floor 200 was still lingering in the back of my mind, and would hopefully be something I achieve very soon. I decided to call it in early today. I had done a load of work this season, and an early night was exactly what I needed to be fully refreshed for the upcoming summer season. Day 141 is the beginning of my second summer in the Mega Modded series, and there is no rest for the hard-working farmers. So after adjusting my straw hat to block out the summer sun, I got straight to clearing out the dead crops, ready for a load more. I was at Pierre's for 9 AM this morning. I made sure to buy 1 wheat and 1 melon seed for the frog quest on Ginger Island. I wanted to plant loads more new crops, so I brought 200 watermelon seeds, as well as some butternut squash and lettuces. And before you start crying again, this time the lettuces were fixed with Cornucopia so it wouldn't be as overpowered as before. You got that? Huh? Anyway, a new week meant new special orders, and I decided to pick up Fairy Garden from Sophia. Although it appeared to require a load of tough items such as fairy stones, which can only be found from artifact spots, and fairy dust, which was just so hard to get right now. Just a reminder, I don't even manage to finish this quest before the end of the season, same with this one from Ridgeside, so I won't even mention them at all. On better notes, I headed straight back down to plant all of my new crops. I had managed to finish planting them in the late afternoon. Soon, these will all be wonderful crops, but for now, all I had to do was wait. One of the last tasks of the day was to plant the wheat and melon seeds I had had on Ginger Island, alongside the garlic seed that I planted in spring. These were all because of the frog who lived inside the cave on Ginger Island. He will grant me a load of golden walnuts when I show him one of each of these fully grown crops. I then spent an incredible amount of time trying to complete the memory game on Ginger Island. And if you've done this yourself, you will know how tough this is. I'm going to show this in a time lapse, just for proof, because, why not? Of course, this took the entire day, so I had to spend the night in the Ginger Island farmhouse, for the first time in the playthrough. I don't know if it's just me, but I do hate spending the night on the island. It just feels so weird to spend loads of days away from the farm. Is that just me? I feel like I'm missing something. Day 142 begins on the island, and while I was here bright and early, I could head to the dig site first thing this morning to obtain more bones, as well as to try and pan for the lucky ring. Around 9:30 AM, I had 2 more bones to donate to Professor Snail, another fossilised leg and ribs, which didn't leave many bones left to find. I really wanted to work on the preparations quest once again, which as you know is one of my 3 goals I needed to complete in the 200 days. So I rushed back up to the forest above Ridgeside and tried my luck at fishing again. Although I could never fish for too long as monsters would constantly keep respawning and making it so tough to live. I ended the session with no more new items, with the only notable find being this cave, which I had no purpose. I don't know. I'm getting worried now. Today I was determined to make more progress in the preparations quest, so I re-entered the forest, but before then I checked Geo's cabin for any more clues, to which I found this book, which was obviously meant to be clues pointing to how to find the items, but I couldn't gather anything. The only thing I could understand was it needed to be raining and dark. I don't know. However, after slaying enough monsters, I had enough spiritual essences to purchase something from Geo's shop. I decided to pick up the red scarf as I thought it would look cool, which it does. Right guys? The only progress I had made apart from the fish bones and ink fossil I found in the 100 days was 25 mountain mist blooms, which I realised I could gather from slaying the giant serpents, but apart from that I was a million miles away from finishing the quest. However, things did change today, as when I was wandering in the forest I spoke to this strange blue water droplet guy thing, which granted me the Lover's Sorrow item, one of the items I needed, which of course I was over the moon for finding after so many times of coming home empty-handed. Even better than that, a new enemy which I hadn't fought before, which looked like a strange, creepy spider thing. Ugh. But after some tough battling it went down and dropped a golden skull coral and an entombed ring, which were 2 more items I needed. This turned out to be a great day for making progress in the quest, and after such a great day I headed home and stored all of the items I had just accumulated. This left the hollowed bear, shell bracelet, yellow wood sculpture, and the night black diamond still to find. Day 144 began with a maple syrup from my fish pond, which had now had 3 sturgeons roaming around in there. I decided to add this small section with my lightning rods to go, as well as a cheese press section just below it. I'll just mention it now, I don't end up liking this farm layout at all, and I'll change it by the end of the 200 days anyway, so don't get attached to it. All of my star fruits were ready for harvest on Ginger Island today, which yielded nearly 200 of them. I of course had bought a bunch more which I could instantly replace, ready for even more star fruits for kegging. I ended up finding 2 more golden walnuts, adding them to the collection, nearing closer and closer to 130 of them. I spent 20 golden walnuts for the parrots to restore the island resort, which now restored NPCs will now visit the island every single day and enjoy the hot summer sun. Well, not today however because it's raining, but most days, you get the point. I chose to head back into the volcano to find more walnuts and other resources. I'd also found a pair of dragon scale boots which were much better than the ones I previously had, so acted as a nice upgrade. I spent the entire day in here and passed out at 2 AM. Day 145 I woke back up on the island farm. I made sure to donate 5 golden walnuts to the parrot to build me the mailbox, which meant all of the mail will also be delivered to here as well. Using the star fruits I had just harvested from Ginger Island, I placed them straight into kegs when I returned to the farm to turn into juicy wine. Then I went straight back to the island for more panning. I managed to find a nice shirt which I decided to keep, you know, to make me look swagger. Oh god, that's cringe. Anyway, I spent the entire day here again, and unfortunately, no more lucky ring. But I did manage to fish up the fossilised spine and donated it to Professor Snail. But overall, turned out to be a very disappointing day. Spent it all in the dig site, no lucky ring. It's raining on day 146 with yet another harvest of my ancient fruit inside the greenhouse, all ready for kegging of course. I feel about now this whole kegging situation is getting very repetitive, so I'll only mention it when something changes, but do remember I'm constantly doing this, as it becomes the main source of gold throughout the 200 days. So let's focus on the interesting bits now. As I pass into town I noticed that Sophia had once again been crying over a grave, which wasn't really nice to see. It seemed she had lost someone in her life. So I decided to follow her home. Wait, no, not like that. I wanted to check on her, gosh, Jesus guys. Get your head out the gutters. I knocked on her door to find out she was still upset over something. She let me know that she's taking medication because of it, whatever it was. And I let her know that I was here for her, and to cheer her up, I decided to stay with her and watch some anime, which made her much happier, which was great to see. And spoke to some of the people who were spending time here, such as Maddie, who worked at the science lab in Ridgeside. so I definitely need to explore more of. And to nobody's shock, I'm once again back to the dig site to hopefully find the lucky ring. And as you can expect, I didn't get it. But it did look like I was going a bit crazy, like, what am I even doing? Day 147 was the first day of my new lettuce harvest, which, as you can see, does not yield thousands. So yeah, Cornucopia is fine, and definitely not broken. Stupid Artisan Valley. Because it was raining, all of my lightning rods had fully produced some batteries, which would give me a big boost for my storages. With some space opening up after the lettuces, I planted the remainder of the starfruit I had, as well as some mixed seeds I had laying around. My ancient fruit wine was ready inside the shed, which was the first huge production of it, managing to sell it for 131,000 gold. I decided to spend the gold on the house upgrade, which cost 100,000 gold, which will allow me to access a cellar to age wine and cheese. And once again I'm back up to the forage in Ridgeside, to hopefully find more items I needed for the preparations quest. Of course I had no idea at this point that all of the remaining items could only be found during the night, or when it was completely raining, so every time I visit during the day and when it wasn't raining was a complete waste of time. Not a surprise for me. Day 148 begins the second week of the second summer in the valley, and there was plenty to be getting on with, so it was all hands on deck at the moment. Although today I was back in the forage in Ridgeside, I won't cover it as being here today was a complete waste of time because it was during the day and it wasn't raining, so yeah, another day wasted. Day 149, I can't really explain what I did today. Watching the recording back, I was doing a bit of everything. I was inside the caves, back in the dig site for another attempt at the lucky ring, which, to no one's surprise, I didn't get one. Day 150, or day 10 of summer, was officially the halfway point, as this was when the goals I had set myself had really finally set in, as I hadn't really done a lot to complete them. Although, the second half of the 200 days video will see such a big change in both my character and the farm as a whole. Keep watching until the end to see how the farm transforms. The day began with a trip to Ginger Island to show the frog the melon, wheat and garlic, which had all fully grown. He loved all of them, and he gave me 15 golden walnuts in total, which would be a great help towards finishing the 130 golden walnuts goal. I had enough walnuts to now ask the parrots to build the farm warp totem, which would allow me to walk back home from Ginger Island, saving me the trip of the boat home. I found one more golden walnut from these rocks today, which upped my total to 88 out of 130, which was definitely great progress. But the remaining ones proved to be the most difficult. So today I hopped back into the volcano in search of more golden walnuts. I also found another bone, the mummified bat, which was another one which Professor Snail needed, which left only one more bone until I completely finished the entire field office. As a reward, he gave me a golden walnut. While I was here, he offered this questionnaire inside his tent. After completion, he gave me 2 more golden walnuts. I travelled east of the island this evening to find some pirates hanging out in the cave. They were all fighting and one of them let me play some darts. He suggested that if I completed 3 rounds, he would give me 3 more golden walnuts. And so, I just had to do it. It didn't take me too long and I managed to complete all his challenges and receive 3 golden walnuts. I decided to dive into some fishing on the pier of Ginger Island to see what I could get, to which I caught a new shiny fish, the shiny Lunaloo, which appeared to be the same fish from the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies festival, which was definitely a cool addition. I also caught this sea sponge, which looks so cute. Look at it. Look at it! Day 151, I chose to add a date to the to-do list, which I plan to harvest my ancient fruit. This is the day when all of the ancient fruit plants will all line up, so they can all be harvested at the same time. Summer 11 was the day of the luau, which, yes, I've decided to pronounce correct from now on, so there you go. Happy now. I didn't know what else to add to the pot today, but I settled with an iridium quality spiceberry, as I thought that was a love gift for the soup. It was nice to see the townspeople of East Scarp here as well, bringing an entire ship in order to reach the beach. The soup was great and the governor loved it. Day 152, I'm back on Ginger Island to finally talk to the boy who was friends with the parrots, and after speaking to him, I found out that he was stranded here after a boat crash with both of his parents not making the journey, and from now on will be another NPC I had to give gifts to. However, it's not all today. Today marked the day I finally obtained the lucky ring. This would prove to be very useful going forward. Thank God. Day 153 was the first day of my watermelon harvest, and what was even crazier was I noticed a giant watermelon had grown. Look how cool it looks. Told you Cornucopia was better. Then I'm up to Robin's to ask her to construct me a shed. I didn't know what I wanted to put in there, but I chose to build one anyway. After smashing open some golden coconuts at Clint's, I received the fossilised skull, which was the last bone I needed to finish the field office. Before then, my starfruits had fully grown on the island farm, which would all go into kegs. You know the rules by now. It turns out today Gus was visiting the island, which was actually quite lucky, as he sells a unique recipe only obtainable from the small chance he visits, the tropical curry. I also bought some mango wine, which was actually gold star, meaning it has been aged. This was important because it was another item I needed to finish the missing bundle, something I still had on my to-do list. But before I did any of that, I donated the last bone to Professor Snail to completely finish the field office, and as a reward he gave me 10 golden walnuts. I then spent them straight on creating the trading hut, which this bird sells some unique items such as tropical seeds. But for now, I would leave him and come back later down the line when I had more resources for him. After all those golden walnuts, I finally collected over 100 of them, which meant I could access Mr. Key's Walnut Room, which is where Mr. Key himself offers some really tough quests with the rewards of key gems, which I could exchange for some powerful items, such as pressure nozzles and the key for the town. Checking out his store, I found the usual items, as well as 2 new books, Mr. Key's Notebook, which will help me find more random key gems, and the Divine Insight for, wow, 2,000 key gems. This book was described as ancient writings which belonged to the concerned ape, a godlike figure. Delving into this tome may unravel the mysteries of the universe, which sounded very fun, but would require a lot of grinding to get 2,000 key gems, something I will have to get by the end of the series. In the room was also the Perfection Tracker, which would ultimately be the main goal of the series. Although at the moment I was only at 19%, I still had miles to go. Not to worry, it was only day 153, and I'd still had loads of time before the end of the series. After buying the mango wine from Gus, it actually provided me with enough items to complete the missing bundle, so I donated the wine, dinosaur mayonnaise, a prismatic shard, void salmon, and 5 gold star quality ancient fruit. And after speaking to the Junimo, he let me know that he was one of the last of his kind, which was sadly left behind after the completion of the community centre, and as a reward will transform it into something great. And I said goodbye to the last ever Junimo. Right? While I had Junimos in my mind, I remembered that the child one in the abandoned shed, so I donated the 200 star fruit it required and waited to hear back from it. Day 154, I'm greeted by Marlon, who requested me to meet him at the guild as soon as I could. So I hopped on Nessie and rode down there. In town I noticed that the old Jojo Mart had been converted into a movie theatre, which looks so cool. This meant I could now invite someone to watch movies with me, and the movies changed depending on the season. Marlon had informed me that he'd like me to use his boat to visit some friends who were definitely interested in me. Before I could use his boat, I would have to collect a large amount of monster parts for him. This was the list. It was quite tough, but I aimed to complete it before the end of the 200 days. I then spent the rest of the day in the normal caves, getting to work on all of the monster parts Marlon had requested. Before I headed to bed, I saw some strange lights over the abandoned shed, to which I was told I sensed something had happened in Aurora Vineyard, and there was someone knocking at the door. Very eerie. Fortunately, it was Mayor Lewis actually, who wanted to offer me an opportunity at expansion. After hopping over the fences, just east of the farm, he let me know that if I was interested, I could purchase this giant plot of land, which would cost me 250,000 gold, which was definitely a lot, but I had a ton saved up anyway, so I told him I'm definitely interested, and will meet with him to run over the details as soon as I could. Day 155 I met with Mayor Lewis, which I could access the book and purchase the land. After receiving the property deed, I handed it to him, which he planned to sign and send off, hopefully allowing the farm to be expanded soon, which was definitely exciting. I then checked out the strange occurrences which had just happened in the abandoned shed, and met with a strange, very interesting Junimo named Apples, who definitely spoke like a child, and told me they loved the starfruit and that Apples would love to be my friend, which, okay I guess, but was still left with the question, why isn't the vineyard restored? As with the other Junimos, after completing the bundles, they would restore the room. Very strange. I had accumulated enough experience to unlock another mastery in the cave. I decided to go with the combat mastery, which would allow me to craft the anvil to reforge trinkets, which if you didn't know, were new equipables, which will give the player boosts such as healing or speed, which after unlocking this I can now find around the map. Hopefully I'd find my new trinket soon. Also, the combat mastery grants me the mini forge, which was a movable version of the giant forge, which was at the top of the volcano. I also went to Robin's to commission an upgrade for my shed. I had obtained the crab pot special order ages and ages ago, and I thought to purchase 25 of them to finish it. Unfortunately, I placed them in the ocean when the special order specifically said river fish, so yeah, that's annoying. Being a fresh week meant a new quest from Mr. Key, and I chose the extended family quest, which in 3 days tasked me to fish up all of the legendary fish, but this time they were special variants. Back at the beach I caught the son of the crimson fish, then the mutant carp inside the sewers, Mrs. Angler in the river, and finally the Legend 2, which left only the glacier fish, which had to wait until tomorrow. Day 156, Mayor Lewis is at my door to let me know that the land expansion has been approved, and I'll be granted access to it very soon. I of course headed straight to the lake in Cindersap Forest to catch the last fish I needed, and after some time I managed to get it, completing my first quest from Mr. Key. After realising that I put the crab pots in the wrong place, I moved them to the river and filled them with bait, ready for collection tomorrow. I had a bunch of space laying around ever since I harvested those watermelons, so I headed to Pierre's and bought over 300 lettuces, all ready to plant. And I spent the remainder of the day hoeing and watering all of them. Day 157 marks the day of the expansion of the farm, which just feels weird to see all of this new space. I can't wait to fully decorate this. I suppose this is because of all the new buildings, bushes and trees. The more room I had, the merrier I suppose. Just wait to see how the farm looks on day 200. All of the crab pots were filled with fish this morning, which gave me enough to finish the special order. Then I was back on Ginger Island to replant more starfruit with the deluxe speed grow. This time, I wasn't going to waste all the fertiliser and let it go. I had some plans to fully expand the crop field on Ginger Island, so I took those plans and made them a reality. I expanded it by 10 more iridium sprinklers. It was very late to fully plant and fertilise them, but by the end of the night, I fully finished it. It looks incredible. Day 158 starts with the Green Rain event returning once again. Of course, this provided no real use, apart from the vast amounts of fibres it offers. So yes, boringly I spent the entire day walking around the entire map, scything as much fibres as I could without my brain melting into an ice cream. I had enough of how weird the farm felt with all the new land, so I decided to move my farmhouse as well as the greenhouse and shed. This wasn't the final space I wanted them to go, but it looked good for now. After finishing the special order from Mr. Key, I decided to buy my first item from his store. After a quick browse, I decided to go with the key for the town, which would allow me to access any building at any time, proving very useful when most houses close early. I didn't really want to tackle much today, so I decided to create a new area inside my house for my fish to go. I placed as many legendary fish as I could inside here and decorated it with some coral and crabs. Day 160 began with the tidying up of the farm. After moving everything, it felt weird, so I expanded the path and decided to remove my previous tree farm, which had served me very well up to this point, but it needed to go today. I decided to move the tree farm to this place here, although, again, I don't like it, and I do remove it before the end of the 200 days. I then headed to the caves to hunt more monster parts. This was all working towards the quest for Marlon to access his boat. Day 161 was the day I collected my copper trash can from Clint, which I had sent off a few days ago. I thought today I would try out the new movie theatre, so I bought a ticket and asked Sophia to watch one with me. We went in and I made sure to buy her some snacks to enjoy during the film. The movie was Journey of the Prairie King, which turned out to be one of Sophia's favourites, so that was lucky. She even told me that she cosplays as him, which was just so cool. I mean I knew that, but you know, totally. The film was great and we were both on the edge of our seats the whole time. Sophia told me that she loved it and would love to come again. It was nice to be able to take some time away from the stressful life of Stardew Valley and enjoy the little things every now and then. After that I reached 8 hearts with Sophia and decided to ask her to be my girlfriend, and she said yes. This was the start of something great. To round out the day I created this area for my artisan products. Similar to the tree farm, I hated the design as well, and decided to change it before the end of the video. 162 marks the final week inside the second summer on the farm. I still had some lettuces to harvest and goals to complete, so there was no time to dwell. My entire fields were filled with lettuces this morning, which didn't sell for too much, but would prove a great addition to my gold collection. Back at Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up another quest. This time it was to give 50 love gifts in 1 week, which was definitely made much easier because of the vast amount of new NPCs added. Luckily today was actually the 22nd of the season, which if you remember is now Community Day, so all the townsfolk were in one place. which make giving gifts much easier. Day 163 I plan to try and reach floor 200 of the Skull Caverns, which as you would know was one of my 3 goals I set myself at the beginning of the video. I made sure to load up my inventory the night before so I could give myself plenty of time to tackle the caverns. Before I left I bought a bunch more mega bombs from the dwarf and went to fight. It was tough, but I managed to reach floor 100 by 2:30 PM in the afternoon, which gave me great hope that this actually could be possible. Of course, while I'm in there I'm eating as many food buffs as possible, such as spicy eels. On floor 100 I met up with Mr. Key, who commended me on reaching this level and offered me to drink some iridium snake milk, which was certainly disgusting, but would permanently increase my health by 25. I thanked Mr. Key and carried on the dive. I mean, what did you expect from the best Stardew Valley player on YouTube? I managed to reach floor 200 and received 2 chests around 10 PM, meaning one of the 3 goals I set myself at the start of the video was complete, giving me more hope that this save will actually survive. For the spirit of the position I was in, I chose to see how much further I could get before the end of the day, which surprisingly was even better than I've ever done before. I left the Skull Caverns on floor 263, what a trip, what an experience. Of course this is before I passed out, ending a hugely successful day 163. 1 goal done, 2 more to go. Something I didn't mention yesterday is that I found one of those new trinkets, which turns out to be one of the worst ones, the Golden Spur, which when equipped gave me a higher chance of critical striking. Okay. Putting yesterday's success behind me, I had to fill my inventory with gifts to hand out, to work towards that special order from Mr. Key. At Emily's house I'm thrown into a cutscene which showed the 2 sisters arguing. I suggested that Hayley should have 1 job per week to solve the issue they were arguing about. While I was in there, Hayley appeared to be struggling to open a jar, and being the absolute bodybuilder that I am, easily opened it with no struggle, to which she replied that I was stronger than I looked. Pfft. For the last cutscene it shows Emily using some sort of machine to make oils, which I can potentially make in the future, something I'm going to have to speak to her about. I bump into Alyssa from Ridgeside, to which I have the most awkward encounter I've ever seen with. We end up trying to move out of each other's way at the same time, as well as bumping into each other yet again as she's trying to leave. God, we've all had that experience. I spent the day gift giving before removing the old crop layout on the farm. I told you I didn't really like it, so I got rid of it now. I also chose to remove the giant watermelon, which was tough to see, but I'll definitely make sure to have a goal where I can get all the giant crops, old and new, before the end of the series. We will meet again, giant watermelon. Day 165 starts stranger than normal. I awaken to an alien noise to see that a pulsating capsule had formed on my farm. Why is there an alien growing in my back garden? Hello? I make a trip to Ridgeside and meet up with Isabel, who wanted to talk to me in order to keep her company while she was working. It turned out to be a really nice conversation, and she taught me some valuable life lessons, that knowing your boundaries is important, and that I shouldn't be a yes man, and say yes to everything anyone asks me, which was definitely very wise and extremely important, even for the real world. See everyone? Keep playing Stardew, it makes you emotionally aware. After handing out the last gifts, I had fully finished my second special order from Mr. Key, and had a bunch of key gems to spend. I chose to purchase some pressure nozzles, which I can apply onto my sprinklers, meaning they would cover even more tiles. The rest of the day was spent laying out my new pressure nozzle sprinklers, just like how many tiles they cover. Mayor Lewis was at my door this morning to let me know that he has seen the amount of wine I was shipping, and let me know that he's given Robin the plans to build me a new winery, which was incredible. I think it's great that I can finally build new buildings on the farm, such as this new winery. It will add so much more to the farm. I can't wait to build one. Perhaps I might be able to even get it done before the end of the 200 days. Of course I was very intrigued by hearing that, so I went straight to Robin's to see how much it would cost. I mean, it looks cool. It is said to provide ample casting space, and any wine in it would age 15% faster. Although it would cost 1 million gold, 50 kegs, 30 iridium bars, and 200 pieces of hardwood. Which sounds like a lot, but I mean, after the Skull Caverns dive, the iridium was not an issue. The kegs was fine, the gold was alright, but the hardwood, no. Day 167 is the penultimate day of the season, with this 200 days passing by so fast. There wasn't much time to complete the goals I had set for myself. The bookseller was back in town, and while I had a bunch of gold saved up, I thought why not purchase some of these new books. I purchased Beginner's Luck, Friendship 202, The Magnetic Mastery, which would increase my magnetism by 1 tile, Horse the Book, which increases horse speed, Oh Sliver Legs, Way of the Wind Part 2 and the Queen of the Source Cookbook, which cost me around 280,000 gold, which was quite a lot, but most of these new books provided me with great buffs such as luck and movement speed, very much worth the gold. I wanted to check off the 130 golden walnuts, so I found myself back in the volcano to find more journal scraps, as well as golden walnuts. On floor 5 I spent 5 more walnuts on creating an exit shortcut, surely useful for future trips to the volcano. After slaying an enemy, it dropped one of the best trinkets in the game, the parrot egg, which spawns a parrot companion, who follows me around and grants me the chance to find gold every time I slay a monster. While I was in the volcano, I also found an ostrich egg out of a chest, which I could incubate back on the farm to start housing ostriches. After finding so many golden walnuts, I was quite confused on what ones I had left to find, so I spoke to the parrot in Leo's treehouse, to which it told me that there was still 2 hidden in the north somewhere. For now though, it was getting late, so I made up an ostrich incubator and placed the egg right into it and waited for it to hatch. Day 168 was the final day of the summer, and I was back on Ginger Island to spend the last day here. This time I brought a slingshot with me to knock this golden walnut which is hiding in the tree, as well as hoe the ground just here for one more, and spent the rest of the day inside the volcano in search of more golden walnuts. Around 9 PM I reached the peak of the volcano, and on my way out, saw 1 more golden walnut which I had forgotten to collect. After returning to the parrot, it told me that the next golden walnut was hidden in the pages of a journal, which meant I had to find more journal scraps. For now though, it was time to celebrate the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, which like every year, is peaceful and marks the end of the summer season. Now, on to fall. Day 169 is the start of my favourite season in Stardew Valley, Fall. This season proves to be a giant transformation in the farm and remains the final full month in the 200 day series. Let's not forget however, I still have 2 goals remaining to finish before the end, or else I'll lose my entire mega modded save. I had large plans to get my head down and grinding this season. I was definitely not going to let my save go. So I made sure to hoe my entire crop fields, which was bound to provide my many juicy crops in this wonderful fall season, with a place to go. Entering town, I was thrown into a cutscene with Camilla again, the witch I had met a few days ago at the Wizard's Tower. Not days ago, weeks ago. Who suggested that she'll use her magic to make this more interesting. After she performed her magic ritual, she created a catfish in the water to join the strange puppy fish. Very strange. I took some time to try and catch one, and after some time I managed to get one of them. Look how cute he is. At Willie's, I saw he was selling a new book, The Fisherman's Guide, which would gain me a +1 fishing level permanently, which I just had to pick up while I was there. Seeing that there was only 30 days left until the end of the 200 days, I wasted no time in completing my goals. I headed straight to the volcano in search of more journal scraps and golden walnuts. A good tactic was to completely bomb all of the rocks to give me the best chance of finding them. I awakened back on Ginger Island on day 170, as I must have passed out last night inside the volcano, and unfortunately, spent the entire day back in the volcano. But before late, I decided to spend yet another night on the island. Day 171, I went in search for more golden walnuts, and while it was raining, you could see this mermaid was resting on a rock. After placing flute blocks and tuning them into the correct manner, which I didn't do myself, I looked at a YouTube video for, don't judge me, it would play a very nice tune, and as a reward, granted me 5 more golden walnuts. In the west, I dug up 1 more golden walnut which I had missed by the shore. After speaking to the parrot, it would not give me any more clues, which meant for the final golden walnuts, I had to find a banana, for a puzzle I'll show you later. I had already found a banana sapling, but still had 10 days to grow, so I added it to the list to remind me, which meant in 10 days, I should be able to tick off yet another goal. Day 172, I had been away on the island for so long I had totally forgotten to buy some crops for the new season, so I had to re-hoe half of the fields ready to grow. The bookseller was back early this season. This time I chose to buy Optimizing Stardew Valley, which I had no idea what it did, so what a waste. In Pierre's I bought a load of pumpkin seeds with the plan of planting the new crops in the second half of the season, and headed home to plant them all. I wonder how many giant pumpkins I'll get this season with all this space. Back on Blue Moon Vineyard, I caught Sophia checking on her casks, to which she told me her parents made them, and she would like my help with something. She explained that the room I had caught her crying in a while back was actually her parents' room, and that she'd never unpacked their stuff, and that on the 4th of fall, which was today, there was a car crash and unfortunately her parents didn't make it, with both Mayor Lewis and Gus telling her the news at the door. This was obviously quite sad to hear, and I told her she was doing a great job running the vineyard, and I agreed to help her unpack her old parents' room and redecorate it, so tomorrow we'll begin the cleanup. Damn, it's making a grown man cry. The reason I was here was to ask her to come to the movies again with me. As a new season, the movie had changed, so that's how we spent the end of an emotional day. Funnily enough, it appears Sophia didn't really enjoy it as she was dozing off, which wasn't a good sign, but it was still nice to spend some time away. Day 173, I'm back to Blue Moon Vineyard to begin the cleanup of her parents' room. Overnight, Sophia had made some snacks for us to do, which were delicious, and after some time it was done, and looked really nice. Sophia was so happy she even shouted yay, which I obviously found funny at the time. As I went back into town, I saw Sophia in a really good mood, and her spending time with Hayley and just coming out of a shower was really great to see, especially how she was at the start of the series. It's great to see how much her character has changed. Back at the vineyard, I caught Sophia in the cosplay of the Journey of the Prairie King, and she was really excited to show off her costume for me. Outside the farm, I watched her act out the Prairie King, or should I say the Prairie Queen. It was a tad silly, but I found it quite funny to watch her do all this, but it really just shows how much more confident she's become. Although at the end she told me that this was her favourite part. Isn't that nice? She even had the audacity to call me the silly one. Day 174, I had big plans to ask Sophia to marry me, which was a big step in the series, and would definitely be weird having another person onto the farm, but the farm life does get quite lonely sometimes. Before then, I had finally had all the monster parts Marlon had wanted in order for me to use his boat. He let me know that he'd be able to use it tomorrow, which was definitely exciting to hear. I'd never really left the valley before, apart from the desert. I took some time to fish at the end of the river in Pelican Town to catch the anglerfish, the legendary fish of the fall season, and after a few hooks, I managed to get it. I had bold plans to build that orchard I'd dreamed about, so I headed to Pierre's to buy a bunch more tree saplings I hadn't gotten yet. For now, I planted them in the greenhouse and waited until they had a real home for them to go. After such an eventful day, I'd completely forgotten to ask Sophia to marry me, so I went to bed and hoped to give it to her tomorrow. I'm greeted by Scarlet, who was one of Sophia's friends who lived in Grampleton, that I should visit the village at some point, and access it I'll have to take the train. More towns to explore, yay! Marlon was at the door telling me he's ready for me to leave as soon as possible, and I should meet up with him when I'm ready to go. Of course, I was so excited to see the new land, so I headed right up to the guild and began the long trip down the river with Marlon to visit this new land. After arriving, we met up with Lance once again, at an apparent outpost, which was a safe point in the Highlands, which apparently is full of monsters which are incredibly strong. Lance appeared interested in me, and wanted me to hunt down monsters in the Highlands, but it wouldn't let me do it right now, so I had to go home. Although this does make me very excited for the future of the series, and I cannot wait to explore this Highlands and tackle these tough monsters. With adventure in my heart, I took the train up to Grampleton for the first time to see another giant farm town. Although all of the houses were blocked, and none of these areas were actually accessible apart from Scarlet's house, which was a relief, and made things much easier. I met up with her parents who greeted me to the town. Not much later, outside Marnie's, the bear who I'd befriended a while back had just burst out of Marnie's house. He told me that his friends are ready to help me on the farm. The only thing I would need is to get one of those new coops or barns. That was certainly exciting. After checking out Marnie's animal stock, I could see a new one, which I'd need a bigger barn for. To me it looked like the bear, but that was something I'd love to see in 300 Days and Beyond, a new animal. For now though, I had unlocked another mastery, to which I chose the foraging one, which would unlock the recipe for the mystic tree and treasure totem, also allowing me to find golden mystery boxes, which contain superior items compared to the normal variant. And, as another day went past, forgot to ask Sophia to marry. I don't even know why I wasn't doing it, to be honest. Crazy. Day 176 was the start of the new week, which meant a new special order. So I once again picked up Fairy Garden, which I didn't manage to complete earlier in the series. This time I didn't forget, however, and today I asked Sophia to marry me, to join me on the farm. Thankfully, she said yes, and the whole event was set to happen in 3 days, which was exciting and a big leap for this mega modded series. For the first time in a while, I headed back to the abandoned shed, where I met up with that young Junimo to see if anything had changed, which it hadn't. So I headed up to the backwoods in Ridgeside, this time in the dark, to try and find all of the remaining items I needed to finish the preparations quest. Fortunately, I didn't find any new items, which was starting to worry me, as the series is slowly coming to a close now. Day 177, I was back in the backwoods, This time it was raining, so there was a chance to find the remaining items, if I could somehow locate them. Luckily for me, I ended up meeting the strange ghost child, who after speaking to handed me the hollowed bear, which was another item I needed, so I was very happy. Furthermore, the yellow wood sculpture was just sat here, which was strange, but thankfully led me one step closer to finishing it. What was even better than that is that I found yet another item, the shell bracelet, which was just laying here, which really annoyed me as I rode past this so many times and I don't know how I didn't see it. This meant the only item I needed to meet the seer and finishing this horrible preparations quest was the night black diamond, which I didn't end up finding today, but that was okay, I still made huge progress, so I didn't mind. Before the end of the night I decided to fill my basement with cheese to age, although it would take over 2 weeks to do so. I'm back on Ginger Island to harvest an entire island filled with starfruit, all ready for kegging, which I'm still doing by the way. I thought I'd save you the time of me talking about it every single day. Yet again I spend the rest of the night back in the backwoods in Ridgeside to find the night black diamond, although again I'm unsuccessful. Not to worry, we still have plenty of time left. Day 179 marked a wonderful day in the history of the Mega Modded series. It was the day of mine and Sophia's marriage. After expressing our vows, Mayor Lewis had officially wed us, which meant Sophia will now be joining me on the farm, which was nice considering how long I'd been here on my own. Well, apart from Nessie and my animals. This was Sophia's room on the farm, fairly basic, but it did come with a sewing machine that actually works. Fall 11th was Jodie's birthday, so I headed into town and handed her a birthday gift. And surprise surprise, I was back up in Ridgeside Village to complete the preparations quest. This time, before I went in, I checked out Gio's cabin to purchase a new leather jacket, as well as some Ridgeside Village warp totems. I could do this because I had vast amounts of spiritual essences after going in there pretty much every single day. Unfortunately, I did not find the night black diamond again. Day 180 marks the last 20 days inside the mega modded farm, and the end of the 200 days, which was both scary and exciting. There was still plenty to do in the series and plenty to explore before the end. Today the bookseller was back, and today I bought a Combat Quarterly book, which I could trade straight in for some Monster Musk. I also bought the Combat Codex, which increases my damage, immunity boost, the strongest brew, and bush driving for dummies, as well as the winter forestry, which most of them are self-explanatory, all providing boosts to each of the skills. The bush driving for dummies book, however, would make the bus usable at any time, and winter forestry will teach me how to grow trees during the winter. Unfortunately, the daily trip to the backwoods yielded no night black diamond. Fall 13 brought big news. My banana tree had finally matured. With bananas in hand, I dashed to Ginger Island to fulfill my jungle offering. As expected, a gorilla showed up, happily devoured the banana and handed over the final 3 golden walnuts. That meant I'd hit the 130 golden walnut mark, goal 2 out of 3 complete. Later, I finally maxed out my mastery cave skills, unlocking the final perk, the advanced fishing rod. It lets me use 2 tackle slots at once, making the ultimate fishing tool. After finishing all of the mastery, I could see Grandpa's hat sitting on the lit up stone cave, which was definitely a proud moment for me. Day 182, I kicked off the day at Pierre's, buying a ton of fairy seeds to complete the fairy garden special order. Oh, and Pierre now sells bushes that grow in the winter. Yes please. While I was on a spending spree, I stocked up on cooking ingredients for the long road to 100% perfection. Over at Robin's, I asked her to renovate my house with a brand new room. I also remembered a secret Junimo shop where artifacts are sold, so I checked out and snagged some fairy stones for the special order. The shop even sold an ancient Junimo scroll, which meant I could construct another teleport pad. Yes, thank you. This meant I could teleport right to this place anytime I wanted. Farm renovation time? I'm sparing you the messy details since I'll end up redoing it all later. Instead, I visited Ginger Island to plant 10 fairy rose plants for the special order. No crows allowed, however. A new Ridgeside special order from Maeve caught my eye this morning. She needed 50 eggs, 50 milk and 50 wool. Luckily, my chests were overflowing with animal goods, and after donating everything, I walked away 80,000 gold richer. Day 184, Sandy stopped by to ask for some sunflowers for her flower crown project. Conveniently, I had a stash ready to go, so she left happy. Later, it was a Stardew Valley fair time. I entered the Grange display, aiming for first prize, but ended up with second once again. Afterward, I gambled my way to enough star tokens to grab the new furniture catalogue. Not bad for a day's work. My giant pumpkin harvest had rolled in. I ended up with 11 giant crops. Sadly, I had to chop them all down, but the haul was incredible. I ended up getting over 500 pumpkins ready to sell. I also revisited the raccoon bundle turning in a coconut jelly and dried strawberries to unlock a journal that increased my chances of getting mixed seeds from weeds. Later I visited Maeve, who thanked me for giving the 50 wool, milk and eggs, and informed me that I could now take out loans for her mansion's phone. Loans? No thanks, Maeve. Day 186, I dove into some serious farm redesign today. First up, I removed the cheese press area and tore down the poorly placed tree farm. My goal? To create the best looking farm I've ever had. By bedtime, I've made a ton of progress on the tree farm layout. Day 187, I was back to work on the farm. I added fences, grass, torches to the tree farm, making it look amazing. Then I expanded the area to include the bushes that Pierre now sells. The growable bushes are a game changer. By the evening, I couldn't stop admiring the new setup. It just looked amazing, especially at night. I told you, this was the best farm I've ever done. Day 188 marked full 20, which was the Ridgeside gathering again. Of course, after last year I was quite excited to see what they had in stock, but unfortunately this year's stock was quite disappointing, and I didn't end up buying much. The evening concert by Lenny and Lewis was still quite great. I would have just thought they got some new people performing, not the same rubbish band. Day 189, the first harvest of my experimental crops came in. Barley, celery, spinach and durum, all stored for future cooking. I also bought even more bushes from Pierre and planted them around the farm. Over at Emily's, I had a random private dance moment which, well, was different. Hey, at least she's got a personality, I guess. Day 190 meant 10 days to go. I bit the bullet this morning and invested in a brand new winery for the farm. It was expensive as you know, 1 million gold, 50 cakes, 30 iridium bars and 200 hardwood, but it would definitely be worth it. The building will take a whole week to finish, so I just have to wait for now, but should be done before the end of the 200 days. Day 191 I collected a batch of goat's cheese from the basement and harvested the turnips I planted earlier. The trees I fertilised had finally matured, so I added tappers to them. I also really wanted a Junimo hut on the farm, so after some tinkering, I squeezed one in just near the crops. This will save me much needed time during harvests. I prepped the new crop area today, making sure to plant the wheat to make the most out of the few days of fall. I also managed to grab 2 more fairy stones from the refreshed Junimo shop I had just made a teleport pad a few weeks ago, which meant I could officially complete the Fairy Garden special order. Day 193, the orchard project is officially underway. I bought all the available trees from Ridgeside's orchard and began laying them out on the new area. It's going to look fantastic once everything grows. Later I discovered a mysterious sewer near the cable cars, which was apparently a sneak peek for future content added to Stardew Valley Expanded. Or Ridgeside Village, whatever mod it was, which was definitely exciting. But at this rate though, I was going to finish the series before they release this new content. Perhaps I'll do a video covering it whenever it releases, if that's something you'd be interested in. Day 195 is the day of Spirit's Eve, and was a day I could take my foot off the gas and enjoy my time with the fellow townsfolk. Remembering the invitation a few nights ago, I headed straight to the Scarp Inn to see what they had installed to celebrate. I'd forgotten to mention before, but a few days ago I received a letter from the people of East Scarp telling me before Spirit's Eve they're going to do a celebration inside the Scarp Inn. So of course that's what I had to check out this morning. On the inside it was nice to see the whole place had been transformed into a spooky look, and everyone was already dressed up ready for the evening's festivities. There wasn't really much to do in here, but I still had a great time eating food and partying on the dance floor. After some time, the real event was ready. Spirit's Eve. And it was even better to see that everyone had new costumes from last year. I had to just showcase a few of my favourites. One of the greatest was Blair and Sean dressed as Jesse and James. Dyer dressed as anyway, and Lenny was a shrimp, so yeah, you know, cool. Annoyingly, the maze had changed once again from last year, so it took me a long time to navigate it. But after some time, I reached the end to obtain my prize ticket, ending another great event. On the final day of the season, I am greeted by Mayor Lewis at my door, who let me know that the governor is sending his wife and son to stay and would like me to make sure everything goes well. I hit back with, "Well, isn't that your job?" To which he said we all have to play our part. I would see me later. This guy, man. This guy. The last day wasn't spent doing too much, it was mainly loose chores, clearing up around the farm. Now, on to winter. Day 197 marks the start of my second winter on the mega modded farm. And what was even sadder was this was the final 3 days I had in the video, so there was no time to waste. I bump into 2 people, Josephine and her son, and as it turns out it was the governor's wife and son who were visiting. I made sure to tell them that Mayor Lewis would be here soon, and he will sort out everything out. God, I better get paid for this. The winter didn't offer any new crops for me apart from the mint seeds, so I had to buy all 500 of them in order to fill the fields. Something was better than nothing, you know. Winter 1 is Krobus's birthday, so I gave him an iridium quality horseradish, which is a love gift for him. Rehoeing and watering the crops took a long time to complete, but before dark managed to fully get them in the ground. Day 198 marks 8 days since I'd asked Robin to build the winery, and today it was ready, and holy, just look how cool it was. Although inside was smaller than I expected, but still meant the kegs would brew 15% faster than usual, so today was spent removing all of the kegs from the shed and placing them into the winery. This is how it looks at the end, incredible. I hope there are more new buildings like this to build in Fringer Days and beyond. Oops, I accidentally slept over day 199, which meant we're on day 200 now. To which I'm greeted by Sophia, who informed me that she has ordered a new cosplay, which is on the way. Which would be nice to see. Of course, today was day 200 and I still had one goal left to complete, the preparations quest. I did manage to find the Night Black Diamond a few nights ago, but I thought I wouldn't mention it, you know, to keep up the tension before the final day. So I took all of the items I needed, and headed up to Geo's cabin to finally complete the final goal of the series, which meant my Stardew Valley save was safe from deletion. And I could finally meet this seer. I headed to Geo's cabin to complete the final goal and secure my save from deletion, finishing all 3 goals of the series. This meant now I could finally meet this mysterious seer and unlock a whole new world. And just as I placed the items in the box... What happened? Returning to the farm after so much time away felt great, though I definitely didn't miss the freezing air sending chills down my spine this morning. But there was no time to waste, I still had plenty to do. At the end of the last 200 days, I had gathered all the required items to finish the preparations quest, and I placed them all into a box in Geo's cabin. I was given instructions to return the next morning. However, day 201 was spent wandering around, reacquainting myself with the valley, and figuring out my next steps. When the evening rolled around, I headed back to Geo's cabin, where I finally met Belinda, the mysterious seer I'd been so intrigued by. Turns out, she needed the items I collected to create a portal to the Spirit's Realm, with the help of Dyer and Geo of course. But things didn't go as planned. Despite their efforts, the items vanished, and the portal failed to open. A mysterious voice intervened, sealing it away and preventing it from harming us. From their exchange, it was clear that Belinda and this voice had a complicated past. She also mentioned my grandmother, hinting that everyone in this valley knew her somehow. But, like my grandfather, I had very few memories of their time here. For now, Belinda told me she'd be in touch when she was ready to try again. So many questions, so few answers. After a chaotic night, waking up to fields full of mints was a welcome sight. They don't sell for much, but hey, it was better than nothing. Winter 6 was Victoria's birthday, and she wanted a slime egg. No judgment here. One of my main goals in these 300 days was building friendships and relationships, as I was working towards 100% perfection. With so many NPCs to befriend, I had to start early. Back in Ridgeside, Belinda informed me that I needed to offer specific items to different coloured crystals in the backwoods in order to unseal the mountain spirit, aka the mysterious voice that spoke to us yesterday. However, comparing it to the preparations quest, this seemed much simpler, just to offer 30 items matching the crystal's colour. Of course, for now, I had to add it to my ever-growing to-do list. Back in Pelican Town, I finally visited Robin and asked her to expand my house. I had some big plans for marriage in this run, so I'd need the extra space. On Sunday, my first batch of ancient fruit in the greenhouse was ready. As always, I kegged them. Though I won't mention this every time, because I do it constantly, and it'd get very boring very fast. I was still struggling to remember what I needed to do, so the day was spent handling random farm chores. That night, I met up with Victoria at the saloon. We had a meal and a quick chat. It was nice. The new week meant it was time to start grinding again, but first it was the Festival of Ice. Not my favourite festival, but it was a good chance to socialise. And yes, I won the competition for the second year in a row. Before bed, I decided to put up the Christmas tree, which looked fantastic in the living room. With a new week came new special orders. In Pelican Town, I picked up reducing the crab menace, which required me to slay 50 crabs. Over on Ginger Island, I grabbed the extended family quest, which meant fishing up the legendary fish in just 3 days. There was no time to waste, so I got straight to work. First, the Son of the Crimson Fish at the beach. then the mutant carp in the sewers, Mrs. Angler, and the legend 2. And finally, glacier fish, late in the evening. These earned me some key gems, which was essential since I needed 2,000 of them for a new book added in Mr. Key's shop. Meanwhile, at the Wizard's Tower, Magnus handed me a strange potion. Drinking it unlocks a new magical skill, which allowed me to change my appearance in his basement. Pfft, that's a power I wish I had in real life. Winter 10 marked a milestone, my first obelisk. The water obelisk cost 10 clams, 10 coral, 500,000 gold, and some iridium, but now I could teleport to the beach whenever I wanted. Feeling generous, I also gave Robin 950 pieces of wood and another 500,000 gold to build Pam a new house. Even after all the trouble she's caused me, I decided to put our differences aside. 'Tis the season for giving after all. It was also Sebastian's birthday, but since we weren't close enough for me to enter his room, I had to awkwardly wait outside for half the day just to hand him a frozen tear. Probably not worth it. To end day 206, I started laying out the groundwork for my new storage shed and began transferring my items into the sorted chests. A tedious but necessary task. Day 207 started the same way, moving items, organising, and questioning my life choices. Over in Ridgeside, I picked up a quest from the notice board, which tasked me to collect bug steaks for Mr. Aguirre's lab research. So I spent the day grinding in the lower levels of the mines, with monster musk of course, gathering as much bug meat as I could. On day 208, I rode Nessie to the lab to drop off the 20 bug steaks. I then made sure Gunther had a birthday gift. Yet again, I found myself hauling items to my new storage area. The mods have added hundreds of new items, so of course the process was made even more painful. Day 209 was the day of Pam's new house. I chose to remain anonymous, letting her believe it was a stroke of luck, rather than a favour from me. It was better this way anyway, no debts, no obligation. Meanwhile, I had big plans for my Ginger Island farm. My goal? Well, to cover the entire thing in pineapples. Why? Because in the new 1.6 update, the new dehydrator turns every single dried pineapple into something ridiculously profitable. I only had 13 seeds for now, but I plan to keep replanting them. Honestly, I was getting tired of starfruit and the ancient fruit, so it was time for something different. I also made some progress on the Ridge Crystals quest, gathering 30 of each colour item. However, for some reason, iridium ore wasn't considered blue. Am I blind? Day 210 I was back to the backwoods to offer 30 aquamarines instead, since apparently iridium ore isn't blue. Whatever. Winter 14 was Harvey's birthday, but just like Sebastian, I wasn't close enough friends to enter his room. So I spent the entire day waiting outside until 5 PM just to hand him a coffee. The things I do for friendship. Day 211 begins in a rather strange way. At my door I meet Bliss, another member of Belinda's crew, helping her reopen the portal to the spirit realm. She tells me to meet her in Ridgeside after 8 PM. When I said I wanted 100% perfection, I really mean it. That includes marrying as many people as possible. Mostly because of the many new candidates offer unique items and cutscenes which I'll never see otherwise. So I headed to Emily's house and handed her a bouquet. She said yes. Don't worry, I'll be divorcing them all later. The goal is to 100% mega modded Stardew Valley after all. Back on Ginger Island, I select the Skull Cavern Invasion quest. This means powerful monsters will now flood Skull Cavern, and I need to reach floor 100 in one piece to earn 40 key gems. I also picked up the Tropical Fish special order from Willy, which requires me to catch 5 lionfish, 5 blue discus, and 5 stingrays. Not too bad. By 4 PM I've caught the lionfish, but decide to finish the quest another day, since tonight is the first night of the night market. God, how many times did I just say night? Of course, while I was here I decided to grab the new painting, and of course a Junimo catalogue from the travelling car. In Ridgeside, I meet back up with Belinda and her crew after completing the colourful crystal quest a few nights ago. Belinda uses the objects we had gathered to free the mountain spirit, who will help us enter the spirit realm. Although I still have no idea why I would even want to go there in the first place. After some intense spell work, we succeeded. The spirit's name is Recolour, which I am definitely pronouncing wrong, and she has an incredible design. She reveals that she, Belinda, and my grandmother once opened a portal to the spirit realm a long time ago. The reason I should help? A growing corruption is apparently spreading across the valley, which explains the increased monster activity in the backwoods, and I, sharing my grandmother's connection, must venture there to stop it. Recolour explains that they once tried to stop the corruption with my grandmother, but failed. My grandmother returned with an unknown sickness and passed away soon after. Overwhelming but fascinating, I need to do whatever it takes to avenge her and save this valley. Why? Because I'm one of the idiots that live here. Of course this wasn't going to be easy, and it meant another tough fetch quest. I had to find 9 unique items and place them on pedestals to reopen the portal. If you remember the preparation grind from 200 days, you will know we're in for the long haul. For now it's getting late, and with this newfound knowledge, the rest of my 300 day journey is about to get a lot more interesting. Compared to yesterday, day 212 is much less eventful. I return to Ginger Island to finish Willy's tropical fish quest. This takes up most of today, and by 8 PM I'm finally heading back home. Before the night ends, I make bold plans for tomorrow. I wanted to dive into the Skull Cavern to complete Mr. Key's invasion quest. So I stock up my inventory with food, and I also stopped by the dwarf to purchase a ridiculous amount of mega bombs. At dawn on day 213, I waste no time racing to the desert. With 100 floors to clear, every second counts. The cavern is brutal, especially with the stronger monsters now lurking inside, but thanks to the mega bombs and magic rock candy, I managed to reach floor 100 by 4 PM. My reward? My first galaxy soul. If I collect 3, I can forge the most powerful sword in the game. I would have stayed longer, but tonight is the final day of the night market, so I had to take some time to check it out before it disappears for the year. The first task of day 214 is clearing up the old storage area. It looks ugly and out of place. I also continue decorating my storage shed, adding furnaces, more crystallarians, and some recycling machines, which ends up taking most of the day. In the evening I take a break from the Spirit Realm drama and visit the movie theatre. This time I invite Kiara from Ridgeside. It's a Christmas movie, fitting for the season, and a nice escape from the usual grind. Day 215 starts at Robin's, where I commission another silo. My animals are burning through hay at an alarming rate, and I need some more storage for the winter months. Today is also Marlin's birthday, so I handed him a red slime egg. Knowing Marlin, he'll find good use for it. On Ginger Island, I spend most of my remaining golden walnuts on key gems. With everything rebuilt, there is not much to use them for. You remember how I said I was saving for the 2000 key gem book? Well, I couldn't resist buying the horse flute today, which allows me to summon the horse anywhere. That's just too useful not to pick up. I also decided to pick up some fertilizer attachments, and Mr. Key's hat, because, why not? The rest of the day is spent decorating the farm with new paths and grass. Today, day 216, is Evelyn's birthday, so I'll make sure she gets a diamond. I also visit the wizard to move some buildings around, relocating the winery and decorating it with paths, fences and grass. The farm looks amazing. I'm sure I won't change it again and mess it up later. Today was Pika's birthday, and of course the first mission was to hand him a Ridge apple, upping him to 5 hearts. Being a Sunday meant the desert trader would now trade jades for staircases, so that's a deal I just couldn't refuse. A new mod I added in 300 days was Rose in the Sand, which would allow Sandy to become romanceable, which was certainly a random one, but this is what mega modded means, right? This meant I could hand her a bouquet this morning, allowing her to be my girlfriend. At Robin's, I asked her to commission me a new shed. I would place it here for now, but would certainly move it later. I wanted a place to fill with animal machines, and this new shed was exactly that, although it wouldn't be ready to use for a few more days. In the storage shed, I added some more decorations, such as a fireplace and some plants. I had totally forgotten about the museum for a very long time, so today I took over 300 geodes to Clint's to slowly open as many as I could, without my brain melting to an ice cream, to get all of the minerals I had yet to find. Of course, as you can imagine, this process took a very long time, but just after 2 PM I had donated all the minerals I needed, with only a few artifacts left, which annoyingly I had no clue what or where they were. Here we are, another fresh week and the last week of the winter season. In Pelican Town there was a new special order from Joja Mart, which tasked me to hand out 30 Joja Cola, which I could never take as everyone hates it. The bookseller was back in town, and although I had purchased all of his books in 200 days, he sold a new one called The Book of Carols, which would help me spread Christmas joy. Okay? And after reading it, it told me I learned some carols. Sure. Back in Mr. Key's walnut room, I chose Key's prismatic grange, which would challenge me to place 100 of a certain set of colours into his box. After finding a secret note in the Skull Caverns, I took a battery pack to this power box in the road tunnel, to which I received a letter telling me to bring a rainbow shell to the train station. And after doing that, I was told to place 10 beets in Mayor Lewis's fridge. However, I didn't have any of them on me right now, so I'd have to put that quest on hold for now. I took to finish the rest of the day decorating the new storage shed, and this is how it looked in the end. Not too bad considering I'm terrible at designing. Day 219, I had finally remembered that I placed some goat's cheese in the casks in my basement, so I could collect them, which they had aged enough to turn into iridium quality, which sold for around 50,000 gold, not too bad. Today the shed had finished building, so I headed right back to Robin's to ask her to upgrade it to a big one. Winter 23 was Leah's birthday, and luckily for me, goat's cheese is a love gift for her, so I had loads to hand her. I headed to the desert to purchase some beets for the quest, but unfortunately, because of the Rose of the Sands mod, she now leaves the oasis every now and then, and conveniently, she was leaving right as I arrived. Great. Something I had added to my to-do list was cooking. As with Ridgeside and Stardew Valley expanded, I'd now had a load more cooking recipes to do, so I thought I'd allocate some time every now and then to cook some more. This obviously consisted of going back and forth from the shed to the cooker. Before I turned into the day, I cooked around 5 more recipes. Day 220 marks 20 days into the 300-day mega modded journey, and with winter slowly coming to a close, there's still some time left before the end of my second year, so it was all hands on decks today. Today I ran into Bliss again, who informed me about some strange occurrences that were happening near the abandoned greenhouse in Ridgeside. She urged me to return at midnight to witness the mystery firsthand. While I was there, I also discovered that the travelling cart was in Ridgeside on Wednesdays. After 220 days in this series, I can't believe I never knew that. Sandy was finally in the shop today, allowing me to purchase the beets I needed, along with some other spring crops and some cactus, which after planting in the shed looked great. Can't wait till they fully grow. Before the day ended, I headed to Ginger Island to plant some coffee. I had some bold plans to grow enough coffee for endless triple shot espressos, and for future special orders. I also planted some tea trees while I was there, and of course the beets with some deluxe speed grow. My first pineapples had matured, so I put them straight into the seed maker to multiply them. My goal is an entire island of pineapples. It was late, but I managed to plant them all before turning in. Of course, I returned to the abandoned greenhouse at midnight, as Bliss suggested. Strangely, it was no longer ruined, it was fully rebuilt. Upon entering, a mysterious voice asked me to stay, and I suddenly passed out, skipping the day entirely and waking up back on the farm the next morning. Day 221 was the Feast of the Winter Star. This year, my secret gift giver was Anton, whom I barely knew, but I tracked him down and gifted him some spaghetti. In return, my secret gift giver this year was Lorenzo, who handed me 10 deluxe speed grow. Wow. What a letdown. Last year, Kenneth gave me 30 battery packs, so my expectations were high. Oh well, it's the thought that counts. Regardless, it was great seeing everyone at the festival. Day 222 brought the completion of my upgraded shed, so I finally began decorating it. I planned to convert it into an animal shed, maximising efficiency and profit. It took all day to settle on a design, but I also constructed a bunch of preserve jars to turn my fruit trees harvest into jelly. Additionally, I crafted a juicer, a new machine from the Cornucopia mod that turns fruit into juice, similar to kegs. After setting up, I processed all the animal products I had saved into cheese and mayonnaise. I also made butter churns for producing butter, which will be useful for cooking later. As if today couldn't get any better, when I turned in for the night I received a message. Sophia had given birth to a baby girl. I named her Kim, because why not? Day 223 felt different, with a new little one in the farmhouse. My day started at the Ridgeside mansion, where Louis, one of the snobby rich kids, forced me to be his servant for the day, including making him a sandwich. I was there to celebrate Irene's birthday, however, gifting her a ridge apple. Leaving the mansion, I saw Louis reluctantly playing with Trini and Kahi. At least he was socialising instead of bossing me around. Later, I received another star drop from Sophia after maxing our hearts out. That means I'm now only 2 away from collecting them all. 1 for catching every fish, and 1 for completing the museum. Day 224 meant another dive into Skull Caverns. It was as brutal as ever, but by 10 PM I reached floor 156 before calling it quits. This trip restocked my chests with valuable resources like copper and stone. Winter 28, however, marks the final day of the season, and we all gathered in Ridgeside for the Ember of Resolutions. And as the bonfire burned, I reflected on all I have achieved in my second year. But despite 224 days in, 100% completion was still very far away. Before the day ended, my grandfather's ghost decided to visit me. He told me he was proud of my progress, and now could finally rest. It was a heartwarming moment, and just as I was about to sleep, Sophia woke me, excited to show me a fairy garden in the morning. Strange, just let me sleep. And with that, my third year in the valley has begun. The new spring season brought a fresh wave of work and plans for massive progress. I was still miles away from perfection, so I had to focus on the present right now. Most of my fruit trees had grown, adding a unique aesthetic to the farm. This season I aim to plant as many crops as possible. The Cornucopia mod introduced an overwhelming variety of crops, but I wanted to grow as many as possible. Planting and watering these new crops took most of the day, as you can imagine, but the results look amazing. Plus, with the Junimo huts active again, harvesting will be made much easier. Day 226 started with another meeting with Bliss outside the abandoned greenhouse. She revealed that it was cursed with a lone trapped entity inside, and I had to return at midnight once again to figure out how to help it. In Pelican Town I picked up a crop order from Mayor Lewis, which told me to ship 100 green beans. I also decided to send off my trash can for an upgrade to gold, because why not? I then visited Blue Moon Vineyard where Sophia excitedly showed me her new fairy garden, which was stunning. She told me she couldn't have done it without me, and we spent some time admiring it. At Key's Walnut Room, I accepted Key's Hungry Challenge, reaching floor 100 of the Skull Caverns without eating or drinking. I also bought Key's Notebook, which increases the chance of finding random key gems, which was a crucial boost if I hope to get the 2000 before I retire. With my coffee plants growing fast, I harvested another batch of it and planted another row. Soon, I'd have an unlimited supply of it. My beets had fully grown, so I rode Nessie to Mayor Lewis's fridge to place them inside, triggering the final task, feeding the dragon one last meal. I rode through the vast desert and handed the bone dragon a solar essence, then was instructed to check my lumber pile at home for the reward. Before doing that, I used my stockpile of staircases, over 100 of them, to reach floor 100 of the Skull Caverns, pretty much instantly, completing Key's challenge on the same day I accepted it. Later, I joined Paula, Kiara, and some others for a drinking game. Just water, of course. It was fun, but my real reason for being in Ridgeside was to investigate the greenhouse mystery. After some discussion, I received a new quest called A Second Chance, requiring me to collect 25 mountain mist blooms, 10 sweet gem berries, and 5 rubies. A serious challenge. Day 227 began with a visit from the wizard, who introduced me to his new apprentice, Morgan, who I'd meet soon. My island farm had gotten messy, so I expanded my pineapple fields and added some pressure nozzles from Blue Moon Vineyard for better sprinkler efficiency. I checked my lumber pile and found the reward, the club card, which granted access to the casino. I also expanded my cellar with some more kegs today, though I'm sure someone in the comments will tell me that my layout is inefficient. Oh well. Day 228 was rainy. I also discovered that the hot spring area on my farm naturally regrows hardwood trees and seasonal forage. I picked up my gold trash can from Clint and immediately sent it off for an iridium upgrade. The first order of business today was to head up to the Wizard's Tower to finally meet Morgan. It was nice to see another new NPC in the town, and under the protection of the wizard, he should be alright. The rest of today was spent cooking more recipes. I needed to get some out of the way, so why not spend today doing some? Today I was back up in Ridgeside with Alyssa this time. She wanted to show me her singing voice, to which we was interrupted by Lenny, who suggested that she should perform in front of the entire town. Of course, Alyssa didn't like this, but it'd be nice to see it. Spring 7 marked the end of my first week in the spring. The rain had cleared and my crops were thriving. It was Mayor Lewis's birthday, and I reluctantly gifted him something. Relationships were progressing quite well now. With a stockpile of jades, I traded them for staircases. I greeted Sandy and used my new club card to enter the casino. Mr. Key congratulated me on getting in. Checking out the shop, I was very tempted by the Statue of Treasure, so I tried my luck at the slot machines. The best thing about gambling in the casino is there's no real life fears of losing money. But luck wasn't on my side today, so I decided to try again later. I was running low on stuff I wanted to do, so I worked on some Monster Slayer goals, mainly dust sprites for the Burglar's Ring. With Monster Musk, I quickly checked off the dust sprites and the skeletons, securing the Burglar's Ring before midnight. It was the day my canola flowers were ready, as well as a bunch more new crops. As previously mentioned, I'm trying to store most of these items I don't have use for yet. Well, until I have a use for them. After handing Sandy another gift yesterday, she was finally at 10 hearts, which means I could offer her a mermaid's pendant and ask her to marry me. Of course, she said yes, and the event will happen in 3 days. As I said, I want to get the best experience from all these mods, so I'll be marrying each of them to showcase each of their exclusive events and items. Don't worry, I'll divorce them all later. Today, however, I chose to venture back to the Highlands outpost. Marlon had took me in the 200 days, where I met back up with Lance, who told me about monster crops. which there were apparently 4 of them, and he would like me to find them all and gift them him. But that did mean traversing the challenging highlands filled with dangerous monsters. To assist me in my journey, Lance had sent me a whole crate of life elixirs, which should arrive in the morning, so the smart thing would be is to wait until tomorrow to use them to help me. Or I could traverse the highlands with truffles and coffee. Of course the highlands were tough, and it didn't take too long until I had barely gotten anywhere, when my health was brought too low for comfort. The first enemies I saw were these slimes and cyclops things, which certainly packed a punch. Not too long later I checked my inventory to see I had 2 seeds, the stalk and the slime seed, which must have been dropped by enemies. So that meant I already had 2 out of the 4 seasonal monster crops Lance needed. And so I thought, the further I traversed, the more tougher the monsters would be, but also where the rest of the seeds were. I managed to reach this area filled with these jumping mushroom things, as well as a crazy amount of enemies to the point where my game was actually lagging. Of course, it was at this point I knew how unprepared I was, and it didn't take too long for me to pass out. I woke back at Lance's outpost, barely hanging on, and I didn't want to take any chances, so I headed straight to bed. However, I checked my inventory to find I found another monster seed, which meant I only had to find 1 more to finish the quest. Although the Highlands was very tough and was to be taken seriously from now on. And after last night's tough adventure, I needed to unwind and unload my inventory, which was packed with the loot I gathered from the Highlands. First stop, Clint's, to pick up my iridium trash can. That meant I had upgraded every tool possible. But today something strange happened. I ran into a little kid named Pippo and their Junimo companion, Little Acorn. 2 characters I'd never seen before, not even listed in the friendship tab. Some people to keep an eye on. On Ginger Island it was time for another coffee harvest. With all the plants set up, I could finally start brewing triple shot espressos. While I was here I planted 3 of the monster crops I'd found yesterday, just 1 more to complete the set. Back in the walnut room I picked up the Skull Cavern invasion quest again. With my solid stash of staircases, this challenge was going to be a breeze. Later I tried my luck at the casino again. After burning way too much time and cash, I had to call it quits. These slots just never pay out. On a brighter note, I could now access the Statue of Perfection after Grandpa's perfect farm rating. A steady supply of iridium ore? Yes please. Inside the winery, another massive batch of ancient fruit was ready. Yes, of course I'm still doing this. When you're running a heavily modded farm, you're gonna need an insane amount of gold. While the kegs were empty, I threw my fresh coffee beans in there to stock up on that delicious caffeine. We started with a surprise, a gift in the mail from my Junimos. They wrote that they'd been working extra hard to grow these crops for me. That was sweet. Back in the winery I collected 15 coffees, enough to craft 5 triple shots. Not too bad. Speaking of coffee, even more was ready on Ginger Island, along with some pineapples, which I immediately turned into seeds. A few days ago I accepted May Lewis's crop order quest, requiring me to ship and harvest 100 green beans. To get a head start, I bought a ton of seeds from Pierre's and planted as many as I could on the farm. The final chore of the day was expanding my pineapple farm on Ginger Island. With each new harvest, filled it more and more. I was almost done with this grind now. Wedding day today, it had been 3 days since I proposed to Sandy, so today we finally tied the knot. Slightly awkwardly though, Sophia was here in her wedding dress. I can explain. With that out the way, I focused on finishing the Skull Cavern invasion quest. I mostly used staircases because, honestly, I wasn't about to take on those ridiculously strong enemies. While mining, I also gathered some radioactive ore, a rare material only found in the invaded Skull Caverns. It's useful for crafting powerful items like the Heavy Tapper later down the line. Late at night I ran into Paula from Ridgeside on the hiking trail. She couldn't sleep, so she asked me to keep her company. She opened up about her feelings for Anton, how she's loved him since childhood, but never had the courage to tell him. Instead of encouraging her to confess, I just told her to sit back and enjoy the night sky. I was at the top of the volcano, where I combined some rings at the forge. If you didn't know, you can combine rings here to wear more than just 2. I infused my iridium band with my lucky ring for just 20 cinder shards. It freed up a spot for my burglar's ring. Back on the farm, some overgrown debris and grass needed clearing. While tidying up, I expanded the paths and set up a new area for my obelisks to go. I originally planned to use this space for more animals, but for now, it was perfect for fast travel. I also moved the beach obelisk here. These designs are looking good, right? Spring 13? Of course, it meant it was time for the Egg Festival. And for the 3rd year in a row, I was determined to win. Losing to Jazz and Vincent every year had been infuriating. But today was different. I kicked off with a visit to the wizard to construct my second obelisk, the Earth Obelisk, which would allow me to teleport to the mountains anytime I wanted. Next up was my weekly desert trip to trade jades for staircases. It was also Hayley's birthday today, so I gifted her a sunflower, one of her favourites, and it boosted our friendship up to 8 hearts. Over in Ridgeside, I gave Paula a bouquet. The biggest step in my 300-day journey started today, opening the portal to the spirit realm. No more waiting. So I rode Nessie to the backwoods to meet Lara again. She gave me some advice on how to find the necessary items we needed, saying she looked forward to our next meeting. Of course, I had zero clue where to start. My best bet was fishing. Since new fish were swimming around in the backwoods, I figured I might reel in something useful. Of course, I had no luck, but I did manage to catch 2 new fish, but neither helped with the portal. Later, I stopped by Gio's cabin to search for clues about the required items I needed. The hints were super vague, but one stood out: the elven comb, which was supposedly buried near an abandoned building on the hike trail. That was somewhere I knew where it was. And after riding there, I started digging, and there it was. 1 down, 8 to go. I wanted to dive straight back into the Spirit Realm quest, but a new week meant more chores. More coffee and pineapple harvesting, plus picking up Mr. Key's new mission. This time I chose Key's Kindness, which required me to hand out 50 love gifts in a week. Before I could get back to the portal, the Desert Festival had arrived. Unfortunately, there weren't any cool items worth grinding for this year. So instead, I spent hours turning my freshly harvested pineapples into more pineapple seeds. The grind for this was nearly over, which was quite exciting. I'm once again back at the festival today to check out the traders, but unfortunately, nothing good. At least I had fun at the fashion tent. Emily and Sandy had picked out a winter outfit for me. Pretty ironic, considering we are nowhere near winter. But, being the weirdo I am, I decided to wear it permanently. Later, I met up with Hayley on the beach, who had lost her grandmother's bracelet, and after searching around for a bit, I found it. She was of course over the moon. I spent the rest of the day grinding the Key's Kindness quest, handing out as many love gifts as I could. Also, another batch of wine was ready. Time to restock the kegs with even more coffee beans. Infinite coffee? Here I come. Today was, however, Beatrice's birthday, so I handed her a love gift. Beatrice was the owner of the lighthouse in East Scarp, and was someone I was very interested in learning more about as we progress. Today was the final day of the Desert Festival, and again was very disappointing, and the stores were the exact same as another day, so there wasn't any new items. What a shame. Hopefully next year's will be much better. This love gift quest proves quite a grind, and so I spent the rest of the day riding around giving more gifts. I'm greeted by Leah, who handed me her sculpture, which was nice of her. Not just that, I received a very bright letter from Mr. Key, which commended me on reaching 10 million gold in total earnings, and as a reward, he gave me a golden piggy bank. After placing it in the house, every time I clicked it, it would put 1 gold in at a time. Very strange, why would I even want to do this in the first place? Perhaps if I put a certain amount of money in, I'll get a reward. If someone knows its true purpose, please let me know. Yet more gift giving today, finally wrapping up the quest after a tough grind. Back on the Ginger Island, I had yet another pineapple and coffee harvest, but more importantly, 2 of the monster crops had finally grown, giving me a slime berry and a weird mushroom looking thing. In the evening I met up with Sandy at the pier, where we shared a nice moment and we watched the night change from the beach. But I was still planting at 1 AM on Ginger Island though. With all the pineapples, this is what it looks now. When they're all grown, I'll be able to start placing them in dehydrators for more profits. I headed back to the island to refine the path around the pineapples, making it much neater. The coffee I placed in the kegs yesterday was finally ready, yielding over 60 cups of it. Naturally, I replaced them with more coffee beans, ensuring an endless supply of triple shot espressos whenever I needed them. While passing Marnie's, I met up with Hayley, who suggested we take some photos with the cows. As expected, it ended in total disaster. We got covered in mud, much to my amusement. Later, I returned to the abandoned vineyard, where the Junimo apples had something to show me. Apples handed me an old vineyard wine, which I used to create another warp in my Nexus. It seems random, but it would be useful for quick access to this part of the map. Upon opening the warp, a new path appeared in the forest. Following it, I stumbled upon a beautiful spring, where I could swim around in the water. On the other side, I spotted some blue jazzes and tulips. And behind the waterfall, I found a hidden room filled with ancient fruits and purple mushrooms. Certainly a pleasant surprise. Before nightfall, I uncovered another secret path leading to the bears in the woods. They had a shop selling fir wax, birch water, and some other artisan items. This was the first time, however, I found fir wax, which was the key ingredient for crafting the premium barns and coops. Unfortunately, the bear only had 3 of them in stock, and I needed 30 each for each barn. I returned to the backwoods in search of more mountain mist blooms for the spirit trapped in the abandoned greenhouse. I needed 25 of them. These rare items could only be obtained from the giant purple serpents that roamed around this area. After being here the whole day, I managed to collect 21 out of 25. But with no time to return home, I decided to spend the night in the log cabin, ensuring an early start the next morning. After a relaxing night in the log cabin, I headed back to the backwoods, and I finally got all the mist blooms I needed. With that task done, I headed back to the casino to finally acquire the Statue of Treasure. This time I decided to play the card game, which had better payouts, and I was able to earn enough quite quickly. Over on Ginger Island, my sweet gem berries were ready for harvest, though I still needed some more for the spirit in the greenhouse quest. Later, I visited Geo's cabin to pick up a new quest. This one involved finding hidden waterfalls, which I was fairly certain I'd already found. I also spent an hour waiting by the fox statue in the woods, following one of the portal clues from his book in the cabin. Sure enough, the patience paid off, and I received a fox mask. 7 more items to go till I opened the portal. The bookseller returned today, offering yet another book I hadn't found yet. The Book of Altruism. Reading it would allow villagers to accept more than just 2 gifts per week, a powerful tool, especially with the Key's Kindness quest. It was Eloise's birthday, so I made sure to hand her a love gift. Being a Monday meant a new quest from Mr. Key's Walnut Room, and funnily enough, it was Key's Kindness, aligning perfectly with the new book I just found. In Pelican Town, I picked up a special order from the wizard, requesting ectoplasm from some ghosts. Unfortunately, my luck was terrible today, and it took the entire rest of the night before I finally got one at midnight. My coffee was ready inside the winery this morning, but I decided to switch things up by brewing some green tea using the tea saplings from Ginger Island. I needed 20 of them to purchase a particular book from the bookseller next time he was in town. I headed to the wizard's tower to deliver the ectoplasm, but before I could, I was interrupted by a cutscene. The wizard explained that the mysterious area I had discovered a few nights ago was the Sprite Spring, one of the valley's hidden magical secrets. Later in the day, I celebrated Andy's birthday with a gift before taking Magnus, the wizard, to see the new Spring movie. Unfortunately, it appeared to be a documentary, and he quickly dozed off. I don't blame him. Afterward, he was visibly unimpressed. Upon returning to his tower, I witnessed him being swarmed by Junimos, which was quite funny to witness, to say the least. However, my real reason for being here was that I finally reached 8 hearts with him, so I could hand him a bouquet. Of course he accepted. Spring 24, as you would all know, is the day of the flower dance. This year, I had plenty of options, given the many friendships I had formed over the past 300 days. This year I chose to dance with Isabel for a change, boosting our friendship together. Unfortunately, this meant Sophia and Abigail had to watch from the sidelines. Back to the normal routine today, handing out gifts and progressing Mr. Key's quest. I also completed Geo's quest by visiting the hidden waterfalls in the backwoods, which gave me 2,000 gold as a reward. Later, I visited Beatrice once again at her lighthouse. She showed me around, she even took me to the top, where I enjoyed a stunning view of the ocean, even seeing some birds fly. She also confided in me about losing her husband. While in East Scarp, I wandered into a beachside cave and met Lexi, a strange sea creature who spoke English. After our conversation, she appeared in my friendship list, meaning even more people to befriend now. Day 250 was an interesting day. Caroline sent me a letter containing the art of cultivation, a book that enhances the growth of tea saplings. I have to say, the More Books mod is incredible. I'd highly recommend it. My green beans were ready for harvest, providing me with enough to complete Mayor Lewis's crop order. With that done, I started to redesign my farm. I decided to move the farmhouse and the greenhouse, placing sheds in their spots instead. I'm not sure why, but I suddenly decided to do this midway through the series, but you know, why not? The farm redesign continued today. I decided to remove the tree farm to expand my crop fields. It was a shame to see it go, but I rarely used it now, and the space was way more valuable. Just a reminder, by the end of the 300 days, I will never need space again. You'll see what I mean. Most of the day was spent laying out the expanded crop field, which was shaping up to be 10 times better than before. And overnight, Sophia gave birth to another girl. I decided to name her Pop. This morning I was greeted by Camilla, the witch I had met previously, and she teleported me to my Nexus, which she was certainly impressed by. But that wasn't the reason she was here. She needed my help with something insane. She transported me to a mysterious sandy place with a tower which resembled lances. This was Galdora, a land filled with dangerous enemies. The outpost bordered the Crimson Badlands, and she wanted me to fight here to uncover its secrets. Before leaving, she allowed me to set up another warp, which granted quick access from my own Nexus. I was very eager to return when the time was right. But for now though, I had to finish Key's Kindness quest, as today was the final day. After I finished that, I returned to the farm to continue decorating in preparation for the new summer season. Unfortunately, that's how I spent the last day of spring. Still so much decorating left to do, but for now, on to the next season. Day 253 marks the beginning of the wonderful summer season. As with every other start of the season, it was spent clearing debris and getting rid of the old crops that had withered overnight. Of course, the farm was still looking quite messy, but don't worry, with a bit of work over the next few days, it will be back to normality. The first special order of the season was from Olivia, which tasked me to donate 10 bottles of wine, 10 goat's cheese and 10 normal cheese to her cellar. Back on Ginger Island, my hard work with the pineapples had finally paid off, as the entire island was completely filled with them. Look how good they look. Yet again I chose another key quest, this time Key's Prismatic Grange. Of course I hadn't had the time today to set up my dehydrators for the pineapples, so I decided to store them all in chests, and yet again I wrapped up the day continuing to decorate the farm. Day 254 I was adding the final touches to my new crop area. I still wanted to build another Junimo hut, but this is how it looked in the end. Beautiful. Unfortunately, nothing new happened today, just more decorating. And for some reason I decided to move the chests back outside again, but this time it was only going to be the more important items that were outside, and the more overflowy items would be back in the shed. Day 255, I'm back at Robin's to purchase myself a workbench. I've never used one of these before, but after seeing how good it is, I will never be able to live without one. While I was in there, I also asked her to build me yet another new shed. I wasn't sure why, the farm was already quite crowded. The remainder of the day was spent moving all the important items to their new chests, while smelting all the ores I had laying around at the same time. Day 256, I headed back to Ginger Island to create a new area for my dehydrators to go. Each dried pineapple sells for nearly 5,000 gold each. After spending so much time decorating, I hadn't had enough time to keg my ancient fruits, so in the afternoon I made sure to get them back and going once again. After all these new buildings and farm decorations, I was extremely low on wood, so I spent the rest of today in the expanded Cindersap forest chopping as many trees as I could, even passing out at 2 AM. Day 257, I realised I could remove the furniture from the winery in the mod options, which meant I could place over 75 more kegs, so laying them out took away my morning. The batch of dried pineapples was ready today. I collected 30 of them, which sells for 90,000 gold. Told you it'd be worth it. Yet again I'm back at the carpenter's shop to ask her to upgrade my shed to a big one. I had plans to fill it with fish tanks to store all my unique and rare fish, my own little aquarium. I still had Key's Prismatic Grange to finish, and the easiest method to get 100 blue items was to buy 100 Joja Colas from the vending machine, which took a very long time. Day 258, I was back on Ginger Island to collect more dried pineapples and to drop off all the items I needed to finish the key quest. The new kegs I had placed yesterday, I filled it with more coffee beans, the more the merrier. I wanted to get working on the Spirits Realm quest, so I headed to Geo's cabin to work out some more clues. One of the clues was to hit a picture of a dancer, and my instinct was the log cabin, and after scanning all floors, right at the top I found the picture and received the music box. Only 6 more items to go. Back at the cabin was the Forgotten Hero, which told me to fish upon the Riches well, which seemed easy enough, and so I headed back to the mansion in Ridgeside and fished upon the well to receive the Hero Village sculpture. Another one of the items showed me a picture of the water near Tort's home, and wouldn't you know it, after fishing there I received the Sapphire Pearl. Another portal item. As if the day of treasure hunting couldn't get any better, I found another one by the bench, which meant I only had 3 more items to go. What a day of searching. The Spirits Realm was not ready. Day 259 was 7 days into the summer season, and I'd remembered that I hadn't planted any crops yet, so I headed straight to Pierre's to purchase over 300 watermelon seeds. Typically, it took a long time to water them and get them into the ground. But my crop fields looked great once I was done. It was Scarlett's birthday again, so I made sure to hand her a chocolate cake. The end of the day was spent back in the casino, playing some cards, in the hopes of getting the rare crow for 10,000 key tokens. Being the gambling master I am, I got it in record time. And before the end of the day I filled more kegs with coffee. Day 260 was the day of mine and Emily's wedding. And of course I didn't mention it, but to be honest I'm just trying to do this as much as possible, and the more I keep mentioning it, the more boring it will get. These are all the people now attending my wedding, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. This week I picked up Danger in the Deep, which was a tougher Mr. Key quest, as I had to reach floor 120 in the normal mines after it was invaded by monsters. Luckily for me though, I had saved over 180 staircases, so it wasn't too tough to navigate to the bottom. I received 50 key gems as the reward. Low on wood once again, I was back to the Cindersap forest to chop every single tree I could find. Day 261, I'm back to Geo's cabin to finally try and get the items I needed for Belinda to reopen the portal to the Spirit Realm. One of the clues looked like the cable car, so after some attempts I still couldn't find it. Back in the backwoods I had a cutscene with Corrine, who appears to be on the radar of Geo. Apparently he sees some potential in her and offers to train her. I was determined to find these items, so I thought perhaps if it wasn't the Ridgeside cable car, it might be the Pelican Town one, but yet again I couldn't find it. At Nightingale Orchard, I found the Everfrost stone from chopping the wall in just this area, with only 2 more now to find. I was really struggling to find this one around the cable car. I even managed to get behind it somehow, and still nothing. This one really tested my patience. But finally, after hours and hours, I found it behind the Pelican Town cable car. Thank God. And finally, after watering the statue inside the spiritual greenhouse, I received a pale chandelerium, whatever, which was the final item I needed, which meant I could summon the portal to the Spirit Realm. Day 262 was a big one. I rode Nessie across to the backwoods, where they had told me to place the items, although I was unsure on what order they should go in. But I did notice that a small blue light glows whenever I place the correct item on the correct pedestal, and after some playing around, I placed them all in the correct place. Belinda and everyone else was here, all ready to finally open the portal to the Spirit Realm and begin fighting the corruption that is apparently taking over this land. They informed me that I would have to travel alone however, as the corruption would overtake them, and Lara would let me know some tips on how to navigate this tough land. She told me that by touching crystals, and each time you touch them, it would transport you somewhere random. And in order to cleanse the corruption, I had to extinguish 5 purple flames. And after a deep breath, I entered it. Arriving in this strange land was nothing like I'd ever seen before. It was filled with the same corrupted enemies that lived in the backwoods. After touching my first couple crystals, I realised how tough this was going to be. Every time you touch one, it acts as a maze. Touching the same one twice brings you somewhere different. But funnily enough, after running around trying as many combinations as I could, I finally reached my first flame, and using my watering can, I put it out. Now only 4 more to go until I save this world. For now though, I had no food or healing items on me, so I made my way back and planned to come more prepared another day. Day 263, unfortunately, I couldn't return to the Spirits Realm, as today was the festival of the Luau, and I made sure to collect some goat's cheese. Well, that's what I would say, if I didn't leave it behind so I had nothing to put in the pot. The only thing I had was coffee, which funnily enough, they loved it. Day 264, I headed to the Wizard's Tower to build my third obelisk, the Desert Obelisk, for 1 million gold, 10 coconuts, 10 cactus fruits, and 10 iridium bars. Do you remember that strange sea monster who lived in East Scarp? Well, it was apparently her birthday today, so I gave her a gift upping her to 4 hearts. Of course, I was very excited to return to the Spirits Realm today. This time I was way more prepared. The second flame I found at the peak of the mountain at around 3 PM. As usual, it was confusing as this comes, but around 4 PM I found my way to the third flame and extinguished it. Strange enough, it only took another 2 hours to find the fourth flame. The last one, however, was the toughest to find, but after some tough fighting and running for my life, around 8 PM I finally found it and extinguished the final flame, freeing the world from corruption. After putting out the last flame, the world completely changed around me, turning into a brighter and much happier place. No more purple and no more monsters. Before I left, the nice spirits thanked me. The valley is now saved. On my return back to the valley, Belinda and Lara were waiting for me, and we all celebrated my success. I was told that they were all leaving now, and that if I wanted to speak to them, I could throw an item into the waters. Both Daya and Geo also informed me that they were sticking around now, but this meant I could unlock marriage with them if I wanted to. Before she left, Lara told me that there was a farm at the summit of the mountain in Ridgeside Village, and some couple who lived up there had been trapped, and so I should check on them to see how they're doing. So I took the long trip up to the farm. However, it was entirely overgrown, and there was no sign of life, and in all honesty, it looked like no one had been up here for ages. Little did I know that this was now left to me, this completely huge plot with a house where I can build and do whatever I wanted with it. I could pretty much move to Ridgeside now. Just keep on waiting to see how insane this gets. Talking about how exciting things get, on day 265 I received a letter from Odd Jobs, which told me that I'd had some new land and I could renovate it if I like, which sounded exciting to say the least. Of course this intrigued me a lot, and after checking it out, I could make the summit house like new, inside and out, for 150,000 gold, 500 wood, 500 hardwood, and 250 stone. Can't wait for that. Today was summer 13 and was Kiara's birthday, so I decided to hand her a rabbit's foot. I definitely didn't have the 500 pieces of hardwood, so I headed up to the summit farm to mine the stumps that were up there. In order to get all the hardwood I needed, I had some plans to build a hardwood tree farm. The best location I could think of doing this was the desert, as there was plenty of open space. So I cleared out the trees and forageables and placed as many of them as I could, not forgetting to cover them in tree fertilizer to make them grow much quicker. I also remembered that the hot spring can now spawn hardwood trees, so I decided to mine them down too. I realised that I could now use the minecarts to travel up to the summit farm, which was nice and convenient, and made it so I wouldn't have to traverse the backwoods just to get there. The morning of day 266, I was helping out Pika with some stocking of his food stores. Kehi was supposed to help out, but had been running late, so I chose to lend a hand. It had been some time since Robin had finished building my new shed, so for now I did a bit of decorating and placed the fish tanks I had. This is how it looked in the end. I still had plenty more to add in here. Day 267 was the annual return of the Green Rain event. At this stage it wasn't too useful, so I practically tried to ignore it, something I would definitely regret doing later. Yet another harvest of my pineapples was the order this morning, as well as picking up Key's kindness quest once again. Don't forget I needed the 2,000 key gems, and at the moment I was only on 240, so yeah, I needed to do these, and I was very far away. I chose today would be the perfect time to work on some more cooking recipes. I would need to cook every single one to 100% everything, and with the crazy amount of them, why not spend some time working on them today? I made 8 more new recipes, and I began handing out some love gifts to complete the key quest. Day 268 was Lenny's birthday, so I gave her an iridium quality snow yam, which for some reason is loved by her. Back in the log cabin I met up with Isabel, and we had a small, nice heart-to-heart dance session, which was very nice, but we both enjoyed it. This was of course our 10-heart event, which meant I could ask her to marry me when I saw her again. Back on the farm I was in the perfection mood, so I used my new trusty workbench to craft as many new items as possible. As you would know, I need to craft all of them to achieve 100% perfection. This morning I received a new book from Clint which will provide me with a discount on all his items at his shop, which was nice, and I come to realise that most of the new books that I was missing would come from maxing out hearts with villagers. The day was spent handing out more gifts for the key quest, but I also had a cutscene with Magnus, to which he teleported me to Greenville Falls, which just looked beautiful, and was apparently another secret area in the valley. The main reason he wanted to come here was so that we can have a romantic picnic, which was quite nice. Day 270, the bookseller was back in town, and using the 20 green tea I had collected, I could finally buy the haste guide, which would increase my movement speed. A great addition. One of the mini goals I wanted to achieve before the end of the 300 days is to build every single obelisk. And unfortunately, one of those obelisks is the island one, which requires 10 dragon teeth, which you would all know is just extremely rare. So today I ventured into the volcano in hopes of finding some more. I was in there all day and I managed to find 2 more, which wasn't too bad. Day 271 was the day of mine and Isabel's wedding. Nothing new to mention, you've seen this 1,000 times now. Although it was nice to see that all my watermelons I had planted had finally grown. Just look how many giant ones there were. There was even a gianter one, which was just crazy. I had finally had the cheese and wine I needed to finish the special order from Olivia, which rewarded me with 80,000 gold. After the watermelon harvest, my fields were in need of new crops, so I headed straight to Pierre's to purchase as many new crops as I could. Day 272, there isn't much to mention, but I spent most of it back in the volcano on Ginger Island to try and find more dragon teeth. Day 273, or Summer 21, one benefit of the Green Rain event a few nights ago was that it makes trees grow instantly. This means that a load of my hardwood trees in the desert were ready for harvesting. I've got around 250 pieces of it. And once again I spent the rest of the day back in the volcano for more dragon teeth. Day 274 was spent in Pelican Town, where the town gathered together to enjoy some cheese and wine, which was created by Olivia with all the produce I had gave her a few nights ago, which was quite nice. Back in East Scarp I met up with Ideen, who taught me how to craft bouquets, which was another recipe I needed for perfection. Remember that abandoned greenhouse? Well, today I had finally had all the items to finish the quest, and once I arrived back in Ridgeside, I saw that it was no longer ruined, but fully restored, and whatever spirit was in it had been set free. Bliss was there once again and told me that I could use it for whatever I wanted, which was nice, but I don't see much use for it. It's too out of the way. Yet again I was back in the volcano in search for more dragon teeth, and it was nice to see I had 10, which I needed to finally build the island obelisk. Summer 22 was the dwarf's birthday, so I handed him a love gift before the end of the night, and after checking the requirements for the rest of the obelisks, I had most of what I needed for the East Scarp one, and just 10 more spiritual essences to build the Ridgeside one, which was exciting. The only thing that stopped me building the island one was bananas. So I'd have to wait 4 days until I finally had enough bananas to build it. After completely removing the trees on the tree farm, I decided to plant them in the giant place in the shed. I wasn't using it for much, and why not? Before the end of the whole series, I'm planning to redesign the entire farm and everything, so anything you see now is really just temporary. Day 275, I received yet another book from Mayor Lewis this time. Strange enough, it would allow me to sell his purple shorts back to him for 1,000 gold each, which was very strange. What was even better is I got another new book from Pierre, which would allow me to improve the quality of rice when milling. Not too handy, but not too bad at the same time. Yesterday I picked up Skull Cavern Invasion, so I used up my staircases to traverse the Skull Caverns and receive the key gems. After all the hardwood I had collected, I finally had enough for the Summit House upgrade, and it was nice to see them hard at work today. Hopefully soon I might even be able to sleep up here. I thought I might as well do some clearing up on the Summit Farm, and may I say, what a view I get from up here. I cannot wait until the farm is fully done. Before the end of the day I collected a bunch of coffee from inside the giant shed, as well as replenished them with more coffee beans. Day 276 I was interrupted by Emily, to which she wanted 200 pieces of fibre for a project she's working on and would love for me to collect it for her. Yes, this is the moment I regret not grinding out the Green Rain event. In the mail, I received a letter from Alyssa letting me know that Ridgeside are having a little get together, to which she will be the main singer. And of course, if you remember, she used to be extremely embarrassed by her voice, so it will be nice to see her perform today. As well as that, the people at Odd Jobs had been hard at work, and I was informed in the mail today that the Summit Farm house work had been finished, and I can even get more upgrades. Before I say what they are, just to let you know, they are the most important upgrades ever. Of course, intrigued, I headed straight up to Ridgeside, although I was interrupted by the performance. Of course, how did I forget? Alyssa was of course very nervous, especially when the entire town was apparently here. Although it turned out to be a great performance and everyone enjoyed it. Of course, I headed straight to Odd Jobs to see what I could build, and I could see that I could upgrade the Summit Farm to have climate control, which cost 2 million gold and 100 of each seasonal seed, but it will allow me to grow any crops all year round, which is incredible, the same as the island farm, but way more space this time. As well as that, I could even install a sprinkler system, which would water every crop every day without needing to place any sprinklers down. Although it did cost 1 million gold and 25 iridium sprinklers, which wasn't too bad considering what it offers me. Another upgrade was to build an ore area, which would be quite useful but costs way too much. Something I'd build in the future. But these upgrades are absolutely incredible and I cannot wait to begin building the Summit Farm later down the line. But for now though, I needed 10 more spiritual essences to build the Ridgeside Warp Totem, so I headed to the backwoods to farm some. Considering every enemy drops them, it didn't take that long to get them all. I was then at the wizards to build the new Ridgeside Warp Totem. Annoyingly, it didn't have the new design, and it looked like the original ones, so that might have to be something I install another mod for. The final task of the day was to head to the Cindersap Forest to get the 200 pieces of fibre Emily had wanted. Of course, I didn't have any now, regretting not grinding the Green Rain event. Day 277 was the day of mine and Magnus's wedding. Of course, the line of wives was beginning to pile up. I think I have a problem. I made sure to hand Emily the 200 pieces of fibre and hoped to hear back from her. Today, I took to designing the farm once more by installing some fences as well as craft a crazy amount of crystallariums. This meant I could now duplicate 34 jades at once, giving me an endless supply of staircases for the Skull Caverns. It's raining once again on day 278, and this morning a bunch of my crops were ready for harvest. But more importantly, I finally had the 10 bananas, combined with 10 dragon teeth and some iridium bars. I could now build the island warp totem, which will make travelling to Ginger Island much easier. While I was at the wizard's house, I decided to move my greenhouse around. This is where I chose to put it in the end. Again, don't worry, it's not the final design. We have plenty more to go until then. Today was of course summer 26, which meant it was Leo's birthday, so I gave him a duck feather, which was a love gift. If you remember, I still needed to collect all of the monster crops for Lance in the Highlands, and if you remembered last time I was here, it was extremely tough and I managed to find the spring, summer and fall seeds, with the winter one was the only one left to find. So with some life elixirs in hand, I headed straight back up the mountain. Although I couldn't have picked a worse day as the rain was absolutely smashing it down and I could barely see. After making it all the way back to where I died before, I kept following the path to see it must have been a giant loop, as I ended up back at the start. However, I did notice a new small cave which I hadn't seen before, which is where the winter crop must be hiding. As I entered the cave, I could see an incredible amount of copper. I mean, just look how much there was. I need to come here with bombs in the future whenever I needed copper. And iron and gold. Just look at this. Mental. Luckily, after slaying some enemies, I received the Void Seed, which could only be grown in winter and was the last one I needed. I just had to let it grow on Ginger Island and wait to see what's next for Lance. Day 279 was the penultimate day of the season, and what better way to spend it than back in the movie theatre. Today I took Penny as the friendship was very low and was the first person I saw on my trips. I spent some time today delving into more decorating. This time I created a nice area for my lightning rods to go, and I spammed some grass around the place for a more realistic feel to the farm. Day 280 was the final day of my third summer in the valley, although this means we are down to the final 20 days. It doesn't mean the fun will end, however, it has only just begun. The first order of business today was to head to Robin's to expand my home. The amount of people we have living here now means we're going to need the extra room. Back home, I decided to turn the attic room into a bathroom, which meant we could now have a bath. These new catalogues allow for crazy new designs, which look brilliant. And this is how the bathroom looked in the end. I love it. I also spent some time decorating the other rooms, although I was struggling for things to put in there, so for now I left it empty, for when I had some cool things to display. Of course, the final event of the day has to be the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, which, the same as every year, is a relaxing and peaceful festival. I cannot wait for fall, it's going to be the best one yet. What was nice on my return home was that Emily had made me a new outfit, which, as you would know, is my signature outfit. So it finally felt nice to be back in my normal clothes. Thanks, Emily. Well, here we are. Day 281 officially marks the first day of fall, and I can already feel the cold breeze in my face as I stepped out the cabin. Unfortunately, all my wonderful crops had withered away overnight, so I had to rehoe all my fields, ready for a juicy load of fall crops. In Pierre's, I picked up a variety of fall seeds, such as corn and cranberries, as well as some sweet potatoes and habanero. As with every start to the season, a lot of time was spent watering and planting. Not that I'm complaining, however, I'm a farmer, it's my job. Just a reminder that on Ginger Island, my pineapple business is going great, with another large harvest coming this morning. Back in Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up Key's cuisine, as I was not doing the Junimo cart one. Come on, who's actually good at that? And back in Pelican Town, I chose Emily's rock rejuvenation, which required me to give her one of every gem. However, after such a stressful start to the fall, I had to head to bed early to get some rest to feel energised tomorrow morning. Day 282 was Penny's birthday, and so I had to wake her up to give her an emerald. I also headed to Blue Moon Vineyard to purchase some more pressure nozzles. At Robin's, I asked her to build me another barn. I really wanted some more animals, so for now I placed it here, and waited until it was ready. I took some time today to clear out all of the debris that had overtaken the farm in the new season, as it was beginning to spread and needed to go. Day 283, I had a nice cutscene with Sophia, who wanted to make breakfast for me. I told her to surprise me, and it turned out she made me a complete breakfast, which was delicious, and gave me a much needed boost going into the day. At Blue Moon Vineyard, I saw Sophia and Scarlet squashing some grapes. Of course, I really wanted to do it, and she allowed me to have a go. And, being the professional grape squasher I am, made light work of it. More decorating was on the cars today. I chose to remove the tree farm and move my fish ponds up there, which after some time, this is what it looked like. Cute. More brewing begun day 284. Of course, I had been doing this every day, but decided to mention it today because, why not? I chose to plant some more grass around the farm to make it look much nicer, and also plant some trees around for the general aesthetics of course, and chose to remove the old fenced area around the farmhouse. I really hated it, and now was the perfect time for it to go. I also decided to move the greenhouse back to where it was originally. I wasn't using it that much now, and I really needed the space to be honest. Before the end of the day, Sophia told me that there was a Comic-Con happening in Zuzu City, and would like for us to get tickets to go. Of course, that sounded amazing, so I agreed to go, and we'll be going next spring. Although that is way past 300 days, so I guess we'll have to wait to see how that goes. I cannot wait for that. Day 285 was the first day of my jades. Oh my gosh, was this the smartest investment I've ever made. Traversing the Skull Caverns will be made 10 times easier now. I headed straight to Robin's to upgrade my barn to a big one. All these buildings were certainly hardening my material storage. Day 286 was the day that the final monster crop was ready to harvest. So after picking up the spring, summer, fall and winter one, I handed them all to Lance, and was excited to see what he had in store for me. Back on the farm, I decided to build a new area inside my animal pen. It had looked so plain throughout the 300 days, so I added some hay bales. This was the final look. Magnificent. I also made the choice to move the winery. I wanted to build another large tree farm, mainly for fir seeds, which I could tap fir, to build the new premium, coop and barn. I made sure to plant plenty of trees of each variety, mainly oak and maple, and only with time we'll see how good it looks. Fall 7 was the end of the first week in the fall, and although the 300 days are slowly coming to a close, there is still so much to do and plenty to explore. Being a Sunday meant I could trade my jades for staircases, managing to get 141 of them in total. While I was here, I chopped down more hardwood trees that were still growing here. I chose to plant the rest of the mahogany seeds whilst here. It doesn't look the best, but is the most convenient location to get them. Full 7 was also Morgan's birthday, so I handed him a void egg which he loved. Today was also Rose's birthday, who lived in East Scarp, so I gave her a rabbit's foot, which again she loved. My storage area was beginning to get messy once again, so I took some pride and began sorting it once again, shipping anything I didn't need and placing the correct items where they should have been in the first place. Day 288 was the start of the new week, and it was nice to see my cranberries had their first harvest today, and my Junimos were sure to make good work of them. After some pineappling, I picked up the Skull Cavern invasion quest from Mr. Key, which I could easily do with all the staircases I now had. Whilst I was there, I could see that I was up to 380 key gems, which was still ages away from 2000. Whilst I was there, I did buy 2 mushroom seeds, as they'll look great when they've all fully grown. Yet again, the bookseller was back in town, but he didn't sell any new books, but I did trade 1 combat quarterly for some monster musk. I headed back to the Highlands to meet back up with Lance, which once I arrived I saw a gift was waiting for me, which was a diamond wand, which was nothing like I'd ever seen before, and was described to teleport enemies away from the user, and is effective against flyers. I assume this is going to be very useful in the Crimson Badlands, which I still had to venture into, but made me excited to see what new weapons I could find in 400 days and beyond. Straight away I took to the Skull Caverns to finish the Skull Cavern invasion quest, and with the staircases I now had, it wasn't difficult in the slightest. On my return to the casino, I saw Morris once again, who I hadn't seen all the way since the Jojamar went down, and turned into a movie theatre. Typical of him, he accused me of cheating, which was impossible as I hadn't been there for ages. Although thankfully Sandy wasn't having it, she was fuming, and gave him and Mr. Key a piece of her mind, which was nice to see. One of the special orders in Ridgeside tasked me to hand out some dishes to random villagers, so I took to my storage to collect as many as I could. Day 289 I received a letter from Mr. Key, to which he gave me 26,960 gold, with the note of, "Here's a belated late wedding gift, and to buy Sandy something nice." Really stuck on what I wanted to do today, I did the usual "I'm bored again" day, and began to cook as many recipes I could. I managed to get a lot done, and was progress towards 100% perfection. Well, here we are, the final 10 days inside the mega modded farm, and I really wanted to send their 300 days off to a bang, so I went straight off to the Skull Caverns to get down as far as possible, and hopefully to get a load of iridium. Being the absolute pro I am, I made it all the way down to floor 290 before passing out with over 300 copper and over 100 iridium. Day 291, I wandered into the Wizard's Tower to see that Morgan was pretending to be Magnus and perform some basic magic. It was funny to see, I can't wait to see more of him. The real reason I was here was to build the final obelisk, the East Scarp obelisk, which was fairly easy and cheap. Today I wandered around Ridgeside to hand out the dishes I needed to the Ridgeside special order. Into the night I met up with Kiara. She needed some help with picking the wallpaper for a client she had. I told her that the Ridgeside Gathering one looked great, and that's the one we went with. Day 292, I bumped into Kiara once again by the cable car to see a bunch of trash had been thrown all over the place. So we decided to pick it all up, hopefully inspiring people to not drop it. I headed back to the farm to use the workbench to craft up as many more recipes as I could, as well as some new machines. One of them was the alembic, which can turn flowers into oils, which was quite exciting. Furthermore, I went into the chest to ship a bunch of items I hadn't shipped yet. As you would know, to reach 100% perfection, I would need to ship every item, and unfortunately with Cornucopia and Ridgeside and all the other mods, there was now double the items than before. I headed up to Robin's to build a mill. Although they are fairly useless, they look great as a decoration, so again, why not? Day 293 was Abigail's birthday, so I woke her up this morning to give her an amethyst, which upped her to 8 hearts. Being a new season meant a new movie was on, so I thought I'd give Gunther a chance to leave the museum and come watch a movie with me. Annoyingly, he appeared to be dozing off. Today I was back in the backwoods to do some light fishing. I was mainly after the fish I hadn't gotten yet. More fishing was the goal on day 294, this time on floor 60 of the normal mines. I wanted to catch the ice pip. Unfortunately, this is a very tough one to catch, so it did take me over half the day to get it. After that, I was on floor 20 of the normal mines to catch the stonefish. That one didn't take too long, however. And for the final task of the day, I was back in the sewers. I wanted to catch the mutant carp, which didn't take too long, so I headed to the mutant bug lair to catch the slime jack as well. I'm woken by a wonderful smell this morning, as rhubarb pie was ready from Magnus, which was nice. And today I chose to pick up the extended family quest from Mr. Key, and I got right on with that. I've done this one plenty of times, so I won't mention it. Up at the Adventurers Guild, I met up with Sandy, and we shared a nice moment looking off into the distance. As a gift, she decided to give me her rose gold boots, which I didn't realise how good they actually were. They give 10 defense and 10 immunity. But they do look like I'm running around in my feet. But unfortunately they're too good to get rid of, so they're staying. Day 296 was the return of the Stardew Valley Fair, and unfortunately I only won the second prize once again from the Grange display. But there wasn't anything new in the store anyway, so I didn't stay too long. Although it was a nice day to relax and play some carnival games. Day 297 was spent cooking many more recipes. I thought to get the boring bits out now, as they would save me much time in the future. There was still plenty of time left in the season, so I bought some more seeds from Pierre's and spent the rest of the day hoeing and watering them. Day 298 I was back for the final time in the 300 days inside the greenhouse, harvesting my unlimited batch of ancient fruit, to which, as you would fairly know by now, is all going into kegs. Boringly, nothing else happened today, mainly more cooking, which I'm not going to show. Trust me, it's not special. Day 299 I met up with Lexi again, who lived underneath East Scarp, who didn't understand why her plant had died. I told her that it also needed sunlight. And here we are, day 300. Today was luckily the day of the Ridgeside Gathering, which meant we could celebrate the final day of the video in a perfect way. The stores didn't sell any good items now, but I was more interested in the music, which like every year was great and a perfect way to send off the 300 days video. Well, here we are back on the farm. Picking up from the last video, we are in fall of year 3, which marks day 301. And it feels great to be back after so much time away. You may notice that my paths look very strange. This is due to the new path mod I had added in 400 days. But don't worry, in a few days they'll look brand new again. If you remember, I went a tad bit overboard in 300 days with marriage. So the day begun with a casual trip down to the mayor's house to file for a divorce. The reason I'm doing this is because my bills had run up so high with all the people now living in the farmhouse, and it just wasn't sustainable for another 100 days. I made sure to tell Mayor Lewis that it was indeed Yoba's fault and not my own, which would save me 50,000 gold. It'll be sad to see everyone go, but I do plan on keeping 1 or 2. Sorry everyone. 421 was Robin's birthday, so I handed her an Iridium quality piece of goat's cheese, maxing out our friendship. The day continued back on Modded Farm, with my replacing of the ugly paths with a nice, smooth new white one, which if I do say so myself, looked great. Manually mining them all was extremely tedious, and I still had loads to finish tomorrow. And after a strong first day back on Modded Farm, I chose to head to bed and get some much deserved rest, which means we are straight back to day 302. After reaching max friendship with Robin, she sent me a flashy new carpentry book in the mail, which would give me a handy discount in her store. I then had some more full crops to harvest, such as some ground cherries and eggplants. The new week of course meant some more special orders. I picked up Robin's resource rush, in the spirit of her kindness to me this morning. This one was fairly simple, collect 1,000 pieces of wood. I also took some deluxe bait to fill my crab pots, hoping to catch some freshwater fish in the morning. I had my first harvest of pineapples on the 400 days, which was a certain sight to see today. If you remember, I placed them all in dehydrators to make even more profit. In Mr. Key's walnut room, I selected Skull Cavern Invasion, one of the easier key quests, considering my Empire of Staircases. I finally took to use the newly acquired greenhouse in the hike trail, in Ridgeside Village to grow some more starfruits. I had some bold plans to acquire the golden clock within these 400 days, so I had to use everything I could to get there. It was getting fairly dark when I finally managed to finish inside the greenhouse, so I thought it'd be best to call it in for the night. The sun was shining down on Modded Farm this morning, which certainly gave me a boost on day 303. Today was Maddie's birthday, so I woke her up to hand her a rich fruity plate. After working hard on friendships in the previous 300 days, we are reaching the point where one more birthday gift would be enough to reach max friendships with most villagers. My crab pots had yielded some fishy friends, so I made sure to collect them all and refill them with some more deluxe bait. I took to Grandpa's shed to clear out all the trees and bushes I had previously planted in there, in order to fill up the basement with, you guessed it, more starfruit. Laying out the sprinklers and watering them took up the rest of the day, but it looked great once I had finished. While I was in and out of the shed, I would fill the kegs with coffee beans for even more caffeine. And just like that, it was day 304. Unfortunately, it was raining today, which would definitely slow me down, although I was determined to achieve perfection, so I replanted the fruit trees to make my own little orchard on the farm. I was determined to complete the Skull Cavern invasion quest from Mr. Key. However, instead of staircasing my way down, I chose to do some light mining, mainly to get some more radioactive ore. As Skull Cavern invasions go, it wasn't too difficult, and I managed to warp home before the late afternoon. Those pesky paths were still around the farm, so I sought out the rest of the day replacing as many as I could. Straight on to day 305, we begin with some more crops ready for collection. Being so late into the season, I didn't feel it'd be much use to plant any more. Today, however, marks the first day of my ancient fruit harvest from inside the greenhouse, which will never not be satisfying to harvest. These juicy fruits went straight into more kegs inside the winery. If I keep this up, I'll have the golden clock in no time. I had received the deluxe scarecrow recipe today, so I crafted one up to see how much it covers. And wow, I can protect my entire fields with just one. And compared to yesterday, not a lot happened. Today began with a ride up to Ridgeside to hand Corrine a birthday gift. I also stopped to help Ezekiel find his lost engagement ring. The two final Monster Slayer goals were the Pepper Rex and Serpent, so I popped some trusty Monster Musk and headed to the Skull Caverns to find and slay as many as I could. Lucky for me, just after midnight I managed to slay my final Serpent, allowing me to tick off yet another Monster Slayer goal. That worked out quite well, didn't it? Back on day 307, it was nice to see my wife Isabel breaking it down this morning with some awesome new dance moves. I filled some time cooking today, and if you remember, there are now over 4 pages of cooking recipes, so there's no better time to start doing them than now. Around midday I went to the Scarp Inn to delve into some Spirits Eve activities. Once again it was nice to see everyone in costumes, and chose to spend some time dancing it out on the dance floor. I would have loved to cook some more recipes, but of course it was Spirits Eve today, so I found my way through this year's maze, collected another golden pumpkin, and headed home. It's day 308 and there is no time to waste. I rode the bus to the desert to trade all of my jades I have saved up into staircases. My home had become quite messy after having so many roommates, but now it was just me, Sophia and Isabel. And our children, and Nessie I suppose. This meant I could redecorate the home. I chose to move my bedroom up to this room here, but my main struggle was ideas and a lack of furniture catalogue, so I had to leave it half finished. I must have forgotten to mention it, but I also gave Nessie a nice new hat, which definitely makes him much cooler than I am. However, this next season isn't going to be much cooler. Well, we're back to freezing our fingertips off once again as we arrive in winter on day 309. And gosh, the farm is so white I could barely see the new paths I'd placed. I began the day by riding Nessie down to the special orders board to pick up more food for the cat, which Jazz wanted 50 pieces of bug meat to feed the stray cats that lay around East Scarp. I also made sure to give Krobus a nice iridium quality horseradish for his birthday. While I was here I also purchased the wizard catalogue. The winter season doesn't offer many new crops, so I chose to plant some winter forageable seeds. Alongside some winter roses and mint, I've got to keep the sprinklers busy somehow. Yet more pineapples were ready for pineappling on Ginger Island, steadily growing my fortunes. In Mr. Key's walnut room, I was outraged to see he was yet again offering Skull Cavern Invasion for the 3rd time in a row. Back on Modded Farm, I took my newly obtained wizard catalogue to decorate the house. However, upon opening it, I found a letter from the wizard, letting me know that his ex-wife had taken all his furniture. Why was this so funny to read? I'm in Ridgeside the morning of day 310 to hand Jarek a birthday gift. And on my trip back to the farm, I saw him waiting on my porch. Now how did he get here before I did? He suggested that we should compete on who has the better farm. Sorry Jarek, I'm pretty sure I'll win this one. I decided to move all my fish tanks inside the farmhouse for a better display of all my rare fishes. The final design looked great, and with some time left in the day I strolled off to the Skull Caverns to complete Mr. Key's Skull Cavern Invasion, as well as search for some more Pepper Rexes for the Monster Slayer goals while I was in here. I did realise that I was missing one artefact to complete the museum collection, and after following some clues from a secret note, I managed to dig it up. The starfruit I had planted inside the greenhouse was finally ready on day 311. I thought I might as well plant even more before I left. At the museum, I donated the final artifact I needed and received a star drop from Marlin. This meant I only had one more left to find, which would be from catching every fish. This one was going to be a challenge. With the fresh starfruits, I could place them all into kegs inside Grandpa's shed, making even more gold. I made up a new chest area just next to the farmhouse, which I planned to store all my fruits and vegetables for easier access for gifting. So the last task of the day was moving everything from the old chest storage into the new one. And after such hard work, I made sure to head to bed early. Day 312 was yet another ancient fruit harvest, which as you know by now was going straight into kegs. The starfruits I had planted in Grandpa's shed were also ready today, which would make me a butt ton of gold, but I was beginning to run out of keg space, something I'd definitely have to figure out soon. And that's how I spent the day. Yep, that's it. I took a break from kegging on day 313 to hand Blair some fried mountain greens for her birthday. At Robin's, I asked her to paint my buildings on the farm. I struggled to find a colour set that looked nice, so I chose to keep the farmhouse the same and added some grey to my sheds. After moving my fish tanks out the shed, I could finally fill this one with crystallariums, which I plan to slowly expand as the video progresses, and spoke to Morgan inside the wizard's tower, which he told me I'm the only person who talks to him in the entire town, which is quite sad to hear in all honesty. Back on the farm, I moved my sheds so I could begin construction of a beehive area, so once the cold season passes, I will be able to get some lovely honey to sell, and for any future cooking recipes. It was late, but I chose to stay up and decorate the home. I created a nice living room area with portraits of both my lovely wives. Now isn't that romantic? I began the day with a ride over to East Scarp to hand Victoria a birthday gift. It turns out she loves slime eggs. Not strange at all. Funnily enough, Victoria offered to show me around her slime farm, which would explain why she loves slime eggs so much. While I was here, I dropped off all the bug meat I needed to feed the stray cats. I received a letter from Jazz on the morning of day 315. She let me know that she saw the stray cat today and believes that she's almost ready to be our friend. It was yet another Sunday, so I took the bus back to the desert to trade all my jades for some staircases. While I was here, I thought I might as well catch the scorpion carp, which was another fish I hadn't caught yet. Still in the fishing mood, I headed to the mutant bug lair to catch the snatcher worm, and then in the cindersap forest, where I caught the winter legendary fish, the glacier. All that fishing had me very tired, so I spent the rest of the day inside the kitchen, hoping to craft more cooking recipes. In the end, I managed to cook up 8 more recipes. Not bad for a hard day's work. I had some winter forageables ready to harvest on the morning of day 316, which I swiftly replanted with some more winter seeds. The start of the new week meant another set of special orders, but they'd have to wait as today was the Festival of Ice, and after my many failures in the egg hunts, at least I could find some happiness in winning the competition every year, and this year was no different. This morning I rode Nessie over to the Pelican Town board to pick up more food for the stray cats from Jazz, which required me this time to donate 3 pieces of cheese to hopefully win them over. Another large batch of pineapples were ready to harvest on Ginger Island, and while I was here, I was yet again outraged to see the Skull Cavern invasion was back for the 4th week in a row. You're gonna drive me crazy, Mr. Key. I then met up with Corrine to meet with Geo after she claimed she would become his new pupil. In Geo's cabin, I saw a new set of quests from Belinda. I chose to pick up the Linked Fishes one, which tasked me to donate 10 rare fishes. While in Ridgeside, I decided to play a prank on Kahee with Blair by hiding in a bush and surprising him. Of course he got quite scared, but did find the funny side to it. The weekly Ridgeside special order was Growing Collection, which wanted me to hand Ezekiel a chewing stick. I was in Ridgeside for most of the day, as I wanted to complete the Linked Fishes quest, and thought to spend the night in the log cabin. I began day 318 with an early morning trip to the Ridge Forest in order to catch the caped frog. Although it is impossible to catch in the winter, I had thought to purchase some magic bait which would allow me to catch any fish in any season, in any weather, which is mighty handy if I do say so myself. I was then at Robin's to ask her to build me a slime hutch. I don't really know how to use them properly, but I thought there was no better time to learn but right now. What was extremely lucky of me is that Link Fishes quest I could actually finish after already having all the fish I needed. So I took all 10 of them and dropped them in the box in his cabin. In the mood for completing special orders, I took 3 pieces of cheese to feed the stray cats in East Scarp. Day 319 started off with a letter from Belinda inviting me to Ridge Falls to behold the fruits of my labour. After arriving in Ridgeside, Belinda showed me a new area which I could now access. Within the waters hold every single Ridgeside legendary fish, making this a great place for catching them. Although she did let me know that if the population were to start dwindling, I will suffer the consequences. Struggling to stay productive, I took to the Skull Caverns to reach floor 100 to complete the Skull Cavern invasion quest. And all this staircasing had me pretty exhausted, so in true Tom fashion, I headed straight to bed for an early night. As for day 320, well, it started by copying a layout for slime hutches. As I said, I have no clue how to use one, and this is how it looked in the end. I assume the fence is to keep the slimes in so they don't attack me, and I also made sure to place some slime eggs in the incubators. It was still raining, but I rode Nessie up to Ridgeside to harvest some more starfruit, making sure to replace it with more starfruit. For the final task of the day, I took to the Skull Caverns to find the final few Pepper Rexes I needed to complete the Monster Slayer goal. However, this did involve a lot of staircasing, but I'm happy to report that on floor 183 at 10 PM, I slayed my final Pepper Rex, finishing all the Monster Slayer goals. I met up with Gunther on the morning of day 321. He wanted to explore the mines, but wanted me to come with him as protection. Of course I had to say yes, and Gunther most certainly enjoyed himself, and luckily for me there was only one slime I had to slay. I was still in search for another lucky ring. This was so I could buy the fortune guide from the bookseller, which cost 50,000 gold and a lucky ring. So once again I found myself back in Ginger Island, hopefully pan for one. Of course I gave up pretty much straight away as I realised how boring it was, and headed back to Modded Farm to harvest another batch of starfruit. On day 322 I harvested some winter roses and handed Harvey a birthday gift. I have said I was saving for the 2000 key gem book, but gosh am I really bad at saving. At Mr. Key's Walnut Room I purchased Pierre's missing stock list, which will allow him to sell everything possible regardless of which season it was, which will be really useful in making sure I've shipped off everything I needed to him. I was in the mood to learn more knowledge, so I headed back to the farm to craft some new machines, such as the drying rack, compact mill, and juice maker. I had no idea what any of these did, but looking how empty my shipping collection was, I can imagine they have something to do with it. I had a load of winter crops ready for harvest this morning, and this time I replanted them with some fibre seeds. And once again I found myself to special orders board to pick up Robin's resource rush once again. Although I was relieved after checking Mr. Key's quests, he wasn't offering Skull Cavern Invasion this time. This time I chose Key's Cuisine. I don't know if it's just me, but after all these weeks of slandering Skull Cavern Invasion, I miss it. In order to complete Key's Cuisine, I headed back to the farm to craft some sashimi using the crab pot fish. Although after crafting over 200, I realised I was nowhere near enough. In the afternoon I was straight to completing the Pelican Town special order, by clearing out as many trees as possible to get the 1000 pieces of wood. Of course I had to head straight to the night market tonight. I purchased a nice piano that will look great in my living room. I was back to farming on the morning of day 324, yet more winter seeds this time. Today was Louis' birthday, so I made sure to surprise him with a birthday gift, which upped him to max friendship. And I met up with him and Sonny outside, where she explained the history of the ruined car outside their home, and that is owned by Louis' parents, who he doesn't get to see much. As soon as I stepped off the cable car, I bumped into them once again, where Louis had asked me to play some games with him and a few of the other children. Of course I had to say yes, even though I must admit, I could feel the stares from the other villagers to see a grown man playing hide and seek with some children. Anyway, I was back to my bad spending ways at Mr. Key's Walnut Room, where I purchased 2 Junimo chests, to which any item placed in one is now in both of them. Today I was back at my raccoon neighbours to give them a pouch of dried common mushrooms and 5 wild algae, to which I'm rewarded with a funny raccoon hat. In the previous 300 days, I received the Summit Farm, a giant area which I could plant whatever I wanted, and even upgrade. Well, today I spent 2 million gold and 100 of each seasonal seed to upgrade it to be able to grow any crop regardless of the season. In preparation for the upcoming upgrades, I began clearing out the mountains of grass that is covering the farm, ready for an insane number of crops I'm about to plant, and I made sure to lay out the foundations for them. Day 326 started with the daily glass of coffee and the weekly ancient fruit harvest inside the greenhouse. In all honesty, today was spent mooching around the valley, but in the night, I found myself back to the Summit Farm to lay out some more sprinklers and clear out the final chunks of grass. So we head straight on to day 327. I received some void roots as a gift from my Junimos, which was certainly a nice surprise. And I was off to the island to purchase the recipe for the heavy tapper. I went straight to Pierre's to purchase an incredible amount of crops which I had plans to plant on the summit farm. Today was much like yesterday however, but I did manage to incubate some more slime eggs after my ones had hatched. And they weren't too happy with me about it. I had adventure in my mind on the morning of day 328. I was running low on resources and had remembered a really great cave in the highlands from the last video, and I thought it'd be a great place to get some minerals. And that's exactly what I did, and after popping a spicy eel, headed into the cave with some mega bombs and went to town. In all honesty, it wasn't the best idea in the world, but I did manage to get some materials, and we're headed straight home to get back to farming. Back in the summit farm I began planting a ridiculous amount of crops nothing like this valley had ever seen, and before the end of the day managed to finish planting them all. Mark my words, this is the only beginning with many, many more crops to come. Day 329 I was down at the pier to collect and refill my crab pots, and was back to the summit farm to plant even more crops. This time is a butt ton of starfruit ready for more kegging. I wanted to reach 10 million gold for the golden clock, so yes, this is all very necessary. To be honest, I was yet again doing my usual absolutely nothing around the farm, so that brings us straight on to day 330, and today I was happy to see a large amount of fibre seeds were ready to harvest, which sounds very satisfying to collect. Today also marks the day I can afford to build my second Junimo hut. This will allow full automation once the winter season is over. The new week meant another set of special orders. This week I chose biome balance, which meant I had to catch 20 riverfish. The latest quest from Mr. Key was Key's kindness, which I didn't really want to take, but I definitely wasn't doing the Junimo cart one, would be here all day. Inside Grandpa's shed, another batch of starfruits were ready, which I promptly replaced with a fresh batch of starfruit. It was about time I ventured into the Crimson Badlands for the first time ever, since Camilla had told me about it last video. Inside the chest at the outpost was the Galdorian shop outpost schedule, which told me different days which people will be selling items to assist me in the Crimson Badlands. In this strange tunnel I met up with two members of the guild, Isaac and Alicia, who warned me about the dangers and wished me luck on my journey. And with nerves in hand, I ventured in. This land was nothing like I'd ever seen before, filled with a ridiculous amount of enemies. While in here I found some void souls, which I kept and will probably be useful later. I managed to wander into a new area filled with iridium ore and asteroids, although my weapon wasn't seeming to have much effect on the enemies, so I panicked and walked home, hoping to come back when I was better prepared. All this adventuring had had me pretty drained, so I spent the rest of the day in the river to catch as many fish as I could. Day 332 began with a letter from Demetrius with the crafting recipe for the farm computer, as a reward for catching 20 riverfish. And I spoke to Gunther about the potential history from the valley from all the artifacts he's found inside the museum. I spent the day handing out gifts to complete Key's kindness, and fished the night away in the mountain lake, hoping to catch a midnight carp, although I was unable to. There wasn't too much happening on day 333, I spent the morning smelting some ores and collected some ancient fruits, and rode Nessie into town to celebrate the Feast of the Winter Star. My secret gift giver this year was Olga, and I gave her a Sierra Wintergreen, and I received 10 sunflowers from Trini, which was nice. On day 334 I collected a bunch of coffee and green tea I kegged overnight, mainly for profits and any future Mr. Key's cuisine. Unfortunately, I was still overwhelmed by yesterday's festivities, so I spent today taking it slow and went around handing out more gifts, and helped Penny clear up around the house as well. Straight on to day 335, I rode Nessie to Ridgeside to hand Irene a golden pumpkin for her birthday, upping her straight up to 8 hearts. And once again was back into the kitchen to cook some more recipes, managing to cook 6 more. Back on Ginger Island I planted some taro tubers and rice seeds, for any future uses I might have, and called it a night. Winter 28 marks the final day of the season, and day 336 begun with trading more of my jades for staircases at the Desert Trader. It was Shiro's birthday today, so I gave him an iridium quality red mushroom as a birthday gift. In order to get the best and most quickest start to the new season, I took to Pierre's to purchase all the spring seeds I needed, ready for tomorrow, and also made sure I grow everything I can once again. I was at the quarry late in the evening to completely bomb the place. I had plans to fill it with more kegs, and managed to place a few more before running out. Before the end of the season, I ran into Geo with Corrine once again, who had armed herself and ready to fight some monsters in Ridge Forest. Luckily, we were both highly trained and took out the monsters without much trouble. Geo then explained the monsters to us, and showed he was impressed by Corrine's natural talent with a sword, and she promised to train with him now. Of course, I attended the Ember of Resolutions to end the season, and as usual I placed a log on the bonfire and made my wish. Well then, here we are. The blanket of snow had melted overnight, which could only mean one thing: it was the start of spring, and also my 4th year in the valley. Unfortunately, all of my crops had withered overnight, so I had to clear them all out before planting a fresh new set. The first special order of the new year was Island Ingredients from Caroline, which tasked me to ship 100 pineapples, which, come on, is going to be easy, especially with all my fields full on Ginger Island. In Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up Key's cuisine for the 2nd week in a row. Where are you, Skull Cavern Invasion? I miss you. Back in Ridgeside, I met up with Shanice, where we discovered the prices in Heap's store, and I gave Torts the Turtle a dinosaur egg for his birthday. I was presented with a bunch of flowers on the Summit Farm today, which looks quite nice. I'm using the Summit Farm right now to plant all the crops I needed for the shipping collection, and will later fill it with ancient fruits. I made sure to replant all the crops on the farm with even more flowers. On the return to the farm, I saw Krobus on the porch, who invited me to meet his friends tomorrow. And that's how I spent the first day of the new year, and before too late, rushed off to bed. Day 338 was one of the best ones yet. If you remember back to the last 300 days video, Sophia had invited me to Comic-Con, and today was the day of the trip. We met up by the bus with her friend Scarlet, who was also dressed up and ready. And we got on the bus and begun the long trip down the highway to Zuzu City. Upon arrival, Scarlet went off to meet some other cosplayers she liked, which left me and Sophia to explore for a bit. We headed to the food court to delve into some food. She obviously had some Grampleton orange chicken, and I chose to have a burger. Then Sophia took some photos, and then we went to the main event. Sophia went on stage in front of everyone to show off her cosplay, which everyone loved of course, and made me a very proud husband. What a great trip, but unfortunately we still had to get to the bus and get back home. What an experience that was. After our meeting yesterday, I met up with Krobus in the sewers, where I was surrounded by loads of shadow monsters, which was very intimidating. Although he explained that his people don't want any more violence anymore, and would love for me to collect 60 void souls for them. After everything they've been through, I'll make sure to do this for them. Back in the Summit Farm, another batch of starfruit was ready, which I made sure to replant in due time. And I spent the rest of the day inside the kitchen, managing to cook up 3 more recipes. But after such an exciting day, I had to finally turn it in for the night. Rolling on to day 339, it begun with some collecting of maple syrup and oak resin. I wanted to craft a bunch of kegs, although I didn't have enough oak resin, so I begun the construction of the largest oak farm in the game, making sure to fertilise them, to get them going as fast as possible of course. Back on Ginger Island I had yet another pineapple harvest. This time I remembered to ship 100 of them to complete the special order from Caroline. I then spent the entire day inside the dig site to pan for my 2nd lucky ring. Typical Tom luck though, I didn't manage to get one, but I did catch a midnight carp for the shipping collection while I was here, so it wasn't all bad. Day 340 was Kent's birthday, so I handed him a pearl as a gift. Surprisingly, I hadn't caught the spring legendary fish yet, so I made sure to catch it today. As a reward for completing Caroline's special order, she gave me the crafting recipe for the solar panel, which will allow me to generate battery packs every week. So I made sure to make 2 and place them in the bright sun on the island farm. I was back in the greenhouse on the morning of day 341 to harvest my weekly ancient fruit. At the quarry, I filled the dormant kegs with coffee to help towards Key's cuisine, and entered my slime hutch to find all these squelchy pieces of slime, which sounds very satisfying to collect. But what am I even supposed to do with this? Once again I was in the dig site to pan for another lucky ring, which to no one's surprise I didn't find. In the mountain lake I spoke with Sebastian about his father, who was apparently not very nice to him or Robin, which was why they eventually broke up and moved. On to day 342, in the mail, my Junimo sent me 2 prismatic shards, which was a spectacular gift. In the sewers I spent a load of gold on the return scepter, which cost 2 million gold, but it will allow me to return home wherever or whenever I wanted. This was going to be extremely useful when I go back to the Crimson Badlands, which funnily enough was exactly where I was going today. I was hoping to collect as many more Void Souls for Krobus, while trying not to die at the same time. In there I managed to find a strange dark serpent, which, well, took a ridiculous amount of hits and still wouldn't even die. But for a split second I turned my back and it took me out. I got transported to a void with Camilla, who lets me know that she got there in the nick of time and saved me. And she didn't even charge me anything either, although I did lose all of my starfruit seeds, which I was not happy with. I chose to not take any more chances today, and headed up to Marlon's to buy my seeds back and went straight to bed, with pain in every single one of my bones. Waking up on day 343 felt harder than normal after yesterday's brutal fight, but I had to get up and get on with the chores I had. This began with a bus ride to the desert to trade all of my jades for staircases, and harvest some unmilled rice I'd planted on the island farm. Unfortunately, to craft every single item in the game, I had to craft the mini forge, which required 5 dragon teeth, so that meant back to the volcano to try and find even more. I only managed to find 1 more today, so there was still a long way to go. While I was at the forge, I used a prismatic shard to enchant my axe with efficient, which I'm not really sure what it even does. Straight onto day 344, it was yet again another new week, and I was elated to see the return of the wonderful Skull Cavern invasion. In Pelican Town I chose smoky flavours on the horizon, tasking me to ship 24 smoked fish. Spring 8 was Lance's birthday, so I travelled back to the Crimson Badlands to give him a golden pumpkin. In the river I caught the goldfish, which was another fish I missed for the collection, and started smoking the fish I needed for the special order. More crops were ready for harvesting on the summit farm today, and it was nice to see how far I've come now. It was getting late, but I still managed to harvest another batch of starfruit from inside the greenhouse, making sure to replant them before the end of the day. The first batch of honey was ready for my new beehives this morning, and I was helping Irene reach something from the top shelf inside Heap's general store. Today was Anton's birthday, so I handed him a fresh plate of spaghetti which maxed out his friendship. I took to staircase my way to floor 100 in the Skull Caverns to complete the special order from Mr. Key. Later I crafted up some more recycling machines to turn all of the trash from my crab pots into more useful items like refined quartz. I also continued to smoke more fish for the special order, and I managed to get 24 to tick it off. Day 346 began with a letter from Gus giving me the crafting recipe for the deluxe smoker, and I was back on the island farm to harvest my weekly pineapples. Today would prove a great one as I could finally afford my first premium barn, which costs a lot of materials, but soon I'll be able to invite some new animal friends onto the farm. Back in Cindersap Forest I returned to the spring where I could create a new Nexus portal to this area, which made my new Nexus look great now. I think this might be fully complete. While I was here I managed to harvest all the flowers, and even the ancient fruit from inside the hidden cave. Day 347 I was at the summit farm to harvest another large batch of starfruit, which I expanded even further this time. In the slime hutch I was back to collecting some more satisfying slime piles. I was mostly mooching around Tom's style today, but I did use up some monster musk on the lower levels of the mines to find some squid ink, which I needed for some cooking. Straight to day 348 I was told by Isabel that her grandpa had been thinking about using the old ballroom in the log cabin and renovating it, and wanted us to come round and have a look. Before then, I expanded my kegs in the quarry. Today was Ezekiel's birthday, so I handed him a piece of iridium ore, which was a love gift for him apparently. In the log cabin, Isabel's grandpa, Richard, showed us the new ballroom, which looked incredible. It turns out he actually did this for a reason, and wanted Isabel to live out a fantasy of dancing with a partner alone in the ballroom, which was very sweet. He also gifted her a nice new dress, and left us to snow dance inside the ballroom, which of course she loved and turned out to be a very romantic time. To round out the day I spent it up at the summit farm to create as many ancient seeds as possible. I did mention before that I wanted to turn the entire farm into an ancient fruit place, and so now is that time. I managed to get over 300 of them in total, ready for when the remaining crops finish growing. Day 349 I was on the island with Linus and Willie to invite Leo to come back on the mainland and live with us. Leo was of course very skeptical of this idea, but eventually decided to move. It would be great to see him around the town from now on. I would love to continue working, but spring 13 was the day of the annual egg festival, and after losing 3 years in a row, I was not going to lose this time. Before then, I made sure to buy some strawberry seeds from Pierre and begun the hunt. And finally, after 3 long years, I won it. Have that, Vincent. You may think I'm overreacting here, but believe me, I was not trying to lose, so have that, stupid villagers. I'm the egg champion now. Before bed, I saw the parrots construct a treehouse for Leo to move into, so that'll be nice. Yet again, it was a Sunday today, so I made the weekly trip to the desert to trade my jades for staircases. You know how it is by now. On the island farm, I received my first battery packs from the solar panels, and once again found myself back in the volcano to find more dragon teeth. I did manage to collect one more before using my new scepter to walk back home. All I did today was empty my crab pots which lay around the ocean, and got an early night. On to day 351, I started it by picking up 2 dozen tulips special order from Sandy, tasking me to collect some tulips for her to make some flower crowns for the flower dance coming up. The weekly key quest was Keys Prismatic Grange. However, today my premium barn was ready, and oh my gosh, does it look so good. Look at all the room there was in here. I would love to buy some new animals, but I was distracted by the new desert festival. I of course had to have some sweet bean cake from the food store. And then I took to the Skull Caverns to collect some calico eggs. The traders didn't sell much, but I did buy a new wallpaper, which I placed in my bedroom. It was raining on the morning of day 352. I begun by collecting a ton of oak resin from the oak trees on the summit farm, all ready to turn into kegs. In all honesty, I didn't do too much today. I did revisit the desert festival, but the stores didn't sell anything interested, so I chose to spend the day in bed. So that brings us straight to day 353. It was still raining, but that didn't manage to stop me riding Nessie over to Scarp to hand Beatrice a birthday gift. I thought I should work on Keys Prismatic Grange special order, so I purchased 100 spaghettis and 100 Joja Colas from the vending machine in the saloon. The morning begun with a letter from Leo sending me the recipe for mango sticky rice, which was another one of the last vanilla cooking recipes I needed. Back on the island, I had yet another pineapple harvest, but the real reason I was here was to drop off all the items to finish Keys Prismatic Grange, rewarding me 35 key gems. Today was Naomi's birthday, so I headed to the log cabin and handed her a birthday gift, and watched Morgan show off some magic to the other children. I headed to Marnie's to purchase some new animals for my new premium barn, and it turned out that I could now house camels and bears, which was just insane. Back on the farm, they look so cool wandering around in the new pen. I wonder what items they'll give. Before the end of the day, I made sure to craft up some more tappers for my tree farm, and collected my jades from inside the shed. The rain had finally passed on day 355, and what better way to start it than another harvest of my ancient fruit from inside the greenhouse. At Robin's, I requested she build me a tractor garage, which was a mod added in the series, which, well, allows me to store and drive my own tractor. So I had to have her build me one, for 20 iron bars, 5 iridium bars, and 5 battery packs. More flowers were ready on the summit farm today, all storing for any future purposes I might have for them. Overnight, the bears had produced some honey pots, which sold for a decent amount, perhaps a new moneymaker. The morning of day 356, I went to Marnie's to completely fill my premium barn full of camels and bears, excited to see how much of each of their respective produce will now sell for. On the summit farm, I had another harvest of starfruit, which was actually going to be the last one. There was nothing to be sad about, however, as now I had over 400 ancient fruit seeds ready to plant all down. I made sure to cover the entire place with them, covering them all in deluxe speed grow of course, and hopefully we'll be able to see the progress before the end of the 400 days. I also saw Naomi, who was afraid of heights and needed to travel down the cable car, so I offered to hold her hand on the way down. She was fairly embarrassed by it, but even paid me for my efforts. At the casino, I purchased the Statue of Endless Fortune from this guy for 1 million gold, which would be worth it as whenever there was a birthday, it would provide me a love gift. Very useful considering how tough some of the villagers are to get gifts for. My fields were full of strawberries on the morning of day 357, but what was more exciting was the day the tractor garage had finished construction, so I just had to give it a whirl. Jumping on the tractor will allow me to harvest my crops at an incredible rate. Just look at me go. I just wish I had this sooner. Yet again another squelching session from inside the slime patch. I think the way to make money with slimes is to turn the slime into slime eggs and then sell the slime eggs. I have no clue how to do this, so probably wrong. Once again I found myself back in the kitchen to cook even more cooking recipes, but in the afternoon I took to decorate around my slime hutch and tractor garage. In the end, I think the new design looks great. Day 358 was the beginning of my final week in the spring season, and for this week's key quest I chose Danger in the Deep. Considering my vast amount of staircases, this wasn't going to be hard. And so it was. I went straight to the normal mines to use staircases to quickly reach the bottom and claim my key gems. Late into the night I found myself wandering around East Scarp until I found a strange abandoned cabin with these strange notes lying around. Obviously clues to what's happened here, but I couldn't stay long as it was so late I had to rush home and get into bed. The horrible weather is back on day 359, and it begun we in the desert to drop off 24 tulips at the oasis to finish the special order from Sandy. I also met up with Andy in Aurora Vineyard, where he taught me the history of the abandoned vineyard in Cindersap Forest, and how he used to know the people that used to live here, but after the recession had to move out. On the farm I changed my paths around the chest area to new, whiter ones, and added a few more chests. I should be able to move everything out the shed and back out onto the farm fields now. Boringly, I then spent the entire day transporting all my items back out the shed and into the new chests, making things much more convenient to access now, and also freeing up a shed. Thankfully, the rain had passed overnight, and I had a bunch of battery packs ready for collection after last night's thunderstorm. I made sure to grab a bunch more honey pots and camel wool from my new barn, which did sell for a decent amount. Of course, Spring 24 was the day of the annual flower dance. To bring it back to an old tradition, I thought to dance with Sophia again, as she deserves it. I also purchased some tub of flowers, which I chose to plant around the beehives, for aesthetic reasons of course. And that brings us right into day 361. In the mail, Marnie sent me a letter informing me that I could now purchase more pets to join us on the farm, which was very exciting. I chose to harvest my flowers surrounding my beehives as there wouldn't be enough time left in the season to produce any more honey. Yet another pineapple harvest was the beginning of the day, making me a lot of gold now. At Marnie's I went to purchase a new dog, to join my collection of animals on the farm. I then headed to the quarry to further expand my kegs, and fulfilled my tradition by heading to Pierre's to fill my inventory with summer seeds, ready for the change in season. And by filling my inventory, I really mean it. Just look. I chose to plant some flower seeds on the summit farm, working towards that pesky shipping collection. Day 362, I was outraged to see that the rain was back for the 100th time this season, although there was no time to waste as I had another batch of ancient fruit ready for collection inside the greenhouse. I had realised my mistake on planting too many oak trees, so I made sure to chop them all down, keeping only a few rows with tappers. This would now allow me to expand my crop field by 4 more iridium sprinklers with pressure nozzles, allowing maybe around 200 more ancient fruits. Unfortunately, I had spent the entire day doing this as the seed makers take ages to produce seeds. So that brings us right on to day 363, which was the penultimate day of the spring season. After the thunderstorm, I had 12 more battery packs to collect, as well as some oak resin and birch water from my tappers. Today was Emily's birthday, but she didn't want my gift and was apparently still mad after the divorce. Awkward. After completing the special orders from Jazz, I could finally meet the stray cats in East Scarp today, which was a nice experience. While I was here, I fished up the ornate nudibranch in the rock pools, another fish I hadn't caught yet. Today, however, the luck gods must have been on my side, as on my trip out of East Scarp, in a random panning spot, I found my second lucky ring, which meant I could now purchase the fortune guide from the bookseller. In the mood for fishing, I headed to the forest to catch a Cornucopia salmon, another fish added in the East Scarp mod. And on Ginger Island, I caught the Lunar Loo. It was a great day for fishing, but this did take me into the late hours of the night, so I had to run home and straight into bed. And that leads us right to day 364, and the final day of my 4th year in spring on Modded Farm. Today was Bert's birthday, so I handed him a rabbit's foot. It was also Sonny's birthday, so on my travels I also handed him a gift. More fishing today, this time I was back to the river in East Scarp to catch the golden trout. I also expanded my sheds with crystallariums. Instead of adding jades this time, I filled them with diamonds. And unfortunately, for the final day of spring, I did really nothing, so I turned it in for the night. I could feel the bright sun on my face today, which let me know that summer has arrived. There were still crops to plant, debris to clear, and a golden clock to build, so I couldn't wait around to get a tan. Planting the new seasonal crops begun this morning. Once again, I'm trying to grow everything I can to finish the shipping collection. I even remembered to plant some flower seeds around my beehives for some juicy honey. The first key quest of the season was Danger in the Deep, another easy 50 key gems. In Pelican Town I chose Help Make the Hens Happy, which meant I needed to donate 30 corn of the cobs to Jacob. For the new season I headed back to the Crimson Badlands to see what the seller was selling, and wow, there was a tempered galaxy sword, which cost 600,000 gold, but was much better than my current sword, so I just couldn't resist picking it up. Day 366 was Lola's birthday, so I broke into her house and handed her a gift in bed this morning. The day was spent doing a variety of tasks, such as going to the normal mines to reach floor 120 using staircase to complete the key quest, and more squelching in the slime hut and moving my buildings around to have the new premium barn in the other fence section. This meant I had to move the winery. I chose to put them where my old fish ponds were, as to be honest it looks perfect there. Talking of fish ponds, I was at Robin's in the morning of day 367 to build me another one, which fits perfectly in this new place. I'm not sure what I was going to put in there, maybe some rare ones. Alicia was selling some new items in the Crimson Badlands. There were some decent ones, and I purchased some armor elixir, which would give me a plus 15 defense, which would definitely be useful when I make my return. And as it turns out, the return was going to be today. This time I brought all of my life elixirs with me to make sure I don't die. I eventually found and wandered into a cave opening to find a room full of treasure and a single treasure chest in the middle. After picking up all my treasure, the chest required a prismatic shard to open. And lucky for me, one of the enemies had dropped one. And after inserting it into the chest, I received the Galaxy Slingshot, which used Iridium ore. Of course I had to return with some Iridium ore to test this baby out, and it didn't disappoint. Although I would probably not use it as I just can't aim with it, but it was still cool to have nonetheless. Day 368 began with Mr. Key at my door, who explained he had been watching me for some time and he was here to give me another soundtrack for my jukebox, and to consider it a fourth wall break. Huh? Although, after strolling around the valley, I was kidnapped by Mr. Key and transported to this strange land with no warning at all, and he began calling me the One, and it will happen when the time is right. What was he even talking about? And he even put this spell on me so I couldn't tell anyone. It was so strange, and the next thing I knew, I must have been unconscious for a while as I woke up in the hospital after Andy found me passed out in the forest. Now what was this all about? Look, I'm sorry about not spending my key gems. Today was Jazz's birthday, so I could finally give her a birthday gift after such a strange start to the day. It was an awkward encounter entering Mr. Key's walnut room today, and after speaking to him he seems to not be that bothered at all. Thanks, Key. I then made my return to the highlands for the first time, in order to catch some fish. In the river, after a very long time, I managed to catch the highland bass, and in the cave, I caught the gemfish. And I wasn't done yet. In the ocean, I managed to catch an albacore, making that 3 more fish ticked off the fishing goals. The day started with some honey from the beehives, which sell for even more surrounded by flowers. Still determined to catch every fish, I used some magic bait to catch the walleye, and returned to the highlands to catch the fibre goby. There was still some fish left to catch in the witch's swamp, but upon my return I meet the henchman again, who let me know that after I distracted him all those days ago, the witch actually fired him and ruined his house, and I will have to help him repair it, or he and his friends will pay my farm a visit. He wanted 12 of every mushroom and 50 swamp flowers. But I did have to put that behind me as I had fish to catch. It was certainly very tough fishing here as enemies would attack me every 2 seconds, but I did manage to catch the alligator, and then the swamp crab. Annoyingly, there was still one more fish I had missed in the highlands, so I had to return to the diamond cave, which did give me a load of diamonds, but was also the home to the diamond carp, which I caught on my first hook. All this fishing had me very tired, so I went to bed. The annual Green Rain event had returned today, which I wasn't even going to bother taking advantage of, as I've planted so many fibre seeds now I'd never need it again. I was told by a few comments that I need to continue getting to know Lance, so I took a ride over to the Highlands outpost to hand him a tropical curry. It was Oliver's birthday today, and he loves petrified slime, so I gave him one. Today was also Martin's birthday, but annoyingly he was working in the movie theatre, and I couldn't enter without a ticket. So I quickly invited Clint to come watch a movie with me, so I could hand Martin some pumpkin juice, before immediately leaving. Sorry Clint. Wait, why am I saying sorry? I hate him. I was then back to fishing today, and the first catch was the gore in the river, and then the king salmon in the river south of Cindersap Forest. In Ridgeside I went to catch one of the legendary fish, but little did I know, it wasn't even in the spot I'm fishing, so fishing here was pointless. I eventually realised this and moved up to the waterfalls, and finally caught the waterfall snakehead with some magic bait. Another one of the legendary fish can be caught in the main river that stretches across the town, although yet again I was fishing in the wrong spot, so of course I didn't manage to get it before the end of the day. Day 371 started with a weekly trip to the desert to trade over 150 jades for staircases. I then took the train to Grampleton to hand Scarlet a chocolate cake for her birthday. In Cindersap Forest, I saw Apples the Junimo playing with Abigail in the forest, so I wasn't the only one who knows that apples existed. Interesting. On the trend of handing out gifts today, I went back to the Highlands to hand Lance another golden pumpkin. Yet again I found myself fishing in the wrong spot in Ridgeside for the legendary fish. So much time wasting, what am I even doing? Again. I finally left after I ran out of magic bait. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Before the end of my first week in the summer season, I planted some more crops, after the other had already been harvested. The day begun on Ginger Island, where Lance gave me a teleporting staff, which he showed me how to use, allowing me to teleport onto the small island. The new week meant another key quest, and today was the infamous return of Skull Cavern Invasion. Back in town I chose the wedding season from Sandy, which had me collect 24 poppies. In search of more fish, I was in the backwoods to try and get another Ridgeside legendary. Although it was very difficult as I was being attacked again every 2 seconds. But after a hard time I managed to catch the deep ridge angler, and finally fished in the correct spot to catch the sockeye salmon. That meant I'd caught all of the Ridgeside legendary fish. It didn't stop there, however, as I was in East Scarp to catch the Sea Bunny Nudie Branch, which is how I wrapped up another productive day. Straight onto day 373, it started by giving Lance a Stardrop tea, and to Nightingale Orchard to hand Olga a plate of Mountain Ridge greens, upping her to max hearts. Today I once again continued my fishing endeavours, this time in the East Scarp abandoned minecarts. Before then I caught the Fairy Better, and then the Obsidian Moor, and finally at the end of the night, I caught the Slime Barbel, which leads us right to day 374, where I met up with Lance to a clearing in Ginger Island, where he introduced me to the new land, the Fable Reef, which looked incredible and so majestic. Just take a look at this. God, I wish I could move here. Here was where Lance and the other guild members hung out, and he introduced me to Jolene and showed off the monster crops I had collected for him to the other members of the guild. For now though, he had me return home, but I was left very excited to see when I'd be able to travel here once again. Back in East Scarp I caught the King Carp, and I also caught a Cerulean Nudie Branch, which was the last fish I needed for East Scarp, and this was how the collection looked now, not too many left to get. In the Cindersap Forest I caught the final vanilla fish, the Goby, and the day was wrapped up reaching floor 100 to complete Skull Cavern Invasion. The wizard was at my door this morning, letting me know that I could travel to Gable Reef whenever I wanted, via his basement, which got me so excited, and I could go there right away. But today was the day of the luau, and this year I made sure to bring a smoked super cucumber to add to the soup, which I thought was a loved item, but apparently isn't anymore. It was still very yummy and the governor enjoyed it. There was a lot to do today, and it begun in the greenhouse harvesting yet another batch of ancient fruit. Then I was off to the cave in East Scarp to hand Lexi a melon for her birthday, and then all the way up the cable cart to Ridgeside to hand Faye a birthday gift. The bookseller was in town for the first time since I found the lucky ring, which means I could finally buy the fortune guide for only 50,000 gold, and the lucky ring of course. And obviously I was very eager to return to Fable Reef. Once I arrived back on the island, I picked up a new forage I found, the shark tooth, and began fishing in the water for all the unique ones that swam here. And trust me, there was a lot. I fished up the daggerfish, torpedo trout, arrowhead shark, turret fish, which was actually a legendary one, and the viper eel. After checking my fishing collection, I only had one more fish to get until I had completely caught everything. Although it was in an area I hadn't even got access to yet, so we'd have to wait. Of course today was very busy, so I had to get a good night's rest. And that leads us right to day 377, which started with a trip into town to hand Alex a complete breakfast for his birthday, and had another satisfying session inside the slime hutch. Today marks the first day of the giant ancient fruit harvest on Summit Farm, yielding over 400 of them. We are definitely in the era of rich now. I made sure to save some to turn into more seeds to fill the remaining spaces on here. I finally remembered the henchman's home quest, so I took all my mushrooms he wanted and donated them. I went around the witch's swamp collecting as many swamp flowers as I could find. I only managed to find 34 and only needed 50. Day 378 starts with 12 more battery packs from my lightning rods after yesterday's thunderstorm. Summer 14 was Florence's birthday, so I handed her a gift, upping her to 8 hearts. I then rushed back to the witch's swamp to find the remaining flowers to complete the henchman's quest. It didn't take me too long. In East Scarp, Rosa showed me around the attic in the Scarp Inn, to which I found an old journal, which seemed to pique her interest. She told me she would read it and see if there's anything interesting and get back to me. And that marks the start of the new week in the summer season. The henchman is at my door today, letting me know that he didn't get his job back, but I'll be able to access his home from now on. The new key quest was Danger in the Deep once again, which is an easy 50 key gems by now. The weekly special order in town is Summer Flowers from Ideen, tasking me to donate some sweet peas. I also asked Robin today to build me the premium coop, which I can place right next to the barn. I cannot wait to see what new animals I can get with this one. With no time to waste, I took all my stacks of staircases to complete Danger in the Deep. The shipping collection was looking very, very empty, so I took to make some of the unique items introduced in the Cornucopia mod, such as oils and jars of food, which I of course shipped right away. I did need to ship everything to get 100% perfection after all. Day 380 was Lenny's birthday, so after handing her a birthday gift, I managed to max out our friendship. I did take all of my geos to Clint's to try and get a piece of marble, which I wasn't successful at. I needed a piece of marble for a crafting recipe I still needed to do. Similar to yesterday, I spent a load more time crafting more Cornucopia items and shipping them. I won't cover them all as there's too many and it would get very boring. Which brings us straight to day 381, which started by collecting some honey and a jar of applesauce I planned to ship for the collection. Today was Sam's birthday, so I woke him up and gave him a cactus fruit, which he loved of course. I took my napalm ring and burglar's ring and combined them in the forge to make myself even more equipped. While I was here, I used a prismatic shard to enchant my watering can, giving it reaching, which lets me water even more tiles. I still needed 60 void souls to give to Krobus and his friends, so I popped an armor potion and went back to the Crimson Badlands to find as many as I could. And in typical Tom fashion, let my guard down once again and got taken out. Once again, Camilla had to save me, and if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be here right now. So I didn't take any more chances and went to bed. On to day 382, and to no one's surprise, it was raining again, making this feel not much like a summer. In the mail, Rosa had invited me for a picnic, but only when it wasn't raining, so never then. I finally had enough poppies to complete the wedding season special order from Sandy last week. Though after yesterday's humiliating defeat, I was determined to head back to the Crimson Badlands to get more void souls. Successfully, I came out with 15 more, and this time with my life. The rest of day 382 was spent mooching around the farm. So that brings us to day 383, which is raining once again. Where's the sun? I don't know, I forgot what it looks like. I was inside the winery this morning refilling my case with ancient fruit for possibly the 100th week in a row. Although my premium coop was ready today, so I went to Marnie's to see what animals I could get. Checking it out, I could now house geese, which is so cool. This time I bought a few geese and filled the rest space with rabbits, mainly for the rabbits' feet for gifts. As it was raining, my Junimos wouldn't be able to harvest my crops, so that gave me a perfect excuse to take the tractor out and demolish the crop fields, which will never not be fun. It was Demetrius's birthday today, so I gave him a gift, maxing out our friendship. Yet again, I'm back to collect more void souls in the Crimson Badlands, and for some reason, I chose to take on this scary serpent, which took an incredible amount of time to slay, but after some hours, it went down and dropped nothing useful. So yeah, what a waste of time. Thankfully, the sun had returned today, and was even brighter up top of the summit farm, where I had another 400 plus ancient fruit harvest. All into kegs and shipping the rest. Right now I was on 3 million, which meant I had to get 7 million before the end of the 400 days to build the golden clock, which definitely looks unlikely, but who knows what might happen. Because the sun was out today, I could finally attend the picnic Rosa had invited me to, which turned out to be a great time relaxing by the beach. Even Eloise and Jazz were here. The last act of the day was in the cave in East Scarp. Lexi introduced me to her seagull friend, who didn't seem to like me. Day 385 started with another sliming session inside the slime hutch, and a trip to the desert to trade all of my jades for staircases. Ideen had lost her cat overnight, and so I decided to help look for her. After some time looking around, I found it inside a bush, and Ideen was over the moon at this news. I spent the rest of the day doing some light decorating, mainly adding some grass and trees around the farmhouse, and of course shipping more Cornucopia items. The start of the new week began with handing some bat wings to my fish pond, and picking up the old faithful Skull Cavern invasion quest from Mr. Key. In Ridgeside Village I spoke with Lenny in her office. She told me about that old greenhouse in Ridgeside that had been ruined for some time, and she'd love for me to get the resources to restore it. Without a lot to do, I took to complete the Skull Cavern invasion quest, and received my key gems. And saw Lexi's seagull friend get attacked by a rock crab by the beach. Luckily Oliver was there who took it straight to the vet. Thankfully Jacob was smart and was able to help it, and it should be okay, which was a relief. I then met Lexi by the beach, and of course she was very worried about it. I didn't really help by saying they were probably going to eat her. I really did jinx it, but today the rain was back. But it was Victor's birthday, so I gave him a plate of spaghetti. And in all honesty, I spent the entire day wandering around the valley, doing absolutely nothing. So that brings us straight to day 388, where I stumbled upon a new area just south of the abandoned cabin in East Scarp, which had nothing but a beach shore and an old shack. I was then in the museum with Rosa, who told me about that journal she found, and how there was a whole story to it, and it might be tied to the abandoned house. She of course wanted to investigate further, and I planned to go with her, meeting tomorrow at noon to search for any clues. I had finally enough sweet peas to drop off in Ideen's vase to complete her special order, and return to the Crimson Badlands to get more Void Souls. At the end of the trip, I had 45 in total, which meant I was still away from 60 I needed for Krobus. And once again I was back to shipping even more Cornucopia items. This is how my collection looked at the moment, still ages to go. Day 389 was Mr. Agua's birthday, so I handed him a gift straight away, upping him to 7 hearts. As agreed yesterday, I met up with Rosa to explore the house for any clues to the mystery. Inside we were teased by a lone Junimo, which actually led us to find a hidden trapdoor stuck underneath the bookcase. But after some attempts, I couldn't get it open. Rosa told me to return tomorrow with some oil to loosen the joints. After, I was doing my daily trip to the Crimson Badlands to find even more Void Souls. And finally, I had the cooking recipe the bear had asked me over 100 days ago, so I could give the food to him. The next food item he asked me for was a chocolate bar, which thankfully I had already made. After handing it to him, he took off using his parasol. He first used his magical powers to clean up the trash around the valley, and then he went into town and gave Dusty a nice piece of meat, which he went kinda crazy for. To end the day, I dropped off all the materials Lenny had asked me to repair the greenhouse, and waited to hear back from her. Day 390 marks the final 10 days inside the modded farm, although there was still loads to do. This started by returning to the old house with some oil this time to head down the trapdoor. At the bottom it was a strange room filled with slimes, which proved a tough challenge to take out. I also found a lone vintage ruby ring left there, perhaps the last known property of whoever wrote the journal. This was the place of the final fish I needed to catch, which was the red herring, which meant I'd caught every single fish in the game. Finally, I made sure to show Rosa the ring and told her about what I saw down there. But this probably did mean whoever wrote the journal was gone, which definitely upset Rosa, as she was probably holding out hope that she would find whoever was writing the journal and they'd be alright. Then I was inside the volcano, specifically on floor 5 to trade 10 diamonds for another book I hadn't read yet, which made any gem rocks have a chance to drop a diamond. With all the staircases I have, I really didn't have any need for such a big jade shed, so I removed them all and filled them all with diamonds, with only a couple with jades. Well, this leads us right into day 391. In the mail I received the final star drop from Willy as a reward for catching every fish, ticking off another perfection goal. I travelled to the Crimson Badlands to collect more Void Souls today. Annoyingly, I was on 59, only one off. It was Jacob's birthday, so I gave him a gift, although he was someone I hadn't spoken to much, which meant he was only on 3 hearts. I was then up to Ridgeside to celebrate the restoration of the community greenhouse, and the whole town gathered to celebrate it. Everyone was so excited to have their own place to grow their own produce. Checking inside the new greenhouse, it looked great. I could see everyone had already been busy planting, but there was also a large plot for me to plant anything I wanted to. It was Malaya's birthday today, so I made sure to hand her a Ridgeside ice cream. In Pierre's I purchased all the bushes I could, ready to plant them in the greenhouse. Before then I had another large harvest of ancient fruit on the summit farm and rushed to plant the bushes. I also had a cutscene showing Leo enjoying himself in the town, which was nice to see how far he had come, from speaking to a parrot on Ginger Island to reading in the library. Day 392 was the final day of the summer season, and although it had been a busy one, it felt like there was more rain than sun, but it was still enjoyable. For the final time, I went back to the Crimson Badlands to get the final Void Soul, although I did see Camilla there selling some crazy potions, such as the Gravity Potion, which would give me 999 Magnetism, the Barbarian Elixir, which would give me 99 attack, and the Aegis Elixir, which would give me 255 defense. I had to purchase them all, as I can have some fun with these later on. It didn't take too long, and I managed to get enough to give Krobus them all in the sewers, and was excited to see what him and his friends had to do. As you would all know, the final event of the day is the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, and let's just enjoy it for maybe the final time. And here we are, the fall season has begun, and also the final few days of the video. I picked up aquatic overpopulation, which tasked me to fish up some albacore. I then went straight to Pierre's to purchase a butt-ton more fall seeds to plant them all on the farm. In Mr. Key's walnut room, I chose Key's Prismatic Grange, as I was not choosing Let's Play Junimo Kart. Let's not play Junimo Kart. It was Lorenzo's birthday, so I gave him a flower, which he loved. To wrap up the first day in the fall season, I headed to the normal mines to meet up with Krobus, which he used the Void Souls to revive all their parents' fallen children, and reuniting them with their parents, which is one of the most heartwarming things I've ever seen in this game, and I'm so glad to have spent the time to fetch the souls. This morning I greeted my new dog, who seems to love his new life on Modded Farm. It was Penny's birthday, so I handed her an emerald. Rosa had requested 3 bunches of amaranth, so I headed to Scarp to hand them to her. I then took to the ocean to go fishing for some albacore. Later in the day I took my geodes back to Clint's to get a piece of marble I needed for a single recipe. And then I went to the volcano to get one more dragon tooth I needed to craft the mini forge. Day 395 I was at the log cabin and saw Florence in a revealing towel after she fell asleep apparently. She was of course very embarrassed by this, but I promised her not to tell anyone. The real reason I was here was to give a birthday gift to Richard. He was the grandfather of Isabel after all. And yet again, spent the day fishing for more albacore. And that brings us on to day 396, which began as yesterday's ended, back on the pier to catch some more albacore to complete the special order from Demetrius. It was Keihi's birthday today, so I made sure to give him a nice drink, which is a love gift for him, upping him to max hearts. I thought a good use of space inside the newly restored greenhouse would be to plant some trees, so I filled it with trees, and wrapped up the day cooking some more recipes. Overnight I heard the faint sound of what appeared to be an owl, which would mean an owl statue will now be hiding around the farm somewhere. Day 397 marks the final ancient fruit harvest and the ancient fruit kegging before the end of the 400 days. I went to the saloon today to get some spaghetti and Jojo Colas to complete the Key's Prismatic Grange special order. On to day 398, which was raining, to no one's surprise. But I was back to the ocean for the final time to catch the final albacores I needed to complete the special order. I then headed back up to the summit farm to harvest over 400 ancient fruit for the final time. As of right now, I was at 6 million gold, which means unfortunately I won't be able to afford the golden clock by the end of the video. That's alright however, it just means I'll be able to get it early on in 500 days. At the volcano I enchanted my hoe with reaching, which was the same as my watering can, which will allow it to, reach. I also gave my pickaxe Swift. Oh my, just look how fast my pickaxe goes now. I'm going crazy. In all honesty, I didn't do anything day 399, so that means it's day 400. And for the final day, I took Nessie up to enjoy the view over the summit farm. And just enjoyed the view for once. Day 401 marks the countdown until the end, but there is still lots to do in the next 100 days, such as achieving perfection of course. It had been some time since I last played, so the first few days will be getting back into the swing of things. The day starts by harvesting some honey from my beehives, and then trading a combat quarterly book for some monster musk from the bookseller. I had picked up Danger in the Deep from Mr. Key in the last 400 days video, so I took my piles of staircases back to the normal mines to reach floor 120 to claim my key gems. In the mood for finishing special orders, I make sure to drop off 500 pieces of wood, 75 hardwood, 15 iron bars and 500 stone to help Andy rebuild his wine cellar. I made sure to have a good look in the collections tab to see all the items I still needed to ship, and my gosh, there was still a load left. So, the rest of the day was spent shipping the new items and cooking more Cornucopia items. And that leads us straight on to day 402, which begins with a letter from Andy inviting me over to his house to check out his new cellar. Before I headed out there, I collected a load of animal produce from inside the barns and coops and sold them all at Marnie's. Inside Andy's house, he showed me an old photo of the couple that used to live right here in the valley. They used to own Aurora Vineyard, which has now been taken over by Apples de Junimo. He also showed me a photo of a woman who used to live in the Hat Mouse house. Using all the resources I provided him, Andy was able to build himself a preserve jar basement and handed me his strawberry jam recipe, which made strawberries worth 25% more. There wasn't really any use for oak resin anymore, and since I had a giant tree tapper farm on the Summit farm, I chopped them all down today, so I could expand my crop fields with 4 more iridium quality sprinklers. I had plans to allocate this area to grow any new crops I'd missed for the shipping collection. In the evening, I found myself inside the slime hutch to collect a load more slime, and chose to call it a day. Day 403 began smelting a load more ores. I had completely ran out after crafting so many kegs over the course of the 400 days. Strangely enough, that's the only thing I did today. Anyway, that brings us to day 404, which began by collecting and shipping some chicle rubber, which was another item for the 100% shipping collection. For the first time in a while, I went to the travelling cart to purchase a honeysuckle and white grape, 2 more items I still needed to ship. Something I didn't quite manage to do in 400 days was construct the golden clock. So this led me to the greenhouse to harvest another batch of ancient fruit, and after collecting a fresh batch of wine, I kegged them. Today was June's birthday, so I handed him a bone flute, which is a love gift for him. Of course, to reach 100% perfection, I'll have to get max friendships with everyone, so birthdays were gonna be very important. This took me to Ginger Island, where I gave out some rabbit's feet to the locals. I then went through my vast storages to find any more items I had but haven't shipped yet, and actually came out of a bunch more. On to day 405, it started by collecting another batch of honey and a load more diamonds from the crystallariums. Today I had another huge batch of ancient fruit on the Summit farm, and even with the Harvest with Scythe mod, this still took a long time to do. Just think of all the gold I'll be making now. Inside the quarry was another large batch of ancient fruit wine, which I of course collected and filled with a fresh new set. Today I chose to redesign the crystallarium shed. This is how it looked in the end. Don't worry, I still hated this new design, and I'll redo it later. But for now I had much more important things to be doing. I had a golden clock to build. I was still missing a book from the base game, which can be obtained through artifact troves. So I took a bunch of Omni Geodes to the desert trader to trade it for a load of troves. And this leads us right to day 406, which was Ian's birthday, so I gave him a birthday gift of a tropical cake. At Clint's I managed to get the Treasure Appraisal Guide, which was the final vanilla book I needed. Reading this book will increase the amount of gold artifacts sell for. And back on the farm, I chose to ship all my artifacts for a bit of extra gold. Yet again I spent the rest of the day cooking up more shipping items, which consisted of roasting pumpkin seeds, extruding flours to turn into noodles, and compacting some rice to get gelling powder. I was running incredibly low on stone, so instead of farming for it, I went to Robin's and purchased a bunch. With all the ancient fruit I was producing now, gold wasn't much of an issue. Back on Ginger Island, I traded 3 pieces of coral for the passion fruit starter, with plans to return for the rest of his trades. My goal was to try and tick off most of the shipping items I needed as soon as possible, as it would give me plenty of time to grow the crops, find them, instead of leaving things too late and not being able to 100% everything. So at Pierre's I did just this, and I worked my way through his stock and purchased all the seeds I had missed. I also went back to the normal mines to purchase some more seeds from the dwarf, such as the ginseng and chicken of the woods planter. Back at the island trader, I traded 1 piece of ginger for a turmeric seed, and then a kiwi fruit starter for 1 tuna. I could also trade a rainbow shell for a vanilla planter, and a plantain sapling for 5 bananas, and finally, 5 lionfish for papaya. Surely now you can understand how I've missed these plants, as come on, who even uses the island trader? Before I wrapped up a busy day, I planted some wasabi tubers on the island, and also some turmeric and ginseng. And I also shipped off some roasted pumpkin seeds, smoked salmon, pepper, and gelling powder towards the shipping collection. And breathe. After such a productive day, we were straight back up and ready on day 407, which started with some zucchinis ready for harvest, which I needed to ship of course, and inside the shed I collected 4 different types of noodles, shrimp paste and saffron, all Cornucopia shipping items. While I was in the shed, I placed the zucchini into the extruder to turn into zoodles. Yeah, I know, ridiculous. I had a pretty awkward encounter with Sandy today, as when I tried to hand her a birthday gift, she didn't want it, which made it obvious that she hadn't gotten over the divorce. Sorry, I'll just be going now then. Back on Ginger Island, I had my first pineapple harvest of the video, which I was just shipping now as my ancient fruit wine was making me so much gold. I won't waste time using them in the dehydrators. Inside Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up 4 precious stones and planted all the seeds I had purchased yesterday on the summit farm, covering them in deluxe speed growth for maximum efficiency of course. These strange planters I bought from the dwarf looked very interesting when I planted them, and I made sure to water everything before the night fell. The special order from Pelican Town this week simply tasked me to donate 30 pieces of hay to Jacob's barn, so I rode over to Scarp and did it, ending day 407. Day 408 was the day of the Stardew Valley Fair, and I apparently still haven't placed first place yet, so I made sure this time to get some iridium quality produce to guarantee that. And of course, to no one's surprise, I won the event and received the Blue Ribbon Achievement. After 5 years, there wasn't really anything worth here in the Stardew Valley Fair, so I picked my prize ticket and headed home. So that leads us to day 409, where I spent the entire day inside the Skull Caverns to try and collect 4 prismatic shards, which I needed for the special order from Mr. Key. What was quite lucky was that on floor 199, a slime dropped the 4th and final prismatic shard, making sure I could complete the quest. I made sure to warp home to give me enough time to harvest a load of jades from inside the crystallarium shed, and to collect another batch of honey. Also, I did have some zoodles ready to ship off, so after I did that, I went to bed. Day 410 started with a bunch of fairy roses ready for collection. The main reason I planted so many was so I can make a load of fairy dust, which can instantly finish a machine's work time, which was going to be very useful considering the vast amount of Cornucopia items. Just as a quick reminder, in total there were 473 items I needed to ship. Yes, 473 items. My animals had made a lot of produce once again, which I collected and shipped off. I made my way over to the newly repaired Ridgeside greenhouse to collect some items from the bushes I planted there in the previous 400 days. For the final time, I collected some artisan goods from my tree farm, as unfortunately it was time to get rid of it. I had no more use for any of the items they produce, and I just really wanted the space to decorate. I had plans to convert this area for my new chest storage, and yep, that means we're moving all of our items again. This was mainly because I wanted to place the golden clock next to the farmhouse. So I laid out the floor plan, which was how I spent the rest of day 410. Straight to day 411, it starts with a gift from Marnie in the mail for reaching max friendship with her. As a reward, she gave me another book which improved the quality of milk and cheese. The raccoon neighbours had requested 4 coral and 20 bug meat, so I dropped it off and received a jungle tank as a reward. And yep, it's that time again, another ancient fruit harvest inside the greenhouse. Right now, I'm on 9 million gold. So stay with me guys, there isn't going to be much more now. I completely forgot that I had a load of starfruit wine inside Grandpa's shed, and even a whole load of starfruit growing in his basement, so I used all them to refill the kegs. I thought I'd go all out with my new storage area, so I used a load of stone to make some big stone chests, which in my opinion looks loads better compared to the normal ones. And, as you can imagine, the entire rest of the day was spent moving everything over to the new system, as well as the furnaces as well. Day 412, I am straight back to moving the final items into their new home, and found myself back on the summit farm to harvest another batch of ancient fruit, which went straight into the kegs inside the quarry. As of right now, I'm on 9.5 million gold, and I was sure to reach 10 million gold overnight. Although 420 is the day of the Ridgeside gathering, so we just had to go. However, I was at that stage again, similar to the Stardew Valley Fair, where most of the items which they sold I didn't really need, so I skipped over them and enjoyed the band on the main stage, which like every year is a blast, especially now Alyssa is the lead singer. The last event of the day was moving all the items over into the new chest system, and that leads us right to day 413, which started by creating a layout for the golden clock to go, considering I now had over 10 million gold. After finishing on a design, I used my Nexus to travel to the Wizard's Tower to build my golden clock, which I really thought I would have by now, but hey, still here. And my gosh, it just looks so great on the farm, and it was really a nice show off of my wealth to the other farmers across the valley. Today was Carmen's birthday, so I gave her a Star Drop tea as a gift, upping her to 5 heart. I wasn't really a big fan of the design around the golden clock, so I chose to redo it, and in the end it looked incredible. I cannot wait to show you how the farm ends up by the end of the 500 days. The start of the final week in fall began with me admiring my golden clock first thing this morning. On Ginger Island I had another pineapple harvest, but considering I don't really need the gold, I chose to ship them. In Mr. Key's walnut room I picked up the extended family quest and checked the perfection tracker. Right now I was on 89%, with 95% on crafting recipes made, 88% on cooking recipes, 82% produce, and 47 great friends. I mean, considering there are over 108 different NPCs to befriend in this series, this was definitely going to be the hardest one. Having so many mods, I really wasn't sure what mods counted towards the perfection tracker and which ones didn't, so it made things very difficult in working out which ones I still had to do. Back in Ridgeside, I saw Carmen and a few others shipping off some fish which they had caught in the last few days. I went to the river to catch Mrs. Angler, and then the mountain lake for the Legend 2, sewers for the Mutant Carp, beach for the Son of the Crimson Fish, and finally the Cindersap Forest for the Glacier Fish, to claim my 20 key gems. And that leads us straight to day 415, which starts handing Maddie a birthday gift in bed, maxing out our friendship. My trusty solar panels had produced a load of batteries today, which I don't really have any use for. Seeing 47% great friends on the perfection tracker really started to motivate me to work on the tougher friendships. So I ventured into the backwoods to hand Daya, Geo and Kiwi a gift, and then I headed to the Witch's Swamp to give the henchman a void mayo. Yep, even the henchman is an NPC. Inside the work shed I had some whole grain noodles and peanut essential oil to ship off, and then I was up to the summit farm to harvest a load of crop. For the first time in the 500 days I returned to the dangerous Crimson Badlands to find a sword which I still needed to ship, which didn't take me too long to find. On to day 416, it was raining, but I went back to the secret woods to harvest some hardwood, and then to Ginger Island to drop down all the mahogany trees. Back in the Highlands, Lance had casted a protection spell, allowing him to show me the beauty of this place, without being attacked of course. And honestly, this Highlands was such a nice new place to explore. I loved every second of it, so seeing this perspective of it definitely helped that. Inside the Highland cave, I stumbled upon a dwarf who had been locked up in a cage for some unknown reason. He told me that there was a key, and it was held by a boss Pepper Rex at the summit of this mountain, which sounded very challenging, so I plan to come back tomorrow with the best equipment and gear to slay this boss and free the dwarf. Don't worry, I'll be back, hold on tight. Day 417 was exactly that. I made sure to bring one of those crazy potions I purchased from Camilla, specifically the barbarian one, which gave me plus 99 attack, which should be enough to take this monster down. Even with this potion, this Pepper Rex took a lot of hits to go down, but more importantly, I managed to get the key, which I could use to free the dwarf inside the Highland cave. Back on Ginger Island, I traded 20 sea urchins for a durian sapling, which I planted on the island farm. No wonder getting perfection is so difficult with all these mods. 20 sea urchins for one sapling. Could you even get any more annoying? I also returned to Fable Reef, which if you don't remember, I travelled to in the 400 days. I was here to collect a golden ocean flower for the shipping collection, and also a conch, which I must have missed. So straight on to day 418. I was at the travelling cart again to purchase a pistachio for, you guessed it, the shipping collection. And I spent the entire day waltzing around the farm, cooking up some more items to ship. So that leads us to day 419, which I was back to find the dwarf in the Highlands, who had apparently set up a shop right near the watchtower. His stock sold various decorative ores and stones, which would be great for the design, but there was nothing practical about it, so it was a bit of a shame. 427 was of course Spirit's Eve, so I made my way through this year's maze, claimed my prize ticket, and went home. So that means we are on day 420, which conveniently marks the final day of the last fall in the Mega Modded series, which was quite sad to see as fall is one of my favourite seasons. But there wasn't anything to be mad about, there was plenty of things to do. I still had friends to make and items to ship. Marlon is at my door this morning, letting me know that he wants me to attend an important guild meeting at midnight tonight. Being the final day of the season, I could harvest the flowers that my bees have been using all season to produce that lovely honey. It was Susan's birthday today, so I made sure to give her a blueberry tart which maxed out our friendship. I also had a rainy harvest of ancient fruits from the summit farm, which I was still kegging at this point, which I really don't need anymore. The raccoons had requested some dry powder melon and cactus fruit jelly, and I gave them exactly that. As a reward, they gave me some mystic syrup, which was conveniently an item I still needed to ship off. A useful thing about the raccoons, however, is that I can trade a load of pine cones for powder melon seeds, which is one of the only crops I can really grow this winter. Before the end of the day, I was up at the Adventurers Guild where Marlon had told me about 3 legendary monsters that lay around the valley. One was in the marshlands, one in the highlands, and the other in the Crimson Badlands, and he wanted me to slay them all and bring whatever they dropped to him. But for now, it was late, so straight on to winter. That snowy weather had returned, which let me know it was the start of my final winter in the series. As always, the crops had withered overnight, which meant I had to clear out the old ones to make way for over 200 winter melon seeds, and some winter forage seeds as well. Back on Ginger Island, I had yet another pineapple harvest. There wasn't really any use for gold now, as everything that is needed for 100% completion I'd already bought, so there wasn't really much use me keep doing this. In Mr. Key's walnut room, I purchased 3 more crafting recipes which I still needed, and I picked up Key's crop from his special orders. And if you didn't know, this rewarded me with 100 key gems at the end, which is great, but it's definitely the hardest one to complete. I'd have to ship off 500 key fruits in 28 days, which sounds easy, but is not an easy task. In order to get as many key beans as possible, I went to chop every single tree in the Cindersap forest, and in the end of the night I managed to get 17 key beans in total, which I chose to plant on Ginger Island. So that leads us to day 422. And it was Jerick's birthday today, so I handed him a birthday gift, maxing out our friendship. I wanted to try to find one of the legendary bosses Marlon had told me about, so I took to the Crimson Badlands in search of the boss. This bit was actually quite funny. I thought the quest said a sand serpent, not a sand scorpion, and if you remember that black serpent I faced in the Crimson Badlands before, I thought it was the same thing, so yeah. You can imagine how confused I got after finding out it wasn't the sand serpent, but instead the sand scorpion. Gosh, I'm washed at this game. After obviously struggling to find it in the Crimson Badlands, I took the boat to the Highlands to find the golden slime, but I didn't manage to find it. So straight on to day 423, which starts with a trip to the marshlands to find the purple crab boss. This time I found it right away, and it wasn't really a tough challenge. In the end, it dropped a mega purple mushroom. Another thing I didn't mention was that the reason I wanted to do this challenge for Marlon is that each of the 3 boss drops is actually an item I needed to ship for 100% perfection, with the purple mushroom being one of them. Once again I returned to the Crimson Badlands to fight the Dark Serpent again, and yep, I still didn't realise I was fighting the wrong thing. And of course it didn't drop the items I wanted. The one I needed was the Sand Scorpion, remember that? And I just assumed it could spawn with the other scorpions, so I went around the Crimson Badlands to find one. In the end, of course I couldn't find one, so I warped back home. To start day 424, I received another book in the mail from Linus, The Alleyway Buffet Part 2, which would increase the chances to find better items in trash cans. On Ginger Island I had my first harvest of key fruits. The best method to complete this is to put them all back into the seed maker to duplicate over and over again until I have 500 in total. After the seed maker, I had now over 40 key beans, which after clearing out some more space on the island farm, I planted and just had to wait until they were ready to collect in a few more days. Yet again, I'm back to the Crimson Badlands to try and find the Sand Scorpion. Typical Tom look, I accidentally got taken out, with Camilla jumping in to save me once again. Even though I was in complete pieces, I couldn't let this stop me, so after a few crab cakes, I dived back into the Devil's Mouth. But after checking everywhere, I still couldn't find it. So I went to the Highlands to try my luck for the golden slime. However, my fortunes were much better when I found it before the end of the night and received the golden slime egg. And that leads us right to day 425. It was Blair's birthday, so after handing her a birthday gift, I went straight to the Crimson Badlands to finally get that stupid sand scorpion. I did manage to find it, and my gosh was this a tough fight. And it really didn't help being surrounded by hundreds of monsters which were lagging my game out. Eventually, it did go down and dropped the golden lamp. The most annoying thing about this quest though, is that I had to give Marlon all the items, which would mean at some point I would have to find them all again, fight them all again, and ship all the items. Great. Back on Ginger Island I had a few more key fruits ready, and combined with some beans I've collected over the past few days, planted a few more on the island farm. And after such a busy week, I had ignored all my animals, so I collected all their produce and filled my mayonnaise and cheese machines with milk and eggs, choosing to ship off the honey and camel wool from my deluxe barn. Day 426 starts with a letter from Marlon letting me know he has left 2 rewards in the Crimson Badlands for defeating all 3 legendary monsters. I just couldn't contain my excitement, so I went to the Crimson Badlands and collected the Heavy Shield, which when equipped would give me plus 35 defense, but was really slow and didn't really do a lot of damage. The other chest was probably the best sword in the game, the Monster Splitter, which did a whopping 850 to 1000 damage. The only drawback being it was really slow, but this would probably still be great against strong monsters. I really did just have to try it out, and god did it impress. It would one-hit every single monster I tried to hit it with. I think combined with my Tempered Galaxy Sword will be a dangerous duo. I had accumulated a load of golden mystery boxes, so I went to Clint to crack them all open. Today was Victoria's birthday, so I gave her iridium quality rabbit's foot, which took our friendship to the maximum. I had a great idea to build myself another tractor, this time on the Summit Farm, in order to help me harvest all of the atrium fruit. So, that's exactly what I did. I can't wait until I can use it, it'll be so satisfying. I thought I could make the Monster Splitter faster by enchanting it at the forge, but this time I only got Haymaker, which I don't really know what it does, but I can guess it allows I can collect hay with the sword. Pfft, what a waste. On to day 427, which starts back on the island farm to turn another batch of key fruits into key beans. After this session, I had over 70 of them, slowly getting to that 500. I did head up to the Summit farm to see another batch of ancient fruit was ready, but I did choose to leave it ready for my tractor. After such a busy week, I chose to spend the rest of the day in bed ready for the new week. So that leads us to day 428, which I was delighted to see a whole load of winter melons were ready for harvest, with 5 giant winter melons. In their spots I chose to plant an entire field of winter forage seeds, as I had so many left over from last winter. Today is the day of the Festival of Ice, but this time I spent it on Ginger Island turning even more key fruits into beans. I also picked up Skull Cavern Invasion from Mr. Key's Walnut Room, so I took my staircases and made my way down to floor 100 to claim the key gems. I decided to skip over the festival this year as it really was just the worst one and would just waste a day. Day 429 I cooked up a Kehi Delight, which was one of the last few cooking recipes I still needed to do. The rest coming from friendships I suppose in the mail. Today was looking good however, as Robin had finished building my tractor garage, which made for a very satisfying harvest on the Summit Farm. I'll just let this play out, for my own enjoyment of course. I then met with Lorenzo, who decided to stop being such a miserable person and decided to play with the kids. I did have another batch of ancient fruit wine ready inside the winery, and then another batch in the quarry. Again, I don't really need to still be doing this, but I suppose it would be useful to have the gold in order to buy whatever I wanted in the last 70 days. I'm not sure what I spent the rest of the day doing though, just staring at the fourth wall. But I did return before the end of the day to redecorate the Crystallarium shed, this time for the final time. So that brings us to day 430, where I'm back to the shed to finish off the design. This was how it looked once I finished. Honestly, it's beautiful. I went for a more wizardy design. Although on Ginger Island, I had a load of key fruits ready, with over 4 giant ones this time. After spending the entire day turning them into key beans, I had over 250 of them, which meant only 1 or 2 more harvests until I was able to finish the quest from Mr. Key. Planting these key beans of course took the entire night, so I had to spend the night in the island farmhouse. On to day 431, which started with more key fruits turning into key beans. Another 40 this time. I wanted to redecorate everything on the farm before the end of the series, so today's room was in the cellar, and this is how I ended up finishing the design. I chose to place some kegs and casks in here, and also a small, totally legal tea sapling farm. Wink wink. With time left in the day, I removed all my animal machines and began laying out the foundations for an artisan shed, before heading to bed. Day 432 starts back inside the shed, and this is the design I finished. It wasn't too bad. The new Wizard and Junimo catalogue were really just great fun for designs. I was then at the museum that night to host an event to show off all the artifacts I have collected over the course of the Mega Modded series. I also picked up a special order from Pelican Town, which I had to slay 50 crabs, and the best place I could think of was the Highland Cave, with some trusty monster musk of course. I was here the entire day and managed to make some great progress in the special order. Straight to day 433, where I'm back into the Crystallarium shed to collect a batch of jades, and then I was back to the island farm to harvest the last batch of key fruits. This time, I had 6 giant key crops growing, which unfortunately I had to mine as I didn't have enough, but after another large harvest, I should have enough to claim my 100 key gems. The rest of day 433 was spent inside the Highlands Cave to slay enough crabs to complete the special order, but of course, I didn't slay enough. Annoyingly, I had to go straight back to the cave the morning of day 434 to slay the final crabs to finish the special order. The raccoon neighbours had requested 2 sea urchins and 99 slime, and in return they handed me 7 pieces of fairy dust. Fully completing the raccoon quest was one of the achievements to fully 100% the game, so that's really why I'm still working on it. I filled up all my animal machines in the new shed for a bit of extra gold, even though I didn't really need it now. I then started to worry about some of the friendships I hadn't done yet, so I handed out some gifts to Apples and Geo. Inside Geo's cabin, I picked up a quest from Belinda, which tasked me to find a special flower, although after reading through the instructions, the hints were for console, so how was this going to help? From what I could gather, I needed the fox mask, and on one of the random Sundays in the season, the flower will appear next to the crystals in the backwoods. So I chose to ride Nessie around the backwoods to check all the crystals to see if it spawned, which it hadn't. What was even worse is it turns out that the fox bloom flower was actually needed for the shipping collection, so I had to find it before the end of the video. Day 435 starts with a large harvest of winter forage seeds that had grown overnight. The Junimos don't work over the winter season, so I'd have to harvest everything myself now. I made sure to replant a fresh batch and went on my day. The first stop was Mr. Key's walnut room, where I chose Danger in the Deep, one of the easier ones. And after collecting a load of artisan goods, I took all my staircases to the normal mines to reach floor 120. Winter 15 was actually the first day of the travelling market, but I didn't buy anything. I noticed that Kiwi and Geo were here, so I could hand them birthday gifts. Oh, on to Winter 16, or day 436. It begins with a satisfying harvest of ancient fruit on the summit farm using the new tractor. And then I was back to making even more Cornucopia items which I still needed to ship off, such as the olive oil, snack cheese, brined olives, candles, sunflower melts, which I made sure to ship off, before going off to the beach for the second night of the night market. I had completely forgotten that my key fruits were ready for harvest today, so after checking out the night market, I went off to the island farm to harvest the final batch and ship off 500 of them. I even had 2 giant key fruits still left over, which I decided to leave for now. Day 437 starts at Pierre's to purchase all the remaining flower seeds I had missed, and I took some items to the island trader to get the pitcher plant root and Rafflesia cutting, 2 more plants I needed for shipping. The rest of the day was spent handing out gifts to various NPCs who are close to max friendship. Day 438 we start in the middle of the day after forgetting to record half the day. Not to worry, I didn't do much exciting. Working towards the crafting perfection, I made up another butter churn, which came with one of the new mods, I don't know which one. So that leads us right to day 439, which starts by making my way through all the crafting recipes to somehow work out which one I still needed to make. For the rest of the day, it was spent decorating the home, mainly the new living room area, and this is the design I finished on, perfection. On to day 440, it starts by removing the beds from the children's room, as I really wanted to convert it into a new room where I can put my jungle tank and fish tank. It took the entire day to finalise on a design, but I have to say, it looked great once it finished. Winter 21 marks the final 8 days until the end of my final winter in the Mega Modded series. This started with a trip up to Ridgeside Village to hand out some rabbit's feet. Inside Geo's cabin, I heard Geo tell me that he still doesn't trust me. Still, even after everything we've done together, like cleansing the spirit realm. That was nice of him. In the Ridge Forest, I spent some time with Maddie, who wanted some science experiments from the river. The raccoon neighbours had requested 5 crayfish and 1 smoked bream, and as a reward they handed me a star drop tea. I mentioned before that I had to slay all 3 legendary monsters once again, in order to get the items, after Marlon took them all. So after popping an armor potion, I was straight back to the Crimson Badlands to try and get the hardest one out of the way, the notorious Sand Scorpion. Of course, knowing me, after fighting the sand scorpion, it actually took me down, which really did test my patience. Although I wasn't going to let this stupid scorpion stop me. So after popping some life elixirs, I was right back to take it down for the final time to get the magic lamp, which I could chip now, thank God. Winter was nearly over, so I wasn't playing around. In the same day, I was back to the marshlands to find and slay the purple mushroom monster. Unlike the others, it was the easiest, so it didn't take too long to receive the mega purple mushroom. I did try and find the golden slime in the highlands again, but there wasn't really enough time left in the day, so I made sure to walk back home and rush into bed, which ended a very eventful day 441. On to day 442, it is the official last week in the winter. Of course, this begun with a trip to Mr. Key's walnut room to pick up love gifts, which tasked me to hand out 50 love gifts in only 1 week. So once again, I started by giving every villager a rabbit's foot as a gift, and inside Geo's cabin, I met Kiwi, who was trying to be invisible by standing still. I was then in the highlands to try and find and slay the golden slime to check off these legendary monster quests. What was frustrating is that it took all the way until 1 AM until I finally saw and slayed it to receive the golden slime egg. Before passing out, I made sure to ship it off and rushed into bed. Day 443 starts with a flick through the collection to see what I was missing. There wasn't too much left to get now. Yesterday I found a frog trinket which I could now place inside my jungle tank with my other frogs. I had another ancient fruit harvest on the summit farm. Now I'm just shipping the raw ancient fruit. As well, to be honest, I'm just tired of kegging. My farm animals have seemed to go for a load of hay, which was obvious since we had a load of them. So I made sure to buy a bunch more from Marnie's to put straight into the silos. The next day I'm back to the kitchen to make 4 more cooking recipes. I witnessed something new today, as my ride up the cable cart was occupied by Florence, which was cool to see. Once I stepped off, I noticed Florence had fallen down the steps and seriously hurt herself. She was trying to play it off, but she couldn't walk, so I had to carry her to the medic to see what was wrong. Upon arrival, it seemed everything was alright, but I chose to walk her home to make sure she gets some much deserved rest. Day 445 was probably the most funniest days in the entire playthrough. Of course, you know Winter 25 was the Feast of the Winter Star, but this year my secret gift giver was my ex-wife, Sandy. And when I went to hand her my gift, she didn't want it, and she definitely wasn't happy with me. What was even worse was she was hanging around with my other ex-wives as well, Hayley and Emily, making things very awkward and very intimidating. This was just hilarious. My ex-wives have all become best friends on the common goal of hating me. But because she wouldn't take the gift, that meant I couldn't get my gift this year. So, for the last ever Feast of the Winter Star in the Mega Modded series, I won't be able to get a Winter Star gift. God, I love this game. After an awkward day, we are back to day 446, which starts with a large harvest of my winter forageables. Although, I'm choosing to leave it planted now, as it would save me time hoeing and watering going into the spring season. Having all my ex-wives and husband hate me was getting really too much for me, especially after yesterday's funny incident. So I used the witch's magic at the Dark Shrine of Memory to wipe their memory from existence, to make it like we've never met for only 30,000 gold. Just a reminder, this is no way to deal with the situation. Try talking or apologising. Don't go straight to witch's dark magic. I went around handing out more gifts across Ridgeside, and at 9:30 I received my key gems for giving out 50 of them. Without much to do, I took to the animal shed to fill the machines with milk, eggs and wool, and began looking to complete all of the Cornucopia items I still somehow had left. At the end I shipped some molasses, stinky tofu and soya sauce, and made a different kind of butter from the butter churn, as well as some tofu, which I shipped before the end of the day. I met with Kiwi the morning of day 447, who wanted to ask me a question about the other Junimos, and wanted to know what they really do around here. I told Kiwi that the Junimos have been fixing things all over town, such as the community centre and the movie theatre. Those strange plants that I bought from the dwarf a while ago had produced some chicken of the woods and some shiitake, which you guessed it, I still hadn't shipped yet. I thought I'd give you a rundown of all the shipping collection so far. I had shipped everything apart from these 5 items. I knew one of them was the foxbloom flower, and the other was probably just more flowers I missed from Ridgeside. We are so close to completing it now. The flowers I were missing actually had stored in the chest, which meant I only had 2 items to go. Foxbloom flower and something else. So that leads us to day 448, which was the final day of the winter season, which was always going to be quite sad, but that won't stop me trying to get 100% in this mega modded playthrough. I went around handing out gifts, and in the evening I went to the Ridge Forest to celebrate the Ember of Resolutions. and I placed the log onto the fire and watched the flame burns into the sky. Now, on to spring. Day 449 officially marks my 5th year in the valley, and wow, 5 years here. This is just incredible to see how far we've come since the beginning. And now, we begin the final 51 days until the end. We are so close to perfection now, so let's keep it up. I was now in the mood for a complete farm redesign, a design where I can look back on times to come and be really proud of what we've achieved. This began with moving my sheds and clearing out an area, and began laying out an area for another set of crops to go. This took the entire day of spring, and I still had a Junimo hut to build in the morning. But for now though, I began to clear out all the trees and grass from this bottom area to allow for a more better design. The day begins crafting a deluxe scarecrow and placing it in the new crop area. In the Cindersap forest, I met with Jazz and Vincent, who showed me that all the spring onions I've eaten actually have bugs in them, and he showed me how to remove them. Gross. Doing this actually gave me the Spring Onion Mastery, which was the final item I needed to complete the wallet, and made spring onions worth 5 times more. It was nice to see Andy's farm doing well now, especially after his financial problems at the start of the 500 days. He even has enough gold now to hire Scarlett as an employee. While I was here, I helped him dump his harvest of strawberries into his preserve jars. Even better was that the raccoon neighbours had finally a huge family, giving me the Great Neighbours achievement, and they decided to perform a nice tune for me. Since I had just received the Spring Onion Mastery, I decided to buy over 300 spring onion seeds from Pierre's just to see how much they'll sell for. One of the books I still needed was the Junimo Kart Help book, which I would be able to buy from the bookseller when I died 10 times in Junimo Kart, so I stopped by the saloon to die 10 times. So hopefully he'll sell it next time he arrives. Back on the farm, I planted the spring onions in the new crop area, excited to see how much they'll sell for now. I made a quick visit to the wizard to build myself my 3rd Junimo hut, which went nicely in the new area. Whilst I was here, I chose to move some more buildings around. The next step in the farm redesign was to remove the old crop field and just move it to the right slightly. This did take the entire day, but I think it looked great once it was done. There were still plenty of things to do on day 451, which begins by placing a mini shipping bin next to the slime hutch for ease and convenience. 3 days into the spring season, and it was about time I planted some new crops. So I bought over 400 cauliflowers and planted them, making sure to water them in time. I chose to move my sheds where my fish ponds used to be, as I wasn't even using the fish ponds anymore. I also chose to move my animal pens into one big pen, instead of having them split up. Day 452 started with a golden egg from one of my geese, and then I took all my staircases to the normal mines to complete Danger in the Deep special order I picked up from Mr. Key. This week's special order from Pelican Town was from Pam, who wanted me to keg 12 potatoes and then ship them. So I went to do exactly that in the basement kegs. Back in Ridgeside, someone had left a bunch of trash over Tort's house, so I have to stop and help him out. I really had to get a move on with friendships. So remember, every day pretty much I'm making trips to the marshlands to hand the henchmen some void mayo, then the Cindersap forest for apples, and even a duck from East Scarp. Yeah, a literal duck is an NPC in this game. I had a plan to try and collect as many hats as I could, so I removed all the kegs from Grandpa's shed and filled it with mannequins that I had purchased from the Oasis. Lucky for me, I was keeping every chest I found for this very moment, and this was how it looked in so far. It was nice to see my spring onions were fully grown on the morning of day 453, which started with the usual daily trips to the various corners of the valley to hand out more love gifts. Then I was back to the farm to harvest the rest of the crops to see what they sold for. They sold for 3,000 gold. Well, that was a waste of time. Even with the 5 times more gold, yeah, this is worthless. I decided to plant a load of sugar beets in their place, for no real reason at all. For a change, I could relax and harvest my giant fields of ancient fruit from the summit farm. And inside the kitchen, I made some forage souffle before turning it in for the night. Day 454 started by handing out more gifts and bread to this stupid dog. I had 12 potato juice Pam wanted for the special order, so I dropped them off at her kitchen to receive yet another prize ticket. Wanting to expand my vast hat collection, I went down to the Hat Mouse and bought every hat I hadn't gotten yet. And back in the shed, this was how the collection was coming along. Not too bad. So that leads us to day 455, which was the first Sunday of the season, which meant the fox bloom flower had the potential to spawn. So I took Nessie up to the backwoods with the fox mask in hand, of course, to try and find it. But after a pretty in-depth look, I didn't manage to see it. Back in East Scarp, I was with Eloise to see what she called fairy penguins roam around the beach. And I spent the rest of the day handing out more gifts before deciding to get home a really early night. Day 456 was Spring 8, and it was the start of the second week in the spring season. The Pelican Town special order was from Ideen, who wanted some daffodils, and in Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up Danger in the Deep for the second time this season. These two items really loomed over me now in the shipping collection, as they were the only ones I had left, and with the days quickly slipping away, they were making me very nervous. With the foxbloom flower, if I check every Sunday this season, I will eventually find it, but I had no clue what the other item was. So, in order to do this, I scanned through every single item I had in my chests, and funnily enough, I found it to be a spiritual essence, the item I have loads of, and I've had since like day 50. This meant once I found the foxbloom flower, I'll have shipped all 473 possible items. Wow. But for now, I took my staircases to the mines to finish Danger in the Deep. In order to complete the special order from Ideen, I went around the Cindersap forest, trying to find as many daffodils as I could. Day 457 begins the same as the rest, handing out more gifts, which we're getting very close to finishing now. Back in Aurora Vineyard, Apples wanted to show me the friends he had made, expecting to see a load of Junimos, but it turned out to be starfruit plants. Which was strange, but whatever makes you happy, I guess. I met up with the henchman in the Witch's Swamp who was actually making food for me, a void mayo sandwich, which to no one's surprise made me very ill. I thought I would try and get the Terraria Easter egg, so I took an ancient doll to floor 100 of the mines and dropped it into the lava. A bone serpent came out and gave me the item I needed. I could then take this item to the wizard's basement to open a portal to Terraria. Funnily enough, a cat came out and gave me the Meowmere sword. If you remember in my last vanilla playthrough, doing this actually soft-locked my game, which was quite funny, which meant I could never get the Meowmere. I made a trip to the Junimo shops to buy some decorative flowers, which I wanted to plant around the farm, and in all honesty, they look great. To wrap out the day, I took my animal shed to collect the cheese, mayo and cloth that was in there, not forgetting to refill them with a fresh set of course. In the evening, I hung out with some friends in Ridgeside to see Daya was also here, dressed in a unique outfit, trying to blend in with the rest of the town, and using me to lie for her, saying we're really close, and vouch for her fake story. I also met with Araya, who was crying in the old car outside the mansion after not doing too well on a test she had, and was worried that her grandmother Maeve would tell her off. I promised her that her secret's safe with me, and I encouraged her to cheer up. In Pelican Town, I met with Kiwi outside the community centre, who was interested on how the Junimos were able to rebuild it. I was all over Ridgeside the morning of day 458 to hand out yet more gifts to low heart villagers. Whilst here, I remembered the 2 more upgrades I still had to get for the Summit Farm, the ore area and the sprinkler upgrade, which automatically watered every crop that was planted. So, after a quick trip back to the farm, I gave him 1 million gold, 25 iridium quality sprinklers, and 50 quality retaining soil in order for him to install the underground sprinkler system. Talking about lucky, back in the desert I chose to pan this single random spot to receive a second lucky ring. I couldn't believe how that twice I've panned in random areas and got the lucky ring. Inside Geo's cabin I picked up a quest from Belinda which required I slay 50 pepper rexes. So I took a load of staircases to the skull caverns to find as many prehistoric floors as I could. So that leads us straight to day 459, to which I'm greeted by Apples at my door, inviting me to a party at Aurora Vineyard. Of course, I excitedly arrived to see that Apples was upset that no one he invited turned up. Apples even invited the bear didn't show. However, on my way out, I saw the bear waiting to come in. Seeing this made Apples very happy, and we all enjoyed the party, with the bear saving the day. In the marshlands, the henchman was explaining how hard his life had become ever since losing his job. I told him that he would get it back eventually, once the witch comes to terms with everything. And, considering he's the only slightly intelligent thing in this place, after the cutscene I could now craft a marsh tonic, which was actually the final crafting recipe I needed, although I didn't get the achievement, and it was glitched at 99% apparently, although I am 100% certain I have crafted everything. But don't worry, I'll have a plan on how to solve that soon. Day 460 started by the return of the bookseller, although I was shocked to see he wasn't selling the book I needed from Junimo Car. So instead of dying 10 times in endless mode, I decided to die 10 times in progress mode to see if it made a difference the next time he visited. I also had a strange conversation with Jazz about the nature of war. Sure, I guess. Jacob in East Scarp had asked me to help him round up some chickens that had gotten loose. And back on the Summit farm, I saw that they were hard at work on my sprinkler upgrades. I think you know the real reason I was here, however. You guessed it, to use the tractor to harvest my ancient fruit. Although today, one of the worst things that could have happened, happened. In Ridgeside, I was thrown into a cutscene with Zane, a new NPC who was moving into town, which meant he had 0 hearts. How many NPCs are there? On to day 461, which Morgan is at my door to let me know he's having an important magical test with the wizard today and would love for me to come and watch for support. Before then, the sugar beets I had planted were ready for collection, selling for much more than the spring onions. Whilst I was collecting some slime inside the slime hutch, I had noticed that all my slimes had changed colour. But I did accidentally open the gate, and they were trying to get loose and trying to kill me, so I just had to run out and let them have it. Today was the annual Egg Festival, and it would be the last one of the playthrough, so I definitely had to end it off with a bang. Luckily I did actually win, and there weren't any twists in this tale. God, the amount of memories I have here in this festival and this playthrough. Before the end of the day, I planted a load of strawberry seeds I had purchased from the Egg Festival, and went to bed. I had even worse news on day 462. In East Scarp, I had a cutscene with Eloise, and, the duck NPC, to find out he had found a friend, which meant another duck NPC to give gifts to. I attended Morgan's magical test today, and he seemed to do really well, and ended up passing, which was great news. Whilst I was here, I played with apples a bit in the Cindersap forest, and Andy did catch us doing it, and didn't even bother questioning what was happening. It was the second Sunday of the season, which meant there was a chance for the foxbloom flower to spawn, but before then I wandered into the new cave, and I found it sold some various weapons which I haven't found yet. Some of them were really strong. What was even better news is that after riding Nessie around the ridge forest, I could finally see the flower. For the quest, I meant to donate it, but since I couldn't risk it now, I chose to stand back on the farm and show it off, making sure to ship it off, meaning I would have shipped all 473 items, meaning I was only missing a few friendships and a few more cooking recipes away from 100%ing the entire game. This feat was achieved this morning when I woke up to the full shipment achievement. Day 463 was the day my cauliflowers were ready for harvest, and this time I had a load of giant ones. Inside Mr. Key's walnut room, I choose Key's prismatic grange, and I check the perfection tracker. Here I could see I was at 70% great friends, 95% cooking, and even though it says 99% crafting, it is 100%. The worst part of great friends was I wasn't sure which ones counted towards the perfection tracker and which ones didn't, so I just had to do everyone. Back on the farm I harvested the cauliflowers, which I used the tractor for, which was very satisfying. I could also harvest the giant ones using the tractor if I had my axe out. I also found out that you can plant seeds at a great rate whilst riding, which can make farming in the next 40 days very easy. Spring 15 is the start of the Desert Festival, although after checking the stalls they didn't sell anything cool, so I skipped it for the day. But I did remember to pop down and grab my free cactus though. Back in town I saw Claire, who was interested in getting to know the other women in the town, and I even encouraged her to try and join the aerobics class. I still needed to slay 50 pepper rexes for Belinda, so I took to the Skull Caverns to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, collect as many calico eggs, as well as look for some more pepper rexes. I spent the entire day here, managing to somehow get over 400 calico eggs. Day 464 starts out by handing out loads of gifts and meeting with Gio, who wanted me to do his shopping for him for some reason. Sure, whatever. I also showed Josephine around the museum with Lewis and Gunther, which looks great now all the artifacts were finally completed. I checked out the Desert Festival once again to see nothing great, so I went to the Cindersap Forest to collect some salmon berries. Back in Mr. Key's walnut room, I dropped off all the items to wrap up the special order and spend the rest of the night handing out gifts in Ridgeside Village. Straight on to day 465, which starts by helping Shiro get back into bed after he fell out, with Harvey making sure everything was okay with him. Today marks the final day of the Desert Festival, so I had to spend all of my calico eggs, if I liked the prizes or not. In the end I chose to buy a load of decorations from Penny, to further decorate the home of course. I still had the special order to slay more pepper rexes, so I went to the Highlands Cavern to slay as many as they were, and I made a trip over to East Scarp to drop off 50 daffodils in Idine's vase. Day 466 was raining, but that couldn't stop me handing out more gifts, and I also met up with Naomi, who told me that she wishes she could spend more time with her children. Inside the Wizard's Tower, I met with Kiwi and the Wizard, as Kiwi really wanted to know more about its own past. After Kiwi left, the wizard told me she wasn't a real Junimo and instead was a really dangerous and powerful assassin, and he's unsure why this one just isn't like that. Then I took a load more staircases to the Skull Caverns to finally find more dinosaur floors and finish that awful quest from Belinda. Luckily, on floor 117, I had slayed enough to finish the mission. A few nights ago, I asked Florence to marry me. I wasn't sure why, but day 467 marked the day of our wedding. As a reward for completing a special order from Belinda, she sent me a letter informing me that there was a surprise inside Geo's cabin when it was raining. In the Ridge Forest, I did find another new area which sold more unique weapons, although most of them were weaker than my Tempest Galaxy Sword. Something wishes I just found this area a lot sooner. It was raining on day 468, this was because I used a rain totem. I really wanted to see what the new item was inside Geo's cabin. So checking out the store, I found a new sword called the Mountain Mistblade, which does more damage than my current one, and can even shoot mist blooms at enemies, which sounded so cool and I just had to get it. The only issue was it cost 500 spiritual essences, which I didn't even have close to getting. For now though, I was back to the summit farm to harvest yet more ancient fruit using the tractor. And I began clearing out some of the ancient fruit because I had a cool idea to try and grow all the giant crops and display them up here on the summit farm. So I had to remove some of the ancient fruit for the space. With the Cornucopia mod, I wasn't sure what crops would become giant and which ones didn't, so I planted a few variants just in case they did, and I waited until they become bigger. On my return home, the henchman was waiting on my porch to tell me he's built a tribute to his former employer and would love for me to come see it in the morning. Using the tractor, I could harvest a batch of strawberries the next morning and receive the message that something is happening in the Junimo woods. After warping over there, I saw Apples interacting with the other Junimos, and hopefully they become great friends. But back in Aurora Vineyard, I could see that the bear and all the Junimos seemed to love the place and are now populating it, which was great to see. The Junimos shared their special knowledge with me, which meant any star fruit I would sell would be worth much more. After the visit from the henchman yesterday, I went over to the marshland to see he had created a whole new area just north of his home. This area housed 5 more statues, similar to those inside the witch's hut, and he was delighted to inform me that he had got his old job back. Checking out the statues, one of them would let me trade 20 supernatural goo for 1 money tree. Money tree, huh? Cool. The others were much less useful. One would remove all the moss from growing across the entire world for 1 golden carrot. Another one was just horrible. I could offer 1 void shard to break the truce between me and the shadow people. No thank you. The middle one will allow an army of monsters to invade the valley at night. And the final one, I could trade 15 sludge for 1 life elixir, which wasn't too bad. The one I was most excited about was the money tree, of course. So I went to slay these giant ghost things in the marshlands to get 20 supernatural goo. Although, I actually ended up dying, which was quite funny. But I chose to eat some food and keep going until I had 20 supernatural goo, which I could trade for the money tree. I chose to plant it behind my farmhouse for now, although it probably won't be too useful considering I had a spare 5 million gold. I really wanted to get the Mountain Mistblade before the end of the 500 days, so I took some monster musk to the backwoods to slay as many monsters as I could. In the end, I came out with 89 spiritual essences in total, still a while to go. Day 470 starts with my morning coffee and a trip to Ginger Island to pick up Key's Kindness special order. The bookseller was back in town today, and luckily he had the new book, which was the secret codes for the arcade machine for 65,536 gold, which was the last one I needed to have collected the entire lot. I also had a load of golden mystery boxes left to open, which I had collected over a long period of time, so I went to Clint's to open them all up, trashing the items I didn't need. Since Zane was the only NPC who had the lowest amount of hearts, I bought 2 movie tickets to go watch a film with him. What was even luckier is it was actually one of his favourites, which helped boost his friendship by a lot. Before dark, I harvested some ancient fruit from inside the greenhouse to turn them back into seeds to fix the small patch on the summit farm that had been destroyed. Apples is at my door the morning of day 471. Apples thanked me for all the help and would like me to choose whether to fix up the old Aurora Vineyard or come stay here on the farm with me. I chose to let Apples fix the Aurora Vineyard as I would love to see it in its former glory. And on my return back to the Cindersap Forest, I saw Apples and Peaches dancing outside the newly repaired place. Apples told me him and Peaches will now go and live with the other Junimos in the woods, and I could use the Aurora Vineyard to put whatever I wanted in it. Although, I wouldn't use it as there isn't really anything to put in here. When I thought he said repair it, I thought that it would repair it to live in it, not move out. Back on the summit farm, I repaired the ancient fruit that had been destroyed a few days ago. I went over to Pierre's to buy a load of asparagus seeds to replace the fully grown sugar beets, of course. I didn't do this for any particular reason, maybe just giving me an excuse to whip out the tractor, which is one of the best things to do in this series. The rest of the entire night was spent in the Ridge Woods to collect as many spiritual essences as possible. I ended the night with over 220 of them. So, on to day 472. I received a letter from the dwarf for reaching max friendship. As a reward, he sent me another book, which I apparently must have missed, which would make bombs cheaper, and the price of his bombs in his shop much cheaper. Spring 24 was of course the day of the flower dance, which has a lot of good memories in this series. For the final flower dance, I asked my newly married wife Florence to dance, and I left the flower dance of this series with a smile on my face. The strangest thing happened on the morning of day 473, as I saw Kiwi the Junimo backflipping on the farm. I wasn't sure whether that was intentional, as Kiwi appeared there for the rest of the series, but Kiwi was still walking around the valley, and here at the same time. So, yeah, okay. It was a pretty boring day in all honesty. I spent most of it in the backwoods trying to get as much spiritual essences as possible for the Mountain Mistblade sword. Later though, I had a nice scene with Geo, where he explained he now trusts me, and that he loves I'm here. I was then having a good laugh with the villagers in town, before heading to bed. Day 474, I was giving out the final few gifts and spent most of it back in the backwoods. At the end of the day, I was on 388 spiritual essences, so we weren't that far away now. So skipping to day 475, it started by introducing Araya to everyone in town, as she apparently never spoke to anyone before, so it was nice to her to get to know the other children in Ridgeside. It was also Scarlet's birthday today, so after handing her a birthday gift, she was up to 7 hearts. Then I was back on the summit farm to collect another batch of ancient fruit, before spending the rest of the day to get more spiritual essences, and by the end I had 446, which meant only one more day in there and I'll have enough to get the sword. So here we are, the final day of the spring season is here, and we begin at the Desert Trader to trade a load of jades for staircases, as after all of these Skull Cavern trips, they were getting quite low now. Unfortunately, giving out more gifts was how I spent the last spring in the series, so let's get straight to the final season in the video. So that means day 477 is the official start of the summer season inside Modded Farm. It may be sad that the series is slowly coming to an end now, but there was still 100% perfection to get, so there is no time to waste. The old crops had withered overnight, which meant I could lay out some melon seeds, which I used the tractor to plant and water. It was nice to see on the summit farm that I had my first giant crop, the winter melon. Hopefully there'll be enough time to see them all grow. As you can guess, the rest of the day was spent in the Ridge Forest with some trusty monster musk to finally get 500 spiritual essences. This meant I'll be able to purchase the sword in the morning, which I used a rain totem of course. What was even cooler was now Apples the Junimo was staying at the house with me, after I gave him an item. So, he could stay here and fix the vineyard. Nice. So that's exactly what I did in the morning of day 478. I was straight to the cabin to buy the Mountain Mistblade, which looks so cool. Testing it out, I saw projectiles which fired out, which looks crazy. You know how I mentioned before that the crafting was glitched at 99%? Well, the reason why I was so calm about this was because in the 1.6 update, you can head to the cave in Ginger Island dig site and speak to a guy called Fizz, who will sell perfection waivers for 500,000 gold, but it will give you 1% towards the perfection tracker. So while I was here I bought one, which meant I had officially 100% perfection of mega modded Stardew Valley, which was just incredible. I have crafted every item, cooked every recipe, shipped every item, and made friends with over 100 different NPCs. After yesterday's triumph, I received a message the next day saying I feel it in my heart, somewhere, somehow, my grandpa is beaming with pride, and I feel a calling towards the summit. After stepping out my cabin, it was nice to see I could see a flock of parrots flying over. So I rode Nessie up to the summit where I saw Apples. What? Oh, it must be because Apples was the most recent housemate. Oh, that's alright then. But we both sat and looked off into the horizon, where we saw every character in the horizon, which made me look back on everything we've achieved in this series. 100% of mega modded Stardew Valley was incredible. On my return, I made my way over to Mr. Key's Walnut Room for the final time to collect my statue of true perfection, which would give you a prismatic shard every single day. Whilst on Ginger Island, I made my way over to the volcano to interact with this monkey who seemed to be relaxing in the hot lava to receive the Concerned Ape mask, which I could add to my hat collection. Now that I've achieved the main goal of this entire series, there wasn't really much left to do. I did decide to replant a whole load of starfruit on Ginger Island to keep forever for decorational reasons, and I cleared out some trees and made a nice beehive and keg area, purely decorational. Day 480, I collected my first prismatic shard from the statue of true perfection, and saw that I had a giant cauliflower that had finished growing on the summit farm. I then took a load of cloth and various items to the sewing machine inside my home to make a bunch more hats which I could add to the collection. I wasn't quite sure on how many hats were in this game, but I did think I went a bit overboard with the mannequins. Day 481, I decided to spend it inside the Skull Caverns to try and beat my Skull Cavern floor record. There wasn't any reason for me being here, as I didn't really need the resources, just a bit of fun. It was an incredible run, and I managed to beat my record and make it all the way down to floor 316 before passing out at 2 AM, with over 200 of each ore. So that brings us to day 482, which starts inside the hat shed, as I added 3 more cowboy hats I collected yesterday from the Skull Caverns. There were still some rooms inside the house that I hadn't decorated yet, so whilst there was still time left in the video, I chose to decorate them. I'll spare you the details for now, and this is how the left room looked once I finished the design. Where would I be without the wizard catalogue? I also moved up to decorate the new children's room in the top right corner, as I did get rid of the beds a few weeks ago, and they must be cold sleeping on the floor. And this is how the room looked in the end. Before the end of the day, I moved all my statues next to the golden clock to show off my wealth, of course. Skipping to day 483, and it was the return of the annual Green Rain event. Of course, I had no real use for this event, so I wouldn't be spending the entire day collecting fibre. Since I was trying to fill the time, I rode up to Ridgeside to ask Dyer to be my wife, and back home I decorated my living room with portraits of all my new lovely wives. Is it romantic or is it weird? Florence asked me whether I thought she was a good wife the next morning. She didn't want me to answer it until she showed me what she had planned, and she wants me to go to the log cabin at 10 PM for a surprise. Once I arrived, everyone was there and was mentioning how they've been super busy trying to get everything sorted for Florence. Even Isabel was there and didn't seem too bothered about the whole ordeal. On the roof, she was mad that there wasn't a photographer, fireworks and rose petals. I told her that she didn't need to do all of this, which made her relieved, and we both had a very nice meal and enjoyed the night. Day 485, I was on the summit farm to check the progress of my giant crops to see a melon and a daikon had become giant, which was cool to see. For the final time, I used the tractor to collect ancient fruit and also check out the new ore area that had been built on the summit farm, which was useless as I thought. On to day 486, which was mine and Dyer's wedding. The townsfolk must be so shocked by now on how many people I've chosen to marry and divorce in this one series. I don't think there was one person I didn't date, apart from Pam of course. I did take to the Skull Cavern to complete Skull Cavern Invasion from Mr. Key, which I picked up on Monday. So I took a load of staircases to reach floor 100 and then collect my key gems. It was the luau tomorrow, so I made sure to actually get a loved gift for the soup, as I didn't have the achievement yet. This time I chose the iridium quality smoked tuna. The next day was of course the luau, so I dumped the tuna into the pot and the governor couldn't get enough of it, giving me the tastiest soup achievement. Day 488 I was at the desert to clear out the hardwood tree farm, as I wouldn't be needing it anymore, and I chose to test my luck inside the casino. But my luck was just horrendous. I lost so many times, so I just chose to give up. Since there wasn't really anything to do now, I chose to sleep until day 499. Which started by admiring my fields of melons that had grown since, and seeing how many giant ones I had. I made one final trip up to the summit farm to see if I had any more giant crops, which I didn't, but it wasn't the end of the world. So that means we are on day 500, which I spent relaxing in the hot spring on the farm. And I guess this is the point where we reflect and look back on 500 long days. And gosh, I'm over the moon at how well we've done in this series. To think we started on a run-down, messy farm with nothing but a small set of tools and a dream, to the wonderful place we have transformed the farm into, even travelling to completely different lands. Experiencing all these wonderful mods for the first time was an absolute blast, and was very challenging to say the least. But to say we have 100%ed some of the biggest mods in the game is just incredible. Overall, it took us 134 real hours of gameplay to get this done, and wow, on to more adventures. So that is it, the Mega Modded series is over, and if you have enjoyed, a like and subscribe will be greatly appreciated, and I cannot wait for whatever awaits us next. So that means for now, thank you very much for watching. The love and support you have shown me since the beginning of this journey has encouraged me to keep going, and is the main reason I keep doing this. Don't forget to head over to the post and cast your like and comment to decide what series comes next. But for now, see you in the next one.